Mr. Mayor, you are live.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So it is now 5:10 and calling into order the regular meeting of the governing body, October 12, 2022 in the council chambers. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Lee Garcia, salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Chavez, and then invocation and remembrances. Councilwoman Villarreal, please rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In honor of Indigenous Peoples Day, I'm going to read a passage by Don Cois. He's a Mohican writer. All life is ceremony. Every act is a ceremony creating a result in our lives. Every ceremony we do always brings results to our lives. If we do bad medicine to others, we do bad medicine to ourselves. If we keep on doing bad ceremonies, we will continually destroy ourselves. Anytime we live out of harmony, we are doing bad ceremonies. Anytime we treat anything with disrespect, whether it's another human being or a plant or an animal, we are performing bad ceremonies. These ceremonies not only have an effect on ourselves, but will simultaneously affect everything. We need to use our power well, only to do good ceremonies that benefit the greater good. And before I hand it over to the mayor, I would like to have a remembrance for a personal friend and colleague. I'd like to recognize and honor the life of Tigre Jamie Masa Lively, who was a colleague and friend to many in the city. They were an exceptional artist, creating beautiful and emotional art that reflected the pain and joy of living. They were passionate, loving, brilliant, and moved so many of us to find our inner light and share with others. While Tigre hadn't lived long in Santa Fe, they touched and inspired so many of us, and the impact and legacy they have left in the community will continue to ripple and grow. And just wanted to send my love to Tigre's family and friends and say rest in power, Tigre. Thank you.
Are there others who wish to recognize? Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one, like to remember an aunt of mine. Her name was Firaida Padilla, and she passed away probably 2 years ago. Almost now in November will be her second anniversary. And you couldn't have encountered a more generous, very beautiful person. Her birthday was 2 days ago on the 10th, and just want to remember her and her life, the life that she lived.
Thank you. Others? Yeah. Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to remember again my cousin Eli. I had mentioned his loss at our last governing body meeting, but we laid him to rest yesterday. It was beautiful, and he touched so many lives. It's amazing to see all the people coming together to celebrate a human being. I also want to remember Viola Sanchez, who was an educational assistant I had as a principal. She's been working with kids. She was now an EA at Santo Niño Catholic School. I would always see her and check in on her, and that community lost her unexpectedly last week. So I just want to remember her and also thank her for her service and love that she's had for so many youth in our community. She's a beautiful human being, so I wanted to acknowledge her and send my love and thoughts to her family. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? I would again mention Herb Danish. I mentioned him very briefly in passing at our special meeting, but it's worth taking a minute here at this general governing body meeting, regular meeting, to say what a great contribution he and Diane made to our state and how much we miss him and wish her a sense of community and appreciation and healing for what he and she and their family have meant to New Mexico. Let's take a minute to reflect on these lives and others who have been affected by COVID, who are trying to recover in these times, and wish everybody healing and a sense of peace. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, of course. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Cassett,
Here.
Councilor Chavez,
Here.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Here.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera, Councilor Merworth,
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can I ask that committee appointments be moved up to after presentations? Some people have reached out and want to see how this goes, and they're afraid that if it goes after land use cases, it won't be.
They won't be around. Yeah, fair enough. I don't have is there a motion to amend the agenda to move appointments up to after when, Counselor? Right after the presentations?
Yes.
Is there a second to?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as adopted?
So moved.
To approve the agenda as amended, I'm sorry. I guess we do, yeah. We have a motion and a second on the amendment. We haven't approved the amendment yet, so we need to call the
No,
roll
I think you can just approve the agenda as amended.
as opposed to,
I'm looking at the city attorney.
how would you like us to do this?
Mayor, you have a custom of getting suggestions and then approving as amended, if you want to do it that way.
Let's do it that way. So we have a motion to approve it as amended, and did we get a second on that? Okay. So if you could call the roll on the agenda, well, let's see, it's a majority, on the agenda, it's a majority on a voice vote, yes?
But if it were not an amendment, I would say yes.
But with the amendment, we should call the roll.
It's probably a good idea.
Okay, let's call the roll on the agenda as amended.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera, Councilor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Agenda has been approved as amended.
Beautiful, thank you. And the consent agenda, Madam Clerk, was anything taken off of consent? No. In that case, can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Could you call the roll on that, please?
Yes. Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Very good. In that case, if you would take us to item 8A, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 8A is our fiscal year 21 audit update. Emily Oster, our finance director, and Ricky Bejarano, our chief accounting officer, will be presenting on this item.
Good evening, councilors. We are here to present to you on the status of the fiscal year 2021 audit. And with me, I have Chief Accounting Officer Ricky Bejarano. I am Emily Oster. I am your Finance Director. I am pleased to report that we made progress on the audit by having the entrance conference last week on Thursday, October 6th. These new audit firm, Carr Riggs Ingram. In that entrance conference meeting, we received updated information about the audit timeline, which I know many of us have been waiting for quite some time. So I'm pleased to be able to share that information with you today. The entrance conference, as I mentioned, was held last Thursday, October 6th. That is the beginning of the client acceptance and pre-planning phase, And as you'll recall, we are conducting the fiscal year 2021 and 2022 audits simultaneously with the goal of completing those as soon as possible. The next phase will begin in December. That is risk assessment and audit strategy, followed by audit execution, which also begins in December, and then reporting and monitoring, which takes us through April of next year. The estimated delivery date of both the fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022 audit reports is June 30th of 2023. And I want to acknowledge that that timeline may be longer than some of us had hoped for. And I want to make a commitment to you all and to the public that the Finance Department will be working to shorten that timeline any way we can, to the extent that that's within the city's control. I do anticipate that the fiscal year 2021 audit will be completed somewhat earlier because information from that audit is needed to finish fiscal year 2022. However, based on the information from Carwiggs Ingram that we received last week, they provided the 6/30/23 timeline for the completion of both. If fiscal year 2021 is finished earlier, as I anticipate that it will be, we'll turn that into the state auditor's office and then proceed with the completion of fiscal year 2022. Now, I would like to take a moment to talk about the timeline and just recollect on the unusual circumstances that have led us to this point. The city began the FY21 audit process by contracting with an external auditor, and that first contract was executed on January 13th of 2022. That audit was initiated on January 18th, and work was performed until approximately April 22nd. On April 25th, the city was notified that that external audit firm would be withdrawing from the audit. When the city learned that the contracted firm would not be completing the FY21 audit, city personnel began working closely with the Office of the State Auditor on a plan. A list of items that the city was required to submit to the Office of the State Auditor in order to proceed was due in late May, with additional items being due in July. The city submitted the first set of required items on May 27th of 2022, and then awaited direction from the Office of the State Auditor. The city received permission from the Office of the State Auditor to issue a request for proposals, the first step in the procurement process to procure the services of a new external auditor. That RFP was issued on June 29th of 2022. An award was made on July 29th, and the contract was finalized on September 6th. The entrance conference was held on Thursday, October 6th, as I mentioned, and that was the point that we learned the audit timeline from the Carwiggs Ingram perspective. During this time, the city made a number of key improvements in internal operations that I want to highlight for you. I think these are actions that are going to be very significant to the city's success going forward. In early January, after a vacancy of over 6 months, the city brought on board a highly respected certified public accountant, standing to my right here, Mr. Bejarano, as Chief Accounting Officer. As you know, Mr. Bejarano has extensive public sector financial management experience and a track record of helping entities get into compliance with audit requirements. He is very well suited to help the city build a strong finance department to get these audits completed and put us on the path for an on-time audit for fiscal year 2023. In September, we filled 2 additional key positions. One of them was the finance director, which I am very proud to be on board as your new finance director. We also filled the position of grants manager, and our grants manager brings extensive experience in state and federal compliance, which is going to be essential. As you all are aware, the city receives substantial state and federal monies to support operations and capital projects and other critical needs. These 3 new members, myself, Ricky, and Cheryl James, the grants manager, add significant technical expertise and decades of experience in governmental financial management and reporting to the city's finance team. Those are going to be essential positions. We still have additional hiring to do. The vacancy rate is higher than we can sustain, and we are working to fill critical vacancies. I also want to highlight for you that in August, the city conducted the first close process in the Munis ERP system, which we use for accounting and human resources. That fiscal year 2022 close was the first time that the system was closed in Munis. And then since that time, we've conducted a close in the system for the months of July and August, and we're getting ready to do September. I do believe that with the positive changes that we've described, that I've described, both the fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022 audits will be submitted to the Office of the State Auditor by June 30th of 2023. As I mentioned, we're going to be looking for every opportunity to shorten that timeline for one or both years. And then I believe that that puts us on track to be on time for fiscal year 2023, which will be due December 15th of 2023. The last thing I would like to say is that despite the fact that I'm here today to share news with you that probably isn't what you want to hear, I think it is important to note that improvements have been made and progress is being made. The entrance conference is an important step towards completion of these audits, and in my opinion, we're moving in the right direction.
With that, as Ms. Oster stated, we're going to be working very hard to shorten those timelines. I think one of the questions would be, does this affect our capital outlay or other type of funding? We've so far not endured any of those delays. The other thing is that most of our capital outlay projects run by reimbursement, so we are already used to spending the money in advance. Once the audits are in, then those reimbursements start coming in and flowing again. I think with that, we stand for questions.
Thank you. Councilor Merritt.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bejarano and Ms. Oster, for the presentation. Just a couple of things. You mentioned the hires, the three, you two, and then a grants manager as being important to the work of the city. And we still, and you suggested that we still have vacancies within the finance department. But the one thing you haven't mentioned, and I think it's important for the public to know, and we have talked about this, is that we do have on contract Clifton Larson Allen to help internally to do exactly what you're saying, which is to, on our side, expedite any work that's necessary. And maybe you could just touch on that a little bit more.
I'm happy to respond. Clifton Larson Allen contract, we initiated it about a month ago now. They've already done extensive work. Part of the initiation of their work is to review what has already been done by the 4 contractors and rolling it forward. So it kind of goes in a couple of components. There's internal control work that's done and tested, and that's going to be for both years, and that's going to be primarily what can be tested simultaneously. And then they actually look at the actual numbers that are in the REDW SureLink system. And SureLink is where REDW was accumulating all the information for 21. And now REDW has moved aside and given access to CLA. And so they have complete access, but they do have to do some testing in order to roll it forward into 22. And there's also cooperation going on between CLA and CRI. CRI are the external auditors, Carr, Riggs, and Ingram. CLA is Clifton Larson Allen, who are now our contractors doing audit prep and accounting finish work. And they'll be working very closely together to ensure that the information is passed on to CRI once they start doing actual substantive testing, but they are already cooperating and getting up to speed in order to shorten the timeline as much as possible.
And since our former auditor left, the city has been on time in terms of meeting the deadlines that have been set by the state auditor for the work that was required. All of that work has been happening on schedule, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, that is correct. We were given a couple of deadlines by the Office of the State Auditor to demonstrate that once they allowed us to RFP for a new audit firm, that we'd be ready to go. We submitted that work, and then we actually had a working session excuse me, with DFA, the Department of Finance and Administration, and they actually went through various components of the work that had been done, and they joined us in assuring the state auditor that we were ready to go for audit. And yes, we've met every deadline that they've given us so far.
Okay, and would you concur that audits are a collaborative process, that there are not just, the city's not the only player, and we, this is all working together, and we are in some time, this situation is of our making. We have internal issues that have caused us to be late, but now in this latest news, we are ready and have been doing the work that's required, but we are a little bit at the mercy of the schedule of our new auditor and just the other players who need to set deadlines for us and review work, because this process and the integrity of it is highly regulated, and there are other folks involved. So maybe you can help color that in a little bit.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, that's absolutely correct. I'll start with the last thing you asked about, which is the timeline and the city being at the mercy of for example, not being able to issue the RFP. As soon as the auditors withdrew, we prepared an RFP. The auditors withdrew on April 25th. The RFP was ready to go on April 30th, but we did not receive permission to issue the RFP until the end of June. So that created a delay that we had no control over, actually. The other thing I would say is it's very much a collaborative process. Right now, we have three essentially entities that have to collaborate. There's the city itself, there's the Clifton Larson Allen contractor, and then the external auditors, and that requires immense coordination between all three. And we have various areas. For example, we have grants management and the grants team. That's a whole separate audit that's referred to as the single audit process, and it's actually a separate type of audit. It's the Yellow Book audit that has to be coordinated separately from the city's overall audit. We also have the two entities for which we're fiscal agent, and that all of that has to be coordinated and collaborated with.
And like you said, you stand ready to be completely responsive, and wherever you can, shorten timelines as you can.
Mr. Mayor, our number one priority. It is at the very top of the list. It is requiring help from CLA because work continues. We've got the regular operational work. The other thing I would mention is that we have people that touch finances throughout the entire state system. In utilities alone, there's a whole separate accounting group or financial group. You've got public works, you've got parking. All of this has to be coordinated, and reports and data submitted to first to CLA to make sure it's audit ready, and then to the external auditors.
And can you speak a little bit to the Munis upgrade, which is, I think we also refer it to as an ERP system internally, and the importance of that in helping do the work that's going to keep us on track going forward, and how important that is in terms of another piece. I mean, we need the staffing, we've got to have cooperation among all the parties involved. We've got to get this Munis upgrade online, and that's an important piece of the work. And I think you mentioned, the work that we've done in terms of doing month-end close, which I compare, and I don't know rightly or wrongly, with like balancing your checkbook at the end of every month, and that we did for the first time the year-end close for FY22, and then for 2 months, and we're about to do a third month, month-end close, balancing the checkbook, so that too is putting us in good stead going forward. And I just want to emphasize that work. So I'm sorry, I muddled this a little bit. So two things, the Munis upgrade, and then again, the importance of the month-end close, the balancing of the checkbook in order to get the work in the future on track.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, with regard to the upgrade, that's critical. The version we're currently on will not be supported after the end of the year, so we'll be upgrading to the new version of, it's not quite the newest, but it's very close. I think it's within one upgrade. Probably the most helpful thing to accounting that the upgrade is going to accomplish is that once the upgrade's done, then we can move to starting to integrate the various systems we have throughout the city. Just, for example, cash receipts, we have various systems throughout the city, and they'll be able to be interfaced, which the current version of Munis cannot do. The other thing, too, is it'll create efficiencies. The goal is to upgrade what we have now and what we're utilizing now, and then develop a priority list so that we can go down that list and incorporate and or initiate other modules that'll help us be more efficient with the accounting and the day-to-day flow.
Okay.
And then with regard to
the month-end close.
As an accountant, I don't know how we've been able to produce financial statements without that month-end close. It speaks a lot for the staff, the contractors, and the external auditors that we were able to accomplish that, because a lot of manual work had to be done. When you don't close your books, then you have to do everything from that point in time when they should have been closed, which is 6/30 each year. Everything has to be done manually. And essentially, right now, we're creating financials from either contractor separate systems offline and or Excel spreadsheets to bring it all together. Once everybody's used to the close and we're closing monthly, then there won't be that much cleanup work to do at the end of the year. And we'll be able to move directly into financial statements to the point that ultimately the goal is to, with very little adjustment, have the financials ready to go at the end of the year. We have 70 funds, and each one of those funds has to be treated separately within the audit. And then, of course, there's the general ledger. The month-end close doesn't balance just cash. It balances every other asset, liability, or fund level, which for most people would be capital accounts. And we have 70 of those. So this is a tremendous undertaking. It's been, because we haven't been closing, it's been a little painful throughout the city to complete the close, but we've been closing monthly by hook or by crook.
Okay, just want to emphasize how important that is. Because so FY22, June 30th, 2022 was the first, we closed the prior fiscal year, which is FY22. We're in FY23 right now. And so we hadn't done that. And what's been happening is we have to, and we hadn't been doing the month-end closes, so we get to the end of the year and we're having to do all that monthly work in order to do the yearly close, and that is just an incredible backlog. And so, again, I want to emphasize the significance of the fact that we did close FY22 and that we have closed 2 months in FY23 and we're about to close a third, and so we're getting in the habit of doing this, and it is the goal to continue on that track.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, that's absolutely correct. I do want to mention that when I first arrived in January of this year, we had not closed 20 and 21 as well. So we had 3 years open, and that created a tremendous drag on the system and a number of other issues. We got 20 and 21 closed, and you're correct, and 22 is the first year that we've actually closed on time.
Okay. Ms. Oster, you're new with the city as our new finance director. You've been on the job, how long now? A month? Not even? 2 weeks? 3 weeks?
Mr. Mayor and councilors, I believe it's about 5 weeks. I joined
Okay, wow.
on September 6th.
Time goes fast. All right, so 5 weeks. We've been in this predicament for a while, and I'm sure everyone up here wishes that we had better news about when we would have this behind us. There is, I think, as we've just walked through, lots of solid work that's happened to get us back on track. As an outsider, coming in, taking a fresh look, looking at what's going on, what's your assessment? Do we have what we need to get this job done?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, I believe that we do. I believe that accomplishing the goal of completing the fiscal year 2021 and 2022 audits is achievable, and I believe that with sustained effort and focus, we will get there. I do want to note that we also have the Munis upgrade, as we've been discussing, with the go-live in January, and the preparation of the fiscal year 2024 budget, which will be priority work that's occurring during that time. As I'm looking at how we manage the workload within finance, I have assigned a point person to each of those key tasks, and I'll be keeping, engaged on all three. But from my perspective, with regard to the finance department priorities for the next year, those are them. Getting audits caught up, fiscal year 2021, 2022, and 2023. With the support of the contractors, I do believe that this is an achievable timeline. I am, like I said, looking for opportunities everywhere we can to shave off days, hours, minutes, whatever we can. And then, we have a strong team budget, which will help us prepare the fiscal year 2024 budget to put us in a good position for July 1st and forward. And we'll be updating our Munis system, which, as Mr. Bejarano mentioned, is mission critical. If that system has to be operational for day-to-day needs. So there's a lot of work, and I think we can do it. I'm confident that we'll be able to meet this timeline.
Great. Thank you for taking the job. Thank you for the work that lies ahead. And thank you both for, I know, Mr. Bejarano, since you've been on, you have really been, holding feet to the fire and really trying to straighten things out. And I look forward to the day when we can say it is. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Oster and Mr. Bejarano, for being here and for the presentation and for relaying this information. As everybody recognizes, we do wish the timeline was different. And thank you, Councilor Romero-Worth, for really taking the time to walk us through where we are. A couple follow-up questions. Staffing has been an issue that we have repeatedly heard in the finance department. I know that we have CLA as a contract. I understand to fill a lot of the gaps that we have from those vacancies. I would love to get an update on some of these key positions, where we are in the hiring process. I know that it has been challenging in the past, and if there's anything that the department that I'm not sure if, I don't believe that Bernadette's here, but that we're doing differently in terms of recruiting, because I understand this has really been a challenge.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things we were discussing this afternoon is that there seems a couple of things are working in our favor. One, the market is tightening up a little. It's not tightening up as fast for finance and accounting, but starting to tighten up. The other thing that I want to mention and stress is that as we get more capable people on board, for example, Ms. Oster is a certified public accountant. She was the Deputy Secretary of Taxation and Revenue. You get that kind of experience. Cheryl James, who joined us as the grants manager, has throughout the state. And when you have that, it starts to develop. This happened when I was at Northern New Mexico College. Initially, I couldn't get anyone to look our way or even consider coming on board. But as we did, it almost motivated other people to come on board. And we're starting to see that. We're starting to get inquiries. And with that, I think that's one of that word of mouth, so to speak, and people seeing that there are some competent people coming onto the city, and it encourages other competent people to look our way. We have tremendous benefits. We have, with retirement, we only pay 3% versus I think at the state level it's close to 9%. And so that's one of the things that is giving me hope, actually getting inquiries about whether we have positions and at what level. And it's very promising. And as the market tightens up, I think we can start on more people with the goal, and it is our goal, to stop hiring contractors and actually be doing the work in-house with our own.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bajarano. I appreciate that. Did you have something to add, Dr. Oster?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassett. I wanted to add that I'm also committed to investing in training for our current staff so that they can build the skills to advance within our organization. So I think bringing in outside folks with expertise is necessary, and recruiting is critical. And I also want to invest in the team members that we have on board and help them develop skills so that they can advance and make greater and greater contributions to the city. I also want to note that I have found the team here at the City of Santa Fe to be exceptionally dedicated and caring. I do believe that the folks that are here truly want to be here, and they want to do a good job for their friends and neighbors here in the community. And giving them opportunities to build skills is important to me, so I'll be working on that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And that's actually a great segue into my next question, having to do with the Munis upgrade. I was not here for the original launch of Munis. My understanding is that there are some factors there that have led us to where we are today. But one of the big pieces of feedback I've heard is training and really understanding, and staff citywide who touch the Munis system understanding how to utilize it. I would really be interested to hear what lessons we've learned from the Munis launch. I believe it was in 2019. Is that correct? Yep. Sorry, I had to go back in time. And what the plan is for really making sure that people who have been here are trained, new hires have this really strong base, so that we really, we don't lose all of this progress that we've made in these internal processes that are going to get us on the right track. So this might be a question for both of you, as well as Mr. Blair, that you may pop in there, I imagine, is a citywide issue.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, the first thing I want to point out is that ITT has done an incredible job of coordinating that training. We're back to contractors. However, we're bringing in what we refer to them as SMEs, and they're experts in each area to start to do training. The training has begun, and as things go along, what's incredible to me is that there's some redundancy in the training. So signing off, how do you get to this area versus this other area? And that's been repetitive, but very important, because that's how we learn. And as we go along, each module and anybody affected by that module is receiving those trainings. And then we come back, and the trainings are being recorded so that you can go back, or as new people come in, if the training's not available live, we can go through the visual aids. And the other issue is that as the training builds, it's a one and done for any of the areas. We've already had a couple of trainings, for example, with accounts payable. And so training is essentially the mantra of the day for is that was a real deficit in the past, and we're not leaving that to chance. The other thing is that it's at every level. So I'm attending a number of the trainings that are at the entry level so that I understand, and if need be, I could cut a check if I had to, if there was nobody else. That's the intent, so that we're continually, we keep that training as an ongoing process improvement priority. And the upgrade from our perspective and the training from our perspective is going very well. And I think, unless you have something to add.
The brand new user to Munis, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassett, training has been very important to me, and ensuring that the team has adequate training is at top of mind for me with the Munis upgrade. I wanted to note that every software project I've been involved in government, this has been the refrain. Training is always the #1 request. And I think that this team is taking all the steps that I'm familiar with from my background in state government. As Mr. Bejarano mentioned, last week we started training, which is essentially exposure training, showing our users how the new version of the system works. Then there'll be user acceptance training, where our folks actually get a chance to drive the new car, so to speak, to work the new controls in a test environment, play around, explore, ask questions. And then, leading up to implementation in January, there are a variety of different types of training, followed by post-production support after the go-live date. And that process is familiar to me from my work with the state with different systems. I also wanted to share, and this was very encouraging to me, after the initial training last week, we had a team meeting with our finance supervisors and leaders, and one of the questions that was asked was, how's it going? We've been having all this Munis training this week. How are you feeling about that? And we went round robin around the room, and each staff member said, it looks the same. I feel good about this. I think we can do it. And, that was very encouraging to me to hear that our users who are in the system every day are feeling good and feeling comfortable at this stage in the process, and we still have a lot more training yet to come. And then one other point that I wanted to highlight is, at my request, the finance department trainings are being recorded, and I think that's extremely important so that we have on-demand access and we can use those for new employees as they come on board.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm happy to hear that, and overtraining sounds like a good goal to hit. In terms of the Munis upgrade as well, so Mr. Bejarano, you mentioned that we're going for the, not quite the most recent, but the second most recent, and then we'll be looking at some different modules and prioritizing those. Two parts. One, why aren't we headed for the most recent upgrade? As I imagine, that might take a little longer before we'd have to upgrade again. And then in terms of the modules, this might be a question for Councilor Maraworth as Chair of Finance. I know I'd be interested to hear in that prioritization and continuing to get updates on what those pieces look like and how that's going to impact these internal processes of the city and our effectiveness in getting our audits in on time. So kind of future requests for later.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, I'm going to tell you what I know, and our ITT Director, Emmanuel Gonzalez, is sitting in the background and can correct the things I say wrong. It was an intentional decision not to go to the most recent version, in part because no one else in the country is using it. No one has tested it. The version that we are going into, which is is the most widely used version of the system across the country. By entering into the version that we did now, it allowed the team to, in a much faster way, get into, I think the term is the sandbox, where the staff could get in very early on and in a safe way play with the system, see what they liked, what they didn't like. And so it allowed us to really make a significant leap forward with regard to our functionality and efficiency of the system without creating additional risk for everyone involved. And I would defer to our ATT director. Is that good? High five. All right.
Wonderful, thank you, I appreciate that. I don't believe I have any further questions. You know, I really do appreciate, you know, a lot of the work getting us in line. I think that we were all, you know, I know we were all hoping for an earlier 21 and 22. But I also think that it is important to recognize these pieces that we have put in place for an on-time 23. I really appreciate the work going in from your team, from finance, from citywide, because I know that it really is a whole city effort for the on-time 22 close, as well as, you know, hitting those monthly closes on time as well. And it's really those building blocks and making sure that we are getting those building blocks in place. I know that it can feel frustrating for us, for members of the public, for I'm sure your team. You know, we'd really like to jump to the finish line. But I think that it is really important for us to continue, you know, getting these updates. I'm grateful that you've been giving us these updates so that we really truly understand what those building blocks look like, what are the different areas of support that we need to keep our, you know, our pulse on. Of staffing is a big one, of course, and so I will definitely be curious to hear how that changes over the next few months, and if there are things that we need to be doing differently or looking at differently or assessing to make sure that we are building the finance department in a way that we can really get out of this cycle, because that's what it is. It's a cycle, and so I know it's a lot of work to break it, and yeah, thank you. It's a lot. So I appreciate it, and I will yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Oster, Mr. Bejarano, thank you for this update. First and foremost, I just want to make sure you and your team have every single tool necessary to get you through these next year or so. This is going to be very, very challenging. Know that we're here to support you. If there is a tool that you see out there that you need, funnel through the city manager, come to us. We want to give you every capability to get 23 in on time. I think one of those things, since at least I've been on the council, we've hoped to get our audit in on time, and unfortunately, that has not come to fruition. With that being said, it's 4 years in a row that our audit is late. 5 out of the last 6 years. That's, to me, as a public official, I start getting nervous, and I start wondering, when is DFA going to step in? Because this, to me, as I've mentioned in this past, it's a cycle that is almost unbreakable, and we've seemed to just not be able to figure it out, and I think that is where I am extremely nervous about our future. I think that this news is very troubling. To me, I've never seen anything like this in my professional career. I know, Mr. Bejarano, I had asked you a similar question months ago. I don't think you said you've never really seen anything like this. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I think this is the probably biggest black mark on our city's financial history. And I just want Mr. Bejarano and Director Oster to know I have the utmost confidence in your team to get us through this, but it's going to take us all to get us through this. Earlier, Mr. Bejarano mentioned the grants, that we are at risk. That's always comes to my forefront. What are we at risk? Because we know that we're going to be late. And by Executive Order 2013-006, the state can withhold funds. By federal policy, there could be federal funds withheld. And so Mr. Bejarano earlier mentioned that state funds haven't been withheld yet, but it's on a reimbursement process. And I think that's, to me, draws many concerns, given that we have many significant projects in front of us that total upwards of nearly $9 million that I don't know if we've budgeted for to cover and then ask for reimbursement. And just so the public is well aware of what funding is at risk, I'm going to read through this list because most of the public doesn't have the time to really dig into the details. So I want the public to be aware of the details. Meg Senior Center construction, $2.4 million. Meg Senior Center plan, $358,000. Mary Esther Gonzalez vehicles, $827,000. Homebound meals programs, $247,000. Santa Fe Parks upgrades, $1 million. Southside Teen and Resource Center, $1.7 million. Tierra Contenta Trail construction, $300,000. Midtown infrastructure, $1 million. Governor Miles improvement, $300,000. Paseo de las Vistas construction, $275,000. St. Michael's Drive and Seringal Road improvements, $350,000. Those are just resources that we can't, per law, ask for reimbursement for at this moment. There's a whole other list totaling nearly $4 million because bonds have not been sold yet that we would be in that same boat with these bonds. So when we don't turn in our audit, when we don't have our fiscal house in order, we can't get critical services provided to the community, such as homebound meals, such as development of our teen center, such as major infrastructure like Governor Miles Road and St. Michael's and Seringal Road. And I think the public needs to be well aware of when we don't turn in our audits, these projects are at risk. Critical services are at risk. And so given the severity of our audits and the lateness of our audits, and because when the state auditor notifies us that we are late, he notifies the entire governing body. He doesn't send a letter to Mr. Bejarano. He doesn't send a letter to Director Oster. He sends a letter to each of us as counselors and as the mayor. And so I find it very important to have as much information as soon as possible. That way we can together, as I mentioned earlier, work as a team to figure out how we break this vicious cycle we're currently in. So with that being said, I have a question for Director Oster. I know that I got notification of the audits being late earlier this afternoon, a couple hours ago. Can you clarify for me when our Finance Committee Chair was notified, when the Mayor was notified, and when the City Manager was notified?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the notification to myself and city leadership occurred during the entrance conference, which was held on Thursday, October 6th.
So when you say city leadership, can you please clarify who was notified on Thursday?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the mayor attended the entrance conference, as did the city manager and the chair of the Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you for sharing that question with me and information. Have we spoken with the State Auditor's Office regarding these recent developments?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, pursuant to the requirements of the audit rule, which is an administrative code section that governs the performance of audits of governmental entities, we submitted a notification, actually 2 letters, one for each year, to the State Auditor's Office this afternoon, conveying the same information to them. And that process is laid out in detail in the audit rule. We're required to notify them.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, there was also a representative from the Office of the State Auditor at the entrance conference on Thursday.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Have we been in contact with DFA about this?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, we have not, as of right now.
Okay, is that in the plan, or?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, yes, we will notify DFA as well.
Okay. I would ask.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, as far as notifying DFA, this is a process and it's procedural. So we needed to inform the State Auditor's Office. We had to go through the entrance conference and whatnot, and now we're at liberty to discuss this with DFA as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. If by some chance between now and next Monday, when we have the Finance Committee, if that notification has not been done, or if it has been done, I'm assuming we can get that update at next Finance meeting.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, yes, we can speak with DFA tomorrow, so we can take care of that well in advance of Finance.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. It seems like we just have, for some reason, there's just a problem that is causing us to not get the audits in on time. And it seemed like it was Munis is causing challenges, which we're not able to allow us to reconcile financials. I guess the crux of the question is, have we been able to pinpoint what is causing us to have these major delays? Because it's not like if we're turning in an audit a month late. I mean, for example, I'm looking at 20's audit. That was 10 months late. 21's audit, at best, or right now, per the schedule you've given, it's going to be 18 months late, and then 22 will be 6 months late. So if there is, can you clarify, have we pinpointed the challenge that is just causing us to encumber these delays?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I can only speak for FY21 and not for the previous audits. I would say, in my professional opinion, the primary factor that is causing the current timeline to be what it is the change of audit firms. The Munis upgrade is not impacting the audit timeline, and the implementation of Munis is ultimately the path to resolving these issues. The city needs an ERP system. Implementation of this type of software is challenging, and it requires changes in behavior and changes in process, which, you know, that takes time. There's a change management process that we need to work through. In my opinion, the implementation and upgrade of Munis is critical modernization that the city absolutely needs in order to function and produce timely financial reporting going forward.
Thank you, Director. Again, if you pinpoint anything, as you said, 21, if you pinpoint anything during 22, please feel free to share that with us, because again, we want to make sure that, or at least I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I want to make sure that I'm well aware of what challenges or what's causing these major challenges for us. So as you run into any roadblocks, whatever it may be.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, the primary roadblock in this instance with the 21 and 22 audit was time. By the time we were able to issue the RFP and actually contract with Car Rigs and Ingram, time had passed. They have a lot of work that they have to finish up to keep their other entities on time, and we weren't able to contract with them until late September, and the entrance conference wasn't able to be held until October 6th, so that pushed that timeline way out. I can commit that we are doing everything that we can, but in this instance, it was the delay in being able to obtain a new auditor, and also bringing CLA on board with the finished work for 22, and then the rollover into 21. But we'll certainly keep the council informed every step of the way.
Thank you, Mr. Bejarano. On the topic of contractors, Clifton, Larson, Ellen, are they doing only 22? I thought during your presentation I might have misheard, helping with 21 as well, but is it only 22?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, it's what we refer to as a rollover of numbers from 22 and from 21 into 22, and they have to be confident that the numbers are rolling into 22 correctly. So they have to do some work within the 22 data to assure themselves that 22 is ready to flow. But the primary work was already done for 21, and they have access to that. So unfortunately, it's inextricably tied. You can't, with regard to data, the data coming from 21 has to be accurate. It has to, as I mentioned, roll forward, a term that we use in auditing. It has to roll forward, and it has to balance, and it has to be accurate in order for them to then pick up 22 and move forward.
Right. So they're checking the homework of 21 to make sure they can use it for 22.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, in a sense, yes. Essentially, what they're ensuring is that it ties out and that it balances. So that, because if you start with the errors in the roll forward, then they're just going to go into 22, and then we'll be in a fix.
Right. Understandable. Thank you for clarifying that for me. And the last question I got throughout is involving vacancy. And so I know, I'm just thinking back to last December when we got notice that 21 was going to be late, and it was brought to our attention there's a 40% vacancy rate in the finance department. Can you tell me what the current vacancy rate is with the finance department?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I can give you an estimate, and then we can follow up with more precise numbers. The finance department has approximately 50 positions, and about 40 of them are currently filled. Several of the others are in recruitment. Those are estimates, and like I said, I'm happy to follow up with the exact numbers.
Okay, so just doing a quick math in my head, that's about a 20% vacancy rate. So given that 20%, I mean, what are those, can you, if you cannot, I mean, we don't need to go over them now, but if you can share with us what those positions are, what the plan is potentially to fill them, if not, if we are currently trying to hire for them. I've brought it up in the past, potential of bringing on contractors, because this is critical work. These are critical services that we need to get carried out. Getting our audit in on time is an expectation. It's not a, well, we'll turn it in and see what happens. It is an absolute expectation, and that's why I said earlier I'm surprised that DFA has not stepped in to take over our finances. So if we can get updated information around the positions, the actual percentage, the positions that are available, open still, and what our plan is to fill for those, because as I mentioned back last December, we can't use that excuse of vacancy rates. We've got to do everything we can to fill those seats, and if that means bringing on a contractor to get these critical services completed, then that's what we unfortunately have to do. With that being said, Mr. Bejarano, Director Oster, I wish you all the best. This is a huge, huge, huge undertaking. This is a significant body blow to us right now. I honestly hope that we can get 23 in on time, and to be thinking about 23, which is not due till next year. I hope that can be the case, but as I mentioned, 4 years in a row, 5 out of the last 6 years, that is an extremely hard, vicious cycle to break. I've got all the confidence in you that you can do it, so please let us know how we can help you. With that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No other questions.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Mayor-Worth. Did you have your hand up?
Okay. I just, since you're going to me for the second time, just wanted to make sure nobody else
No, I
wanted.
checked. I didn't see any hands down.
Okay, just a couple things. We have not lost any funding to date as a result of what's happening here.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, some funding is on hold, but none has been lost.
Okay. Our audits have been late, but clean, correct?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, yes, that is my understanding. The fiscal year 2020 audit, which is the most recent, had an unmodified opinion on the financial statements.
CLA Clifton Larson Allen is on contract to help us internally with the work that needs to be done to get these 2 audits in and to help shore up some of those vacancy problems, some of the problems we have because we have vacancies.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, that's exactly correct. The reason that we need the contractors right now is because we're behind. Once we get caught up, my hope is that we'll be adequately staffed to maintain the workload going forward. Right now, we have 3 years open. We're working on fiscal year 2021, 2022, and now 2023. Soon we'll be adding the budget for fiscal year 2024. So the reason that we need contract support right now is because we have an unusually high number of years open, and I'm confident that once we work through that backlog, we'll need less support from contractors.
And again, we know we need support from contractors, and we have them on board. They are contracted with, they are working with our team right now.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, yes, they've been working with our team for approximately a month and a half now. And it's like the communication is daily, data exchange is daily. They work with various members of the team as need be. And they've been also very responsive with the information that we need from them.
All right, and then over the summer, the Finance Committee did walk through in detail over a course of several meetings. Not only, one thing we haven't talked about tonight is the McCard report and the list of things that need to happen internally at the city in order to kind of get our financial house in order. And the list of things that needs to be done is quite long. I think the report itself suggests that those things are not going to happen overnight. We did, over I believe the course of 2 meetings, walk through in detail that report, its recommendations, and where we are in addressing the needs that were identified there to get us basically caught up to this century. We continue to work on the McCard report and its recommendations, and that too will help us get things straightened out.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, that's correct. Internal control, the McCarthy report was essentially all about internal controls. We've tightened them up. There's been tremendous progress made, but it's an ongoing process. It's constant process improvement. As we get more grant money, as we change out the players, that internal control process has to be adjusted on an ongoing basis, and we're working toward that.
Okay, and I believe we also walked through the vacancies that you all have in finance, and where you were in hiring and some of the issues that you've had with hiring, and the Finance Committee walked through all of that over the summer, as I recall.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, that's correct. At this point, the 2 major, we went from a number of critical positions that were open and that we weren't getting hires for. Now we're down to 2. We need to hire a controller and an accounting manager. Those are the 2 most significant. That's a huge step considering where we were.
Yeah. And I will just say, as finance chair, we will continue to keep track of this, to monitor what's happening, to have updates about what is going on in meeting the deadlines that are being set for us, what challenges arise, how we're moving through those, and making sure that we stay on time, as we have been on time since our old auditor pulled out, and we have been doing, deadlines have been set for the city. The finance team has been meeting those deadlines as we've moved through the spring and the summer and into the fall, and we will continue to keep track of what's going on here, and really getting information out to the public too about our progress. And I would just say that we have been doing this for however long it's been, since our old auditor left us, and we will continue to do it until we've got this down. So just want to let everybody know that. Thank you, Mayor.
I really appreciate your direct answers and your candor. And I want to pick up briefly where Councilor Garcia was taking us earlier. I assume both of you now have read the McCard report. If I remember my reading of the McCard report, it said that there might have been, they couldn't prove it, but they suggested we do some kind of a extensive audit to determine whether or not fraud had actually taken place. Is that your recollection of the McCard report?
That is correct. And while there have been other, I guess it's almost on a piecemeal basis, there have been some, we've contracted with internal auditors to do certain reports, but no fraud has been found. We are monitoring, for example, the most at-risk asset that we have is cash, and we monitor it every day. We compare it to what was issued the day before, what's come in, and it's a daily process. I get bank balances from our cash control section daily to monitor that, and our balances have remained stable. In fact, they're actually up currently. The other thing we do is as we're monitoring accounts payable requests as they come in, we're also checking against the various budget line items. They can't be processed without adequate budget. But more importantly, we're also comparing to see, okay, what's the difference between last month and this month for this particular vendor, those types of issues. So from an internal control perspective, internal controls have been tightened up. They can always be improved, no matter what entity, no matter how good the flow is. Internal control is, as I mentioned before, it's an ongoing process improvement proposition.
So in terms of body blows to our finances, a McCard report that says we might, in fact, we do need to do deep digging to determine that there wasn't fraud versus a late audit where there is not even a whiff of fraud or funds going missing. Seems to me we've had darker days than late audits. We are on our path toward responding to the McCard report, which was a severe indictment of the city's financial practices, and we have made significant improvement in every one of those steps, as you just recounted, in particular to make sure there hasn't been fraud or abuse anywhere along the way.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The other thing I would mention, having been in this field now for almost 45 years, fraud is always a risk. And I don't mean to belittle that statement, but fraud is an ongoing risk that has to be addressed on a daily basis. It's not, we put certain procedures in place and then the risk of fraud is gone. It will continue to be a risk, and it's a risk that we're all very aware of, and we're training our staff to be very aware of that risk as well.
I would consider that a significant improvement over processes from the past. Councilor Garcia also asked you whether you had said that this is the worst performance you've seen in your career, both of you. He mentioned you, Mr. Bejarano, by name, but since the subject has been introduced, I'm wondering if this late audit is the worst financial challenge you've ever encountered.
No, because in other instances, I've actually had to deal with millions of dollars in actual fraud and loss of cash in the past. So in that regard, it's not the worst. I think the situation was a lot more challenging because of the lack of staffing and also the time period that we were in. One of the things that we need to remember about fiscal year 21, it started July of 21 at the height of COVID. There just weren't employees to be had, and also we weren't in the office, which caused a lot of essentially delay. For example, our cash section at one point in time during that time period, I wasn't here, but looking back at records, we had a cash control section of 1 during an extended period of time due to illness, vacancies, a number of reasons, and it caused a lot of delay, but we got it caught up.
And I think, Director Oster, you've had your own fair share of trying to rectify serious financial issues that transcend a late audit. I don't know if you want to comment on that or not.
Mr. Mayor, I certainly have. Unfortunately, I will say that in my professional opinion, late audits are an administrative problem. Throughout my career, I have been involved with entities where there were rampant allegations of criminal activity, there were known frauds, a local government that couldn't make its debt service payments and needed to borrow from the state general fund, a different local government that tried to declare bankruptcy. You know, there are severe financial challenges out there, and I will say that, you know, although being behind on audits is a serious issue that will take work to resolve, I would not rank it even in the top 5 in terms of seriousness. I think the ones that really come to mind from, you know, the course of my work with the state, between Department of Finance and Administration, the state auditor, and the Taxation and Revenue Department, the ones that really stand out to me involve criminal activity, and there's no evidence of any criminal activity here.
And thank you for that. I want to ask one more question, because Councilor Garcia read us a list of projects that we're all deeply committed to moving forward on, and one of them I know, for example, I didn't have the list in front of me, but my ears perked up when he mentioned the Teen Center. To the best of your knowledge, is the Teen Center being built on schedule?
Mr. Mayor and councilors, yes, to the best of my knowledge, construction on the Teen Center is proceeding as planned.
And are there services that are at risk at the moment because of our audit? Because it sounded to me, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but it sounded as if one of the conclusions was that some of our residents might take concern that basic fundamental city services are somehow jeopardized because the audit is late. And I wonder if, from your position in the finance department, that is something we need to be concerned about. Is that even close to being accurate?
Mr. Mayor and councilors, I am not aware of any impacts to recurring expenses due to the late audits.
So the fundamental services that people expect, their trash to be collected, their people to be responded to when they raise a matter of personal issue in their neighborhood, with regard to anything. As far as the audit being late, while we take it seriously, and your steps, I think, are quite impressive and significant, and the work unfinished but being addressed in a serious way, on a day-to-day basis, residents of the city of Santa Fe need not be concerned that their fundamental city services, as budgeted and being delivered, will be interrupted or in any way diminished by a late audit.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, the vast majority of the city's operations budget is funded through gross receipts tax revenues, and those revenues are coming in higher than projected.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on that point, I do want to clarify, I guess, your misunderstanding of my comments, because I was explicitly stating the services through this list, which are things like I mentioned, Homebound Meals Program, which we have a grant for $247,000 to provide these meals to the community. And because of an executive order, the state could withhold the funds from us. As Mr. Bejarano said, it's on a reimbursement basis. So the question then comes down to, have we budgeted for this? Can we get reimbursed? That's where these critical services can see some challenges. Other things like the Southside Teen Center, where we potentially are looking for that reimbursement of $1.7 million. Nobody's saying it's not being built. I'm saying we might not have the opportunity to turn in our voucher, for lack of better words, to say, look, we spent this. DFA could come back and say, because you haven't turned in your audit on time, we're not going to reimburse you. That is the point I'm trying to make, is DFA has the authority to say, until your audit is done on time, all these reimbursables are going to be put on hold. And that's where I'm making sure that we are properly planning for that. That $8.9 million that we're planning on potentially being reimbursed for, how are we going to cover that? So that was the whole premise of that.
So let me clarify. The premise, that if I understand the councilor correctly, the premise is that we might not get reimbursed for these expenditures. Has that been, understanding that they may withhold it until we do finish the audit, is it a reasonable expectation that the audits being turned in will then make sure that our expenditures will in fact be reimbursed? Is there any reason to doubt that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, no. The other thing I want to point out is that we've so far not had a denial of reimbursement.
Thank you for the clarification.
But to the point, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bejarano, the state has the authority to withhold the funds, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that is correct.
Okay, so that is the point. The state ultimately can say, hey, look, we supported you when it was 3 years in a row that your audit is late. Now that it's 4 years in a row, we've got to draw the line in the sand somewhere. I'm not somebody who likes to minimize an audit being late, whether it is 1 week or 18 months, and whether it is a clean audit or an audit with findings. It is late, and it shows that we administratively cannot get the critical work done. And I knew the McCard report was going to come up tonight. To me, it's astonishing that we're going back to a report that is 5 years old, and there's probably significant changes that need to be made since then, given how we internally do things. And so it'd be interesting if we conducted a McCard report version 0.2 to see what our internal controls need to be fixed. Because if we're continuously pointing back at a document that's 5 years old, I think we are at risk of putting ourselves at something that is irrelevant. And I think I honestly want us to be working towards the future, not pointing back and pointing our fingers and trying to justify why our audits are late. They've been consistently late. We've got that 4-year track record, 5 of the last 6 years. We need to get out of that. We need to stop justifying and saying, well, we're doing this. Let's own it. That's what we need to do. We need to own this and say, this is unacceptable. Our residents deserve better. And this is never going to happen again. And I'm committed to ensuring that it doesn't happen again. And I wish that I heard more than justification for another late audit and trying to minimize audit being late, because that is not how we as a city should be operating. That is not the standard we should be working and striving towards. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Council.
I just want to emphasize, the audit being late is very serious. I don't think there is anybody not taking this seriously. I don't think any of our staff thinks that this is a game or a joke. People are working very hard. Talented people within the city are working very hard to get this straightened out. The problems are deep, and I think that's what we're not trying to justify this, and we are owning this. This is a problem for this city, and the problem is enormous. And the McCard report is still, even though it's 5 years old, very relevant, because the list of things that it identifies that need to happen take time to fix. And we are fixing them, and we will continue to fix them, and we will continue to monitor and make sure that that is happening. So we are owning this. It is very serious. We are not going to take our eye off this ball. And I applaud the people within city government who are working very hard. And it is. Somebody mentioned this tonight. I can't remember who. It's taking everybody. This is across-the-board work. I mean, the leadership is coming from the two people at the podium and from the city manager. But there are people in all of our departments who this affects. Doing the month-end close doesn't just affect finance. Month-end close touches all of our departments, and all of the people who work in city government are having to do new behaviors, having to do things new ways. And that's not small, given all the other things they already do. So I can't let that go. We are owning this. We are not justifying it. We are trying to help the public understand the enormity of the problem we are dealing with and all the good work that's going on to get us set in the right path. So I thank all of our employees, and I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up at this time. I think you've done a very outstanding job of bringing this to us and describing how it compares to other financial issues you've both faced in the past. I think if you want to understand the severity of the problem, you really do have to understand where we're coming from. And so history is the baseline from which we proceed. And once you know what the baseline is, you're in a position, as Councilor Garcia said, to pinpoint the things that need to be addressed, and you address them. You are making, as has been identified, progress on the specific items that have been identified as the problems that have caused us to be late. And you can't do anything more than own it and then address those problems individually and systematically. And I think you're doing that, and I think we're very grateful to you for doing that. And as I think everybody on the governing body wants to support you, to add their intention to be constructive in getting the audit done, and at the same time to make sure that we continue to deliver the key services and to build things like the Teen Center on time and in a high-quality fashion, so that the day-to-day work of the city government is unimpeded and continues to be delivered in an excellent manner. So salute you both and your teams, and look forward to continuing to work with you going forward. Thank you both. Madam Clerk, we have another presentation.
We do, Mayor. We have two more presentations. The next presentation is item B. It's updates on the Midtown redevelopment plans. This is being presented by Daniel Hernandez and Rich Brown.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for allowing the time. I'm just going to get this set up and find out if Mr. Hernandez is on Zoom, who's going to help us with the presentation. Good evening. This is a reprise of our presentation we did to the Quality of Life Committee meeting last Wednesday. It's an update on our progress for Midtown. It is a general progress report because you're a semi-judicial committee that's looking at our upcoming application, but we just wanted to make sure that we brought this progress report to you tonight and to the public, general public. As you know, we're moving forward with our 9 action plans that we brought to you as a resolution in March. One of them are the Rfps for our legacy buildings that we're looking to find disposition options for. We're working on our infrastructure planning. We're doing our rezoning. We have a planning commission meeting coming up on October 20th and then coming to you ultimately on November 6th. And so this progress report will talk about timelines and sort of some definitions around the key documents and processes we've gone through our process. As you can see in the next slide here, we've been working through the community engagement and public engagement since about 2018, with even a previous engagement with our link overlay in 2016. But we're now at 2022, and we're very excited about the next steps that are happening, starting with October 20th, bringing these documents and application to the Planning Commission. So with that, I'm going to take it to the next slide and then turn it over to Mr. Hernandez, who's going to follow through on the presentation.
Thanks, Rich, and good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to present. I'm going to we try to be as efficient and clear as possible as we move forward. There's been so much work over the past several years, since 2018, and it's come to the moment when a lot of the information that we heard from the public, we heard from elected officials, and we heard from the city's administration on the ways that Midtown would be and the desire for the way that Midtown would be developed. I think that everyone here remembers that there was a lot of discussion about what's going to be built there, but there was also a lot of discussion on all of the things, the community benefits that people wanted to see. So one, the land development plan, which consists of the master plan, land use zoning, some tweaking or amendments to the existing link overlay zone, and then all of this gets incorporated into the general plan of the city. We wanted to make sure that that all of the information that we heard influenced all of the these plans, but also were regulated. So the master plan, all of these documents that are, all of these elements of the land development plan that you see listed here are regulatory. They will be required, and they will guide and direct the type of building and development that will be constructed and to rehabilitate existing buildings that will be rehabilitated on the site. Again, think regulatory, required, it goes into the city ordinance, and in order to change any of that, the applicant, the Office of Economic Development, has to come back and ask for amendments to that plan. Next slide, please. As a companion plan, we created the Community Development Plan. This is more of a policy document that will be approved by the governing body. Again, it is not a regulatory plan that goes into the city ordinance, but it will be resolved, or it will be approved through resolution. It will guide the type of development that will be there, meaning the levels of affordability, the types of programming and open space that people have said they want to see there, levels of affordability not only for residential, but also commercial spaces, jobs and access to jobs. Also the economic development strategies that we're writing into the plan about working with local firms, including nonprofit organizations, facilitating the process for creating a local community land trust, etc. So those are all expressed in the community development plan. Again, not regulatory. They're not about what the land can be, what you can build on the land. It's about the type of development people wanted to see at Midtown. It's a policy document. Next slide. all of this comes together with one big driving force. The site, as everyone knows, is located in the geographic center of the city. So there was a lot of memory and history and stories that influenced the way that we thought about all of it, both the regulatory and the policy document. So this notion of creating and strengthening the center of the city was a major factor in the way that the plans, both the land development and the policy document came together. Next slide. So in that, Santa Fe everyone knows, is an incredibly beautiful city, and most of the memories we hold in Santa Fe are about, the physical memories we have about Santa Fe are about around Santa Fe Plaza and the types of blocks that are so walkable around the historic district and the surrounding areas and surrounding neighborhoods. And there's some existing neighborhoods also in Santa Fe that we looked at, and it drove a lot of the decisions about what creates comfortable streets, green streets, the types of parks and open spaces that people see. And so these were major drivers for the land development plan. Next slide, Rich. For some reason, I can't see the slide anymore.
So Daniel, we're on the ability.
I see Christine's name on my
maybe Alex can.
There you go. I see it again.
Okay.
And in that idea, we heard a lot from people about creating healthy environments and ways that cities are doing that. And you hear a lot from Eric from the MPO in his presentations to the governing body about ways that cities and communities are creating plans that focus on health and promoting health. So it's, again, there are behavioral things that we can do with design, size of blocks, the patterns of streets, creating sidewalks that are actually comfortable to walk on by putting trees and actually engaging people in the green infrastructure of cities. Where does our water go? Infiltration, plantings that people will see along the streets within Midtown that hopefully will set precedents for the ways that new streets will be designed and thought about to create multimodal environments throughout the city. Another thing that was really important too was how far are transit stops away from the Midtown Center that allowed us to pursue additional credits under the U.S. Green Building Council Leadership for Environmental and Energy Design, meaning that the city is a gold city, Santa Fe is a gold city in the LEED program, and this will allow the city to ratchet up their gold standard by qualifying for a credit called Compact Centers, which talks about density, the size of blocks, and the proximity of that neighborhood or district to existing transit stops. So it was a great way for us to collaborate with the Office of Sustainability in Santa Fe as well. Next slide.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just want to add one caveat. So the maps you're looking at are based on original concepts, and we have revised them for our master plan and our application. So this is from our last week and previous presentation.
So we know that housing affordability is a major driver for the future of Midtown. There was a lot of discussions about the ways that affordability is actually managed and facilitated in cities around the country. We know that lots of cities, including Santa Fe, use the inclusionary zoning to build affordable housing in their cities by the private market. So we create legislation and ordinances that allow developers to play within that public policy. We have to give them options for playing with that public policy, giving them options to payment in lieu, payment off-site, collaborations with affordable housing developers, and of course, building the site building the affordable housing on the site for county development. But allowing that flexibility allows for the inclusionary zoning programs to flourish around the country, and it also allows the city to negotiate things that they may not otherwise have a chance to by allowing for that flexibility and those options. We are also dedicating, which a lot of cities do as well, we're dedicating parcels that are city-owned so that we can competitively pursue very resource-restrictive funding sources like the low-income housing tax credits We know that for every dollar that the city puts in, including land value, exponentially leverages other private sources in loans and grants, and of course investment from the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. The other way that we wanted to achieve levels of affordability is making sure that we have different types of tenures, meaning people who want to enter into home ownership, people who are not ready for home ownership but are interested in renting at affordable rates, and that way they can save and ultimately qualify for first-time mortgage programs, and also a community land trust that we want to promote as type of tenure for people too who want to live in a more cooperative environment. Live-work units allows people to work and live out of their unit. The units are designed so that the workspace is separated from the living environments, but it allows small entrepreneurs to actually keep their businesses at home, and it also contributes to the life on the street with having people come who may be a massage therapist or an architect or whatever, and having clients come to visit as well, which is also a way that cities promote small businesses and live-work units throughout the country. This just range of stuff is the way that we'll continue to work within the marketplace. We want to be responsive and flexible to the way that developers and market financing will allow us to build different types of units at Midtown. So that last comment about expanding housing choices, hopefully we'll begin to trigger the market in new ways that we haven't seen in Santa Fe. Next slide. So here are some basic studies that were generated, and again, I want to restate Rich's comment. We're amending these drawings so that these connections that go through adjacent properties are removed. These are not required for the approval of the plan. They were conceptual in nature, desired aspirations of ways that we want to see the Midtown site connect to the broader city. But anyway, these are estimated square footages of the different types of commercial development that have been saved that people want to see there. Institutional encompasses the educational uses that people also want to see there. And of course, the last bullet point there is film expansion lot. Everyone understands and recognizes and appreciates and desires the expansion of the Garson Studios so that we see more job creation and also opportunities for career paths through collaborations with local schools, film schools. Next slide. We see that there will a projection of approximately 1,100 units, and we clearly state in the community development plan, and it's also reiterated in the land development plan, that a baseline, meaning the minimum, not the maximum, but the baseline of those 1,100 units would be, that 30% of those would be affordable to moderate and low-income households. And we can do that by, again, flexibility that the inclusionary program provides, setting aside the 100% affordable housing sites, and offering different types of tenures and programs for entry into homeownership and affordable rental units. The total open space is approximately 6.4 acres, and again, that does not include the adjacent existing park. This, again, we just wanted to sort of identify or to note that it's so close in proximity that we're hoping that in future connections that there's a sense that the people who are living, working, learning, playing in Midtown see those connections, those short connections and walkable connections between the center of Midtown and these great existing park resources. Next slide. There has been ongoing engagement. Again, I think about the link overlay and the way that it's influenced significantly the land development plans, the master plan, and the zoning. But specifically focusing on Midtown, this all began with the campus project in 2018. The public engagement partners with local community organizations last year and this year. And again, this year, the city provided a planning stipend program that was open to community organizations to apply for, to defray costs for hosting events around the Midtown redevelopment plans. And those were recently closed as we receive final comments and gear up for the Planning Commission hearing on November October 20th. Next slide. I also want to state that not only do we make presentations to the city council committees, but we also are making, well, to this committee, the finance committee, there is a series of a three-part series slowly around land economics, and these are the titles. There's been discussion about whether the October 31st will be postponed to November 28th, and I'm not sure if that's been decided, Rich, but both dates are down here on the slide. But we will keep people updated on the Midtown website of these public forums to discuss land economics at Midtown. Next slide. Again, these are some of the more critical dates around the presentations and planning approvals for both the land development plan, the community development plan, and when it will come to you for a final hearing and vote. We go to the Planning Commission on the 20th, October 20th, and depending on the outcomes of that hearing, we plan on presenting to the governing body on November 9th. Next slide. And again, people can find continued updates on the Midtown District SantaFe.org website. Dates, documents, lots of information is available to the public on the website. I think that concludes the presentation this evening.
Thank you, Daniel.
Sure.
Yes, that concludes our presentation, and we stand for questions, keeping in mind that we are an applicant, so some of your questions we may not be able to answer, and I'll have to look at our city attorney for any guidance for any questions that might be presented. Also tonight, I have Lee Logston, our asset development manager, who is carrying the rezoning application with us in case there are some questions about rezoning. Thank you.
Councilor Castle.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. A little bit more of a comment than a question. I just wanted to state that this presentation was at EDAC today, and that committee has been very interested in Midtown. They were feeling I think the quote that was given is, "Hey, we're finally seeing some green lights at the end of this tunnel," and so they were feeling really positive and really excited about some of these pieces. There was some more discussion around housing, and we did start to have, this has been something that they've been really interested in. I did refer them over to the finance about kind of that land economics piece and what some of those components might look like. And I think that it is really interesting kind of talking about some of those live workspaces and the interplay with economic development and how all of these pieces really do come together. So they were really eager to continue to have these conversations, but I do think that the land economics 101 class that we're getting in finance for individuals that are interested in really understanding how we are balancing out these community issues with the finances, I would really encourage people to be watching those because I know that has been a really big question about what is the return on investment, and I believe that's the October 31st, the Halloween that we'll be getting. And I don't know if there's anything briefly that you would want to say to any members of the public to really discuss that at this moment, because I do think that is kind of a crucial piece that I keep hearing coming up again as I am speaking to people as we move into this phase of development.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, I think that the upcoming meeting on the 17th will provide a lot of insight as it relates to land economics, and we have one more after that on October 31st that goes deep into it. I think there's at least 15 slides for each of the presentations, so I would encourage folks who want to come to City Hall or to watch on YouTube, but we will go into deep detail with our team that deals with land economics. So thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And my colleague reminded me to spell out my alphabet soup. EDAC, for those who are not aware, is the Economic Development Advisory Committee. So I apologize for the use of acronyms. I do really want to thank you guys. That that comment about there is finally a green light at the end of the tunnel, I think is crucial. We are really at a turning point. And Rich, it was funny, you brought up today the number of people that are working on this, and I think your comment was like, look at all the people working on this, and I was like, my goodness, look at what this team of only this many have been able to do. And so I really, we could look at it both ways, but I really do want to express my gratitude to this team. I'm looking forward to the land use hearings that are coming forward. And thank you, guys. We got a long way to go, but I feel like we're really turning a corner, so I do want to send my appreciation to everybody who's been working on this. I'll yield the floor.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Brown, Mr. Logston, and Mr. Hernandez there virtually. I really appreciate this presentation. As I know 2 weeks ago when I was asking for more info, we got it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. There's one thing that wasn't covered in today's presentation. I know that was talked about during our finance presentation, which was disposal of property. And so could you cover what properties are being planned or penned or looked at for disposable of fiscal year not fiscal year, calendar end of this calendar year, and then potentially looking at next year? So what buildings are we looking at putting up for sale?
Yes, and we did discuss that in the Finance Committee presentation. So the first step will be issuing the RFPs. This year, we're trying to get out a series of 3 RFPs within this month, hopefully. And I only say that only because there's a lot of work being done on making sure that the RFP is crafted correctly. So hopefully by the end of next week, we'll be able to announce we're getting them out the door. All that said, though, there are 3 RFPs above this year for the Visual Arts Center, for the Garson Performance Theater Complex, and the Garson Studios lot. Those are the 3 that will go out in 2022. We imagine that the actual disposition that will come to the governing body, meaning the terms of the disposition, will most likely not come till around this time next year in 2023. So what it does, like when you're buying a house, you have a period of time to be able to do all of your inspections and assessments and calculations about what you can and cannot afford and what actually the value of that property is. That is that time period that we will most likely be working with developer owners so that they can do all of their assessments. They'll be doing that work within an exclusive negotiation agreement, meaning that we're working with them, like when you enter into a purchase agreement with the home seller, we will be entering into an exclusive negotiation period with the potential developer owner. So we don't anticipate the dispositions will happen until later next year. And again, those dispositions will come to the governing body for final approval.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Can you please state the buildings that these RFPs would be issued for?
Sure. The Visual Arts Center is that complex, the Ricardo Legarreta complex. And there's a series of buildings in there. I can, if you want the names of the individual buildings, I can pull them up real quick. Do you want the names of the individual buildings?
Yes, please. I think a lot of the public doesn't watch Finance Committee meetings, so that was the first time I've seen a lot of that information, and I think this would be the first time a lot of the public is getting this information regarding us selling buildings, and so I think it's fair for them to understand what buildings have been identified by the Midtown Development Team to be put up for sale.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I think we just named it Visual Arts Center, but Daniel may have the list of individual named buildings, if they're named buildings within Visual Arts Center. So I don't know if you have the named buildings inside the Visual Arts Center.
Yeah, so the Visual Arts Center, I'll just go down the list. The Visual Arts Center is the Ricardo Legarreta complex. There's the Marion Center for Photography. It's about a 1,300 square foot building. It's the Tipton Hall, which is about 2,500 square feet. Tishman Hall, which is about 16,000 square feet. So that's the Visual Arts Center. The Garson Studios lot currently is about a 49,000 square foot building, but the actual disposition is about 10 acres of property that surrounds it to allow for film expansion. And then there's where is it? The Garson Performance Theater is approximately 32,600 square feet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hernandez. And as you may recall in that meeting, I brought to the committee's and yours and Director Brown's attention that the governing body had passed a resolution that required staff to give a presentation to the governing body whenever any city land property wants to be disposed of. A presentation must be given first. Then one of my colleagues had made an assumption that when we issued the resolution earlier this year, that it included we approve the sale of that land or buildings, which is not the case. We stipulated in that RFP that there would be an RFP for redevelopment. So I strongly encourage that we follow the process that we set out in the resolution that the governing body passed last year, where when a property is to be sold, a presentation be given to the governing body. That way the public is well aware of whatever property is being proposed to be for sale. It's not on the market yet, but any potential property that is proposed to be for sale, and the justification why staff thinks it's a good idea, then a vote by the governing body could be taken afterwards on putting the property up for sale. And so I want to make sure that we're following this process, given you said we're going to be issuing an RFP for properties here in the next couple of weeks. I don't think that would allow for us to get an update via presentation and vote on a matter. So I just want us to follow the process we all agreed to here regarding city property and disposal of city property. And if you need copies of those resolutions, I'm happy to send them to you. But that's the process we felt was in the public's best interest when we sell property. So with that being said, I just want to make sure that when we're moving forward, we continue to move forward with the focus and mindset that the public is well aware of what we're doing. And I think tonight was a great opportunity for us to let the public know that it's being proposed by the Midtown Redevelopment Team to sell property. So many folks have said, wait, that's not what we've ever wanted to do with that property. That property was built or purchased as a legacy for the residents of Santa Fe. And there's been little to no information being put out there publicly that we are actually looking at parceling up the land and selling the land. And I think that's what I would encourage future presentations be given. That way the public is well aware of the next steps, because I'd hate for us to get so far down the path and the public say, wait, that's not what we thought, and it's too far down the path for recourse. So that's one suggestion I have for future presentations. I think, is there one slated for the end of this month?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, what is slated for this in the month? We have a land use hearing on the 20th of October, and then we come to you, I think, November 9th for the final hearing for the master plan and rezoning. As it relates to the RFPs, that's the different process of going through. Okay. We will come to the council before any disposition concept, because it's sale and or lease. It doesn't really mean we're going to sell anything. It's just that's an option that comes to the table from the RFP stuff.
Thank you, Director Brown. But I do want to state that in the resolution that we passed earlier this year, that it states, and I can pull up the language, Let's see. Request for proposals, issue an RFP for redevelopment, expansion, and operation of the Garson Studios with the goals of creating full-service studio, film, and multimedia production, including pre- and post-production facilities, and retaining existing jobs, creating new job opportunities at various skill levels within the production and industry facilities. The criteria for selecting proposals should include an evaluation of how proposals address cooperation with local and state higher education institutions to create professional training programs that ensure the retention and enhancement of jobs in the film and multimedia industry. Nowhere in that I just read, sorry it was fast, but I want to make sure we're getting through this quickly, does it say sale of land or sale of Garson Studios? And that was one thing that came to me as a very big surprise of looking at selling Garson Studios. So if we can potentially have a presentation solely dedicated on at that, these RFPs would be issued to address X, Y, and Z, or whatever it may be, because I know that the rezoning is a completely separate issue, but once the rezoning is done, what is the next step? And that's the next step where it becomes the parceling and potential sale of land, and I think that is where we need to begin to inform the public that is what's being proposed. So thank you, Director Brown. Mr. Loxton, I'll see you tomorrow night at BPAC. I know that they've reviewed this in depth and will be bringing some comments forward. And with that, I thank you for indulging me with my comments and questions tonight.
Rich, if I may, just address it just a little bit. I do want to say that, in order to get clarity for the public, the term disposition is meaning, you're disposing of something, meaning in this case, you're either selling or leasing, are both forms of disposition. So there is nothing in the RFPs that requires either or. We want to make sure in the public interest that whatever proposal we get ensures the success of that project according to whatever documentation we have in the community development plan and what we've heard and what the city council and city administration will want to see out of that project. So we want to see it implemented. So we may consider a sale if it benefits the project to ensure that it happens, and we'll write the underlying deed restrictions for the use of that property according to the way that people want to see it used in order to achieve the public's interest goals and community benefits. So again, we have not prescribed a sale or a lease. We want to make sure that the public interest is achieved through the RFP process. And RFPs are written specifically for the disposition of property through a sale or lease. There is information made available to the public about disposition at Midtown. For those of you who have read the community development plan, the draft of it, it starts on page 15. And there's a series of questions that we hear quite often about what does disposition mean? Will the city sell or lease? It is written in the community development plan. And so there are a series of frequently asked questions about what is disposition and what are we doing at Midtown. So if you're asking for a presentation specifically on disposition, happy to do that, and it will be directly from the community development plan that's posted on the website.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Mr. Hernandez just covered it, was the conversation around disposition, and I was going to refer people to that community development plan, that this is a little bit of a different, or a very bit of a different property than, other properties we've discussed the sale of, in the sense that we are also acting as the master developer. And so there really is this kind of interesting dynamic at play where parcel by parcel we get to really micromanage it to serve the needs of the community. And the ownership of the land is going to vary really based on what we're trying to do with the property and what we are trying to get back from it, and how we value both the social return on investment as well as the financial return on investment for each parcel, and how these may subsidize each other. Again, I know that this is going to be detailed more in the land economics series of presentations, but I do want to really point out to the public, I must disagree with Councilor Garcia that we haven't been talking about this, because that component, I think, has been clearly discussed, that there's going to be kind of this patchwork of ownership that is going to occur since we took it over. And I do remember this conversation of, will we sell it to one giant master developer? Are we going to parcel this thing out? Are we going to retain ownership? Are we going to look at land trusts? And it was a yes, 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 yes. We will continue to look and for each parcel as we really work to reach the highest value. And that highest value, when I say that, I don't just mean a financial value. I really mean that community value that we will be piecing this puzzle together. So Mr. Hernandez already pointed people in the direction of the community development plan. I did feel that it did do a good job of laying the groundwork for that understanding. So I really would encourage members of the public to read that, because it does provide some more information. And then once you read that, if you still have questions, let us know so that we can make sure that we continue to answer them, because Midtown is, many people have called it a unicorn, and therefore we are treating it very uniquely in the way that we are moving forward with this. It is not as cut and dry as some other projects we have done. And I think that it is really important that various members of the community feel that they can reach out and see how they can be part of this. And for some individuals, that means that they will not be able to purchase. They may not have the money to do this. And we talked about it with these 3 RFPs, that given the nature of, the arts, that it's very likely that we'll potentially be looking at a lease for this one. And so it really will vary from parcel to parcel, and it is going to be something that we're going to have to continually reassess and monitor as we develop this land. So thank you, Daniel, for referring everybody to the community development plan, and I'll plug it for the 5th time in the last 2 minutes. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councilor Merriworth.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point everybody to a resolution that we passed earlier this year, and here's the number. It is 2022-12. It is a resolution adopting next steps for the reuse and redevelopment of Midtown property, including applying for land use rezoning, general plan amendment, and master plan, adopting a community development plan, issuing certain requests for proposals, conducting certain studies and assessments, and seeking the acquisition of land within or adjacent to the Midtown site. In this resolution, which was introduced at the governing body, moved through our committees, and was adopted by this body, don't know what the vote was, it specifically says that the city manager is authorized and directed to proceed with the following pre-development actions to achieve the public policy goals described above for the redevelopment of Midtown. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things identified. 3 of those things are a request for proposals for Garson Studios, a request for proposal for Garson Performance Theater, Fogelson Complex reuse for public library, and it seems like and request for proposal for the Visual Arts Center. Clearly, in this resolution, we have notified the public, and the governing body has agreed that we are interested in people's ideas for how to use these properties. So to suggest that nobody knows, nobody knew, is factually incorrect. We as a governing body adopted, and the city manager is moving forward, Director Brown and his team are moving forward with these requests for proposals, which we've just been told they hope to be issuing very soon as they move through what is necessary to do that. So those RFPs will be, and I'm new to this kind of thing, and as Councilor Cassett said, it is a unicorn. This is a unique development project. But those requests for proposals are going to ask the community for ideas. People are going to present ideas, and some of those ideas, as we've heard, may be, hey, we'd like to buy those things, and this is what we do with it. Or, no, we can't afford to buy it, but we'd like to lease it, and these are the ideas for what we have. And those RFPs, like all our RFPs, will be evaluated, and something will, be the winner, and then from there, we will decide, what needs to happen. If there's a sale pending, then it'll go through the process that Councilor Garcia outlined, where we will have to come to the governing body and say, we're going to sell this, and we will have to agree about that. And then that whole process kicks in. We're not there yet. So I just, again, I want to point everybody to this resolution passed earlier this year that specifically identifies that we as a governing body gave our blessing to, directed the city manager to go forward with the team from economic development to work on, and that's what we're seeing. So I think the public is aware and has been told, and the process is working, and no steps are being skipped. Thank you, Mayor.
I think the city attorney has asked for a chance to weigh in on this.
Mayor, councilors, I just wanted to identify one additional issue. So I guess just maybe a nuance a little bit of what Councilor Merworth just said. So the RFP on moving Midtown forward was more recent. The one about sale of property does speak to properties listed as, quote, for sale. It's not clear if that will happen for any of these properties or not. The RFP may or may not result in someone wishing to purchase, which is what Councilor Merworth said. So, but what I don't know is whether that second step will make sense or not. It seems like even if someone responds to an RFP saying, I wish to buy, the city might not have ever posted something for sale. Because we're open to multiple options, right?
So can I ask a question on that?
Just go ahead if you want to clarify.
So if the RFP, if we go forward with an RFP that requires the sale, and we say, we agree, the RFP is the winner, and we move forward, what happens next with the RFP?
Mayor, Councilor, are you saying if we were to select a proposal that wishes to purchase?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for better articulating that.
We often refer to responses to RFPs as RFPs as well, and it gets confusing. It seems like as long as we are following these qualifications that are in the moving Midtown forward, that would be a appropriate way to move forward.
Okay. So there may be a question, actually, as to which process we're going to move forward, is what I hear you saying.
Mayor, Councilor, I suppose so, yes.
I think, as you pointed out, we're fairly far away from that happening.
Right, we're not there
We
yet.
have many, many steps to take, as our two presenters have suggested, that we have a lot of community input yet to consider before anything turns into what we're trying to line out at this moment.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Merworth, keep in mind that I'm aware of what Councilor Garcia said about disposition of property or assets. We have lots of other assets that will hopefully come to you in the next couple months. And so while we may receive RFP selected proposals, and there may be something that the evaluation committee decides upon, I can't make a decision on any of that until it goes through all of the committees that it needs to go through and then come to the governing body for final approval. So there is no disposition, so to speak, sale or lease, until we bring it forward to the full council and the committees before any disposition happens. And I think Mr. Hernandez said that that may not happen until September of next year. We have a lot of time in between us sending out our launch of the RFPs before it comes to this governing body for any review, advice, and consent.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful in understanding where we are and where we are not. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, you had your hand up, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
I guess I'm going to ask my colleague, since she brought up the resolution that I read from earlier, can you tell me where it says that we approve the sale or disposition of any property? Because it's solely focused on development. And if that was the intention, then it needed to be brought out, because as it was going through the process, I probably would have introduced an amendment to make sure that it is clearly stated that we're looking at selling this property. So if you can point me, we're out through this resolution that I read earlier, you just read, where it says that these plans, these requests for proposals to issue requests for sale, I'd be happy to, if you can point me to that, it'd be so gracious. But nowhere in here does it say disposition of property or sale of property, anything to that nature. It's more focused around development. And that the reason I bring this forward is my interpretation is we would look at it in the sense of potentially how we developed the rail yard, where we own the land. Somebody can come in and lease the land and build what they want to build, but we still own and retain ownership of the land. So if you can point me to that, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments at this time? Yeah. Counselor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think, if I'm understanding the process now, the resolution doesn't mention sale because the resolution focuses on a planning goal that we're trying to reach with Midtown. The RFP is going to take proposals of meeting the goals set within that plan. In meeting those goals, if it requires leasing the land or selling the land, that just comes with the proposal as they're defining the steps they're going to take to meet our planning goal with Midtown. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Chavez, yeah, that's what development really is about. Development is about the planning to the disposition. So we are in the development stage, and there are options that come with it, but that's what really the process is about.
And so I just want to clarify, the city is not listing any land for sale. What they're trying to do is we're trying to gain proposals and meeting the goal, and a sale of land may come with that if it's a plan that will meet the goal we have for Midtown Best. Correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Chavez, that is correct, and I think Mr. Hernandez sort of talked about that we, the people, and the city governing body have the authority to create deed restrictions around what this disposition could be about. We could have a lease with local arts organizations and say, let's work a public-private partnership with you so that you can improve the building so that you can be the lease manager of it. So there are lots of steps that really are going to take place before we get to the disposition, actually.
And if a proposal that's chosen involves selling land, we would be the final approval on that, which would require a presentation of that proposal and all it entails, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Chavez, that is absolutely correct.
So in fact, through the RFP process and choosing an appropriate proposal that meets the goal, we are going to be meeting everything within the resolution that we're supposed to be aligned with, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Chavez, that is my interpretation of it, yes.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Counselor. I think to frame it for me, we've heard for some time a variety of options for moving forward. We've heard from individuals who have indicated, and we've discussed it as a governing body, the option of an individual or a company or a consortium buying the entire site. That has been something that we've discussed in these meetings. Is that an option? People want to know. Folks who have seen proposals that they admire would like that to be on the table. We've heard people say if you dispose of the land in individual parcels, which has been discussed, a concern is not just the disposition, whether it's lease or sale, but what's the technique to make sure the pieces all tie together and we end up with a commodious development that looks whole rather than patchwork. Is that doable with different disposition techniques or with different guidelines for design? How would we achieve that? So I think, it's a robust discussion about what is in the interest of the public, whether it is a sale of the entire site to a master developer who would develop everything with one vision, or to have individual parcels that either are some purchased, some leased. There is no presumed outcome that I'm aware of. There's rather a robust discussion about different ways to get to the best public result, as defined in both the proposed master plan and then the community development goals. So again, we have many different choices in front of us that involve the land, the disposition of it, the best way to achieve our goals as a community, and it may be a mixture of solutions, economic and social, that get us the blend that people most want to see achieved. But those decisions, the options have been laid out, the choices have been discussed, the voices from different parties are going to continue to be heard, and we'll be hearing this process go forward for the next several months before we even get to the point where hopefully there's some adopted decisions that then allow those next steps to move forward. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Councilor Caston, I didn't see your hand.
Oh, this is not about Midtown. I was just going to,
So let's thank you guys and let you, if you need to stick around for other items down the road, please do. It's 7:30. We typically try to get to our petitions from the floor as close to 7 p.m. as we can, and we are substantially late for achieving that. So I would entertain a motion to change our agenda to bring petitions from the floor next.
so moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second to get petitions from the floor up next. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor, there's actually public people here also for presentations, so we also have to honor their time too. Some are online, some are here in person, so there's public people here for various things. I just want to make a note of that.
I think that's correct, but we have articulated as a governing body a preference for advertising 7 p.m. as the time we would undertake petitions from the floor. And if we can do that rapidly and effectively, then we can move to the third of our presentations. There's a motion, there's a second. Can we get a vote on this motion, please?
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Merworth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
No.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Let's go to petitions from the floor. Then when we've achieved that, we'll go to our third presentation of the evening. Can you, are there people in the Zoom room at this time? Let's take them first and give them 2 minutes, and then we'll go to people in the audience here who have something that is not related to anything on the agenda, but you wish to call to the attention of the governing body. We'll give anybody who wishes to speak to something that is not a hearing in the future of this agenda or a presentation, but is simply something you want to speak to, a 2-minute opportunity to do that.
Yes, Mayor, if I could, I would just like to note if anyone is on Zoom and would like to speak for petitions from the floor, please raise your virtual hand, and we will call on you.
Okay, we don't have anyone in the Zoom room who is eager to speak from petitions from the floor. Are there individuals here in the chamber who would like to speak to something that's not a hearing or an item yet to come? If there's something you want to speak to that's not on the agenda, but you wish to call to the attention of the governing body, we'd love to give you 2 minutes to do that now. Please come up to the podium.
Mayor, it does look like Ms. Stephanie Benenato did raise her hand for petitions from the floor.
Okay, let's recognize her for 2 minutes, and she's in the Zoom area.
Correct.
Thank you.
Stephanie?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so Stephanie Benenato, P.O. Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I would like to bring to your attention that the plaza is a non-smoking area. And it has a sign that says no smoking, but it's only one sign. And the other day, for example, there were at least 3 people sitting on the plaza smoking, and one that is tobacco, and then one smoking cannabis. And they pretty much took over the whole location. And there were police officers on bicycles going around, but nobody stopped to bother to do anything. I've asked Melissa McDonald, I believe, in May and August, if there could be some no smoking signs put up, like maybe in each quadrant of the plaza. And I haven't gotten much feedback from her or response that was anything more than a lot of reasons not to do anything. So I'm hoping that there could be some direction to her or to park staff to put some signs up so that then people who are supposed to be enforcing things on the plaza would at least have a basis for doing that. And I do want to thank the Recreation for having longer hours both at Salvador Perez and at Chavez. It's still not what it was, but it's so much better than, say, even 6 months ago. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the Zoom area who wishes to speak at this time on a petition from the floor, something not on the agenda for tonight? Are you seeing any other hands, Madam Clerk? No?
No, Mayor.
And I don't see anyone from the chamber here who is coming to the podium, so I will at this point say that we have completed the petitions from the floor, and we'll go back to the regular order of our agenda, which takes us to the third presentation, if you'll introduce that, Madam Clerk.
Absolutely. The third presentation for this evening is a quarterly update from the Community Health and Safety Task Force. And we don't get the screens put up here.
Do either of you want to introduce?
All right, you're all set on Zoom.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Weber and councilors and members of our community. My name is Valeria, and I will be providing a brief overview of the Community Health and Safety Task Force accomplishments in the third quarter and their fourth quarter priorities. So I am going to open up my screen share. If you give me 1 second. I will take myself out of video so I don't lose connection. And let me present here. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. So this is our very brief overview. As I've mentioned, here's our quick agenda. Recognizing the dedication and commitment of our task force members and co-chairs, some of who are actually on Zoom, joining us via Zoom. We also invite you to please reference the quarterly progress report, where you will learn in detail about the various efforts, learning sessions, expert panel presentations, key findings, and potential recommendations that the task force will be exploring further. As you know, you're always welcome to join the task force meetings and learning sessions, and they take place the first Tuesday of every month and the second to last Tuesday of every month. So for our third quarter, we have the following learning sessions and expert presentations with a couple of highlights that I'm going to give for each of them. Santa Fe Police Department Workload Assessment and Staffing Study presentation. We were noted that starting in April 2022, they've made immediate adjustments to their trainings and special operations to maximize staffing needs. PD also expressed their continued commitment to building community trust. Our next presentation here is the City of Santa Fe Violence Prevention Research and Development. As you all know, there's been an uptick in violence both in the city, across the state as well. They presented and discussed various forms of hidden violence, and also various key prevention practices were presented for discussion and consideration. The National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, NACOLE, they provided an overview of 5 types of civilian oversight models, and there was significant discussion about each of them. They also reiterated the importance of being responsive, not reactive, to community needs. This was again underscored throughout the presentation. The Overdose Prevention Center expert presentation and panel discussion. There is an effort here between the City of Santa Fe Municipal Drug Strategy Task Force, who is working with the Department of Health on enlisting a new sponsor to reintroduce the bill in the 2023 January session. The bill referenced here is authorizing the use of supervised consumption of drugs in a harm reduction center setting. Last but not least, the VERA Institute for Justice on Police Transparency. As we know, police officers are the most visible manifestation of the criminal legal system and have a profound impact on the lives of millions of people every day. So examining VERA's Police Data Transparency Index can help ascertain what type of data cities and counties can make available in order to center social equity in public safety solutions. So that was a very brief overview of our learning sessions. Quick updates on our working groups. The Policies and Practices Working Group is working closely with the Community Health and Safety Department on gathering critical data. Also, the Community Outreach Engagement contract, as you all know, has been delayed due to a very lengthy negotiation process. However, the contract has been executed as of September 2022, so that work is about to begin. And what's coming up for the fourth quarter here, we have 2 learning sessions confirmed, the 30 by 30 initiative presentation, which focuses on national gender equity in law enforcement and best practices, and also the traffic enforcement alternative policy and models will be presented by our task force members, Monica Holt and Emily Kaltenbach. Priorities that the task force will be focusing on this next quarter. The Alternative Responses Community Engagement Working Group will meet with the UNM Center for Social Policy to review survey questions and an outreach plan based on the scope of work. Second, the Policies and Practices Working Group will meet with the Community Health and Safety Department to continue their acquiring of data, assessing that data, reviewing that data. And last but not least, the Community Health and Safety Task Force will be requesting an extension to continue work through June 2023. We want to just remind everyone that you can access the task force meeting recordings here at this link, and also can join us during our first Tuesday of the month and second to last Tuesday of the month task force meetings. And a special thank you to our governing body, Mayor Weber, the members of the task force, Julie Sanchez, for their leadership, dedication, time, and energy to this critical and most pressing work. And I will stop the share, and we are open for questions. Councilwoman Renee Villarreal and also Councilor Chris Rivera are available to answer the questions that may come up for you. Thank you for your time again.
Thank you very much. And I know Councilwoman Villarreal, Councilor Rivera, you may want to supplement or speak to the presentation we just heard or add your own insights. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Valeria. I appreciate your leadership. Valeria is integral to our work with the task force and getting details and, you know, taking notes so that we're on track and we can keep the information that we are learning in a succinct format. So I appreciate that. I also want to thank all the members. The folks that were able to join us tonight is Gino Zamora, who's in the audience, and also Marcela Diaz, and all the other members. I'm going to say personally, I learned so much from each of these people. They have such incredible experience, not just lived experience, but professional experience. And then the fact that these folks can curate certain topics that we think are important as we reimagine public safety and health is so important. And when you look at the learning sessions, and Valeria went through them, there's so much more to those. There was such rich information, and I hope that the public and even media will look at those presentations and look at the recordings, because those inform us. Those inform the public. Those inform the members. They inform us as co-chairs. I think that those, in order to understand what's happening in the country, best practices, things that are being tried out, these presentations and expert panel discussions are what helps us to make sense of what's happening in the country, and also make sense of how it is applicable to the city and what we can do in terms of recommendations into the future. I did want to mention that it was frustrating, I think, for all of us that the UNM contract with the Center for Social Policy, that process was extremely lengthy with the contract negotiation between our staff, the attorney's office, and also UNM. And so I think that was out of our control. But the way we supplemented it, again, was through these learning sessions. So I think they'll be blended very nicely and be able to inform us in a lot of different ways. And so we're excited to move forward to be able to start actually doing the community outreach and education and engagement piece, which is the next phase that we've been waiting for, that we're really excited to move forward with that. And I think because of that delay, that is why we're requesting the extension, because as we all know, that was an integral part of our work, and we want to make sure that we hear voices in the community and that community members are able to participate. So that is why we'll be requesting an extension to continue our work through next year. And I will pass it over to my colleague. Thank you.
Councilor Rivera, and then I think the city attorney's hand is up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Valeria, as well, and to all the members, if there are any still on Zoom. Thank you, Gino, for sticking it out. Much appreciated. I know you've done a lot of work on the task force, and I'm glad you were here to listen to the presentation. As far as the contract goes, I think we started looking at it and working at it in February, and then at some point later, the attorney's office here signed it, and then there was some back and forth, and UNM finally signed it now in September. So I don't think there was a delay from our attorney's office from February all the way to September. There was a time in there where they were okay with the language, and then UNM had some issues with it. But it did finally get signed at the end of September, so just wanted to make that clear. And just continue to, or look forward to the community outreach piece and really reaching people that aren't looked at and reached very often. We're trying to hit a group of people that don't normally respond to surveys. So we're trying to get a good idea of how the community in general feels, and I think Dr. Sanchez from UNM will help us to get there. He's well respected and well known, and has a good idea of how we're going to work the community outreach. So we look forward to getting started. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And I think, City Attorney, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Weber. I just wanted just to request that when my department's mentioned in a presentation, if I could be touch base with before it's published, just to make sure we all agree on how it's being represented, or at least I have the opportunity to provide some feedback on it. Because we received the contract in April, end of April. We provided a signed version back in May, and I think we went back and forth, and we signed off on a version we understood UNM agreed to in July. So to see a representation of 9 months associated with my office is just not helpful to, I think, public perception and then also my staff's morale.
Thank you. Are there questions for any of the people on the who are present, or the presenter about the substance of the report? Because we not only have the slide presentation, but there's also a very extensive document that was attached chronicling a significant number of issues that have been addressed and brought up in the course of the work. And I think it's a fair time to ask questions if you want, or if not, perhaps provide them in writing afterwards, so that the work can go forward. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Why did this contract take 9 months?
Mayor, Weber, councilors, I can speak to the time period between April and July.
Okay.
End of April and July. So we made some red lines, and we're fine with that version in May. UNM was not okay with those, had some that were illegal for us to sign. Had to have, my understanding is, multiple conversations with them to come to something that was possible for both agencies to sign. That happened in July. I can't speak to pre-end of April or post-July.
In looking at the third quarter report, it's extensive. I'm wondering if, from our original resolution, if we've had scope creep in terms of, there's a lot in this report, and now we are adding on a whole new dimension of a public survey, and I'm not sure how that ties into the review and recommendations on policy and procedure.
Who are you addressing?
Anyone on the committee?
Councilor Lindell, I don't think we understand your question.
Well, I think the purpose of the task force was for a review of policy and procedure that we have at this point in time. I'm not sure what the contract with UNM at this point in time, I mean, it's pretty late on. This, as far as we knew, was to be done at the end of 2022. It's had a couple of extensions. Should the committee not get another extension, it does seem to me like from this third quarter report, there's a massive amount of information in that report. I'm not sure what the purpose at this point of that contract is, really. It seems to me that if we were doing that contract to collect that information, that would have been more appropriate to have had that on the front end than on the back end. This is a massive amount of work that we're looking at, and I don't know how you put more onto that and meet any kind of a timeline.
I think we realize that it's lengthy. It's a lot of work. We've done a lot of research into it, and clearly we're going to make recommendations that are doable, that we think make sense. It's not going to be the entire document. We're not going to propose that everything come forth. But the community outreach piece helps tie it all together. We have to hear from them to know that we're looking at community health and safety globally, not just from a couple presentations, but that we're looking at from what the public sees, what the people need. I haven't had interaction with the police in a while, long while, and I hope I never do. But I don't understand the side of it from someone that maybe has had interactions with the police. So that part is really important, and again, just bringing it all together, that's what the community outreach piece is gonna do.
Well, thank you, Counselor, and I guess we have the contract now, but it would have seemed to me that that work would have been perhaps given the task force more insight if it had been done on the front end instead of the back end. I see you shaking your head, Counselor.
Yeah, I just want to say that we didn't have a choice to have it on the back end. The decision, the plan was to have the community engagement process on the front end, but because it took a long time to actually implement, that's where we're at. But that doesn't mean that we're just going to stop our work. You know, some of the research and the learning sessions do inform how we're actually going to approach some of the questions and topics that we broach with the public. It actually ties very nicely. There's some things that we're learning. Maybe not all the learnings will come out of recommendations, but I think that it actually goes hand in hand. I mean, we need to do research and find out what are best practices in what's happening in the community and also across the country to better inform ourselves. And we also need to make sure that we hear from the public and understand what are their lived experiences, how do they think we can reimagine public safety and health because they have experiences too. So I think that the blending is going to go nicely. It's not ideal. We would have loved to have public engagement at the very onset, but that's just not how things work sometimes in this world. So that's where we're at. Thank you.
Councilor Adele, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I hope that the survey that gets put together is a good, valid survey and not a push poll, which I've seen other groups put together and put out as a survey. I hope that there's some internal validity to it and that it is truly a well thought out survey and better than what I've seen done in the past. My understanding is it's being done by people that have a scholarly background, and I have high standards for them. Much more so than what I've seen in the past people put out, which have been more like push polls rather than surveys. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question in regards to behavioral health, because I see like a huge focus on police, which I get is tied to safety, but I think when we examine our statistics as a state, for example, where we have the 4th highest suicide rate, we have data so present and public about our mental health crisis. So I was just wondering why there's such a little focus in some of the work and sessions on that topic. I do see drug addiction being addressed, which is huge and a big thing, but just the behavioral health crisis that we're in and access to resources, is that work coming, or is there something that's guided work so that that's not as emphasized as I would imagine with this committee it would be?
Thank you for the question. I think every single presentation we talk about has to do with mental health and how, as it relates to community health. Just because the topic wasn't focused on behavioral health, I think every single topic that we've covered has actually had to do with how that affects community. So, yeah, I think it ties in. There's not been a direct presentation on that. We want to tie public health as it relates to public safety, and so the presentations that we've been getting actually have done that. So I would suggest looking at some of those presentations, because I think it actually is talking about people's experiences and how we're supporting people in the community. Like, for example, the Overdose Prevention Center, it is talking about how people who have substance use addictions and substance use disorders, that does tie very closely to their mental health. and their mental health state. And if they're able to have integrated services and support, then that will actually reduce overdoses and also reduce issues of crime in the community. So I think it's not a direct, but there's definitely indirect ties to like how it relates to behavioral and mental health with communities.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilor Casson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I really just want to thank the group for this wide breadth of presentations and explorations. As soon as you start getting into public health and safety, it's such a complex topic that there's so many different fingers that go out, and so how it all gets consolidated is, I do not envy you that task of how this moves forward with recommendations. I will be really interested to hear the perspective of the public, both in, as was just discussed, mental health does become such a big key component here, as well as the general actions of the public safety departments. I'm curious, are you going to be incorporating in perception not just of police, but also some of these alternative response units that we've launched in the last couple of years since this is, and how is that going to integrate in with some of these community conversations?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We've had one meeting with Dr. Sanchez already, and we talked about this isn't just about police, this is about public safety in general. So ARU, fire department came up in it, and then community health in general. So do people have the resources that they need? Do they have access to good health care? Do they have access to food? I mean, it looks at many different things, and I know Kira's group does a good job of, with the ARU, kind of dealing at small levels with mental health and some other things, taking care of some of the smaller things, but do we need to do more than that? So, yeah, it's going to look at more than just police.
Yeah, interesting. And I feel that, there will probably be some policy recommendations, but I will not be surprised when coming out of that is going to be these are some of the other areas that we need to explore and focus on. I know that there's only so much that this group can do, and that we kind of had this conversation with CHART. This is not the end, but the beginning. And so I really imagine that will be part of that report. So if that's coming, I expect that. I will not be surprised to see that. And I do want to thank you for, these are tough topics. These are really tough topics. I know that it was disappointing with the contract, that there were these delays in the contract, and so it is going to be a delay to get these policy recommendations, because I think that it will also take time to implement a lot of the recommendations that come out of this task force, as well as identify, when we do see those places for more opportunity, how we continue to move forward with that. So I have not had an opportunity to watch these, and I will. It is on my to-do list. So thank you for making sure that those are recorded. And I really want to thank the residents that are serving on this committee. Again, these are really complex topics with no easy answer. And those are really are tough things to tackle. So that's all for now. And thank you again. And let's get moving on the community engagement. And I know that Julie was key in moving that contract through as well. So thank you to staff and city attorneys and to Julie Sanchez for getting that signed so we can move forward.
Thank you. I want to second Councilor Chavez's comments on mental and behavioral health. She and I were both very vigorous participants over the weekend at a NAMI march, and it's not a stretch to say that we are in the middle of a mental health emergency, nationally and locally. And I note that the subject does come up on page 7 of the written report under items for continued exploration. Specifically, and I'll just read from it briefly, provides support and services in mental health and workplace wellness, connect community with needed services, build key relationships between PD and community service providers to ensure people are connected to services needed and to cultivate trust and mutual respect. Then the next paragraph goes on to talk about the Community Health Council and the link between domestic violence and hidden forms of violence. But it seems to me that this is, at least in my experience right now, the critical issue in front of us. That I'd agree, Councilor Rivera, when you talked about not having had police experience, but I know you've gone on ride-alongs. And I had one last week, and I looked at the calls for service on the computer of the officer I was riding with, and they were all either involving homeless people or people who were mentally ill, or both. And so it's not just provide support and services in mental health. I think we're really at a profound moment where, just as you're looking at the capacity to address issues of public safety, we need a benchmark of capacity to deliver services in public mental and behavioral health. And I think you would find we are severely under-resourced and have been for maybe, well, certainly since the behavioral health units were effectively done away with under the former governor, and then probably even then it was inadequate. So I do believe that if you're doing benchmarking and assessments of moments of crisis, you know, this commission, in my memory, was born in the crisis of George Floyd's murder. And it was a time when we saw a national debate about policing, and I think that debate is still in front of us. It's now been augmented with a debate about how we deal with these overlapping issues of mental health, behavioral health, drug use. We've moved from one form of addictive drug to a more popular one now. We're seeing meth give way to fentanyl, and people being forced to undertake significantly different behaviors to feed their addictions, which then lead to more shoplifting and more crime. And so if we're really getting at the heart of the matter, I believe that paragraph about mental health and mental wellness has become a matter of national and local emergency. And so I would encourage whatever anticipated presentations that are here under items for continued exploration. I think it is ground zero for so much of what people are concerned about. So I offer page 7 up as not the beverage, but the page, I offer it up as something to focus on. And then I did want to raise one interesting, have an opportunity for a little dialogue, if possible, around I'm scrolling there now, about the issue that you raised, Councilwoman, about overdose prevention and overdose prevention centers, and experience in other communities, including a paragraph that really stuck out for me that said that overdose prevention centers have proven, this is on page 14, repeated studies have shown that harm reduction services provided by OPCs do not increase the rates of drug use or crime, and instead save lives and are cost effective while reaching people to engage them in necessary care. Items such as syringes and pipes distributed by OPCs and harm reduction programs help prevent overdose, lower infectious disease transmission, and in fact have proven to not increase crime or illicit drug sales in the surrounding neighborhoods. And I think if you're looking for, again, places to carve out an initiative or a pilot or a test case, I link this with the behavioral and mental health issue very directly, and wonder if you would or staff could elaborate on that presentation to give us more about this finding that says an OPC does not increase crime or illicit drug sales, and in fact, save lives. Maybe you could just offer more, unpack that a little bit and offer more from the presentation you all had.
I think the presentation that we had was from the lady in New York that actually started some of these centers, and I think when they first put them in, I think people in the neighborhood felt like it was going to increase crime and increase drug use, and they found that that wasn't the case. So in the photos that she showed us in the presentation, they were like little medical centers, and again, with fentanyl being a very popular drug of choice right now, if people that are using can go somewhere and use it safely and be monitored so they don't die, that's the main goal of these centers. And again, we don't want anybody, they may have addictions, they may have mental health issues, but we don't want them dying because they're choosing to do something. And I believe the presentation was recorded as well. It was a great presentation. So, but that was the information regarding crime and drug use.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I think all of these ideas about how to get more information about what the public perceives or what they think would be good for focus groups and for our surveys. So mental health and behavioral health, maybe that's an actual focus area or part of the survey. So I think all these ideas of ways to get more information from the public could be incorporated in and get the public's feedback. And I think there's a lot of intersectionality with these topics and what's happening. So when you see the connection, there are connections. Intersectionality of all these issues related to public health and safety are so fascinating, and yet we can't cover every single thing that we'd like to. So lots of learning processes, lots of information. I think all of us leave our learning sessions just really inspired by what's happening across the country and even in our community. So we look forward to also finding out what the public thinks about these possibilities.
And I think as much as a chance to hear from the public, I think equally we've seen how important it is to do public education. The town hall session on homelessness, I think, was a constructive effort to speak about safe sleeping spaces. The pushback against safe sleeping spaces, I think, will be small compared to the idea that a OPC is coming to your neighborhood soon. And so, and yet, your point is spot on. These pieces fit together. We have to be very, very, we have to not just assume things. We have to study them and learn about what works. And it is an emergency. It is a crisis. And the pieces do fit together. Homelessness and safe sleeping spaces, petty crime, all of these are components that health and safety need to be put together into a strategy. And it needs to have community buy-in or it won't work. It's not just a matter of having more police officers or better police policies. Ultimately, it's about community participation and community acceptance of a model of thinking that changes from thinking about drug addiction as a crime to seeing it as a disease that needs to be treated. And harm reduction is part of that. Any other questions or comments at this time? Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your being with us and for sticking with us. One last thought. If there are interim recommendations along the way that you're already coming to see as a group will inevitably be promoted and brought forward, if you have the ability to do that, I would encourage it because I think we all want to see your best thinking brought to our governing body in the form of proposals, large or small. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think we now agreed we would move the agenda so that appointments came next.
That is correct, Mayor. So we do have several appointments this evening. The first appointment that we'll be voting on is for the Santa Fe Public Library Board. And it is for Flavian Mark Lupintetti.
I'm sorry, I was distracted briefly. So we have a recommended appointment for Mr. Lupinetti. Is there a motion on
Move
this?
to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Counselor Michael Garcia? Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera? Counselor Mayor Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, and then we have another one, I believe, which is the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Yes, Mayor. We do have appointments for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We have Candace Martinez for an appointment term ending in June of 2024, and Stephen Pilcher for an appointment with term expiring in June of 2023.
Councilor Garcia, did you want to speak to these or make a motion?
No, I think this brings us up to having representation in each of the 4 districts. We're always looking for folks to come join us, whether it be as an official committee member or as a subcommittee member. You get to talk about great things like tomorrow night, as I mentioned earlier. BPAC will be going over the Midtown redevelopment plan and how it affects biking and safety and whatnot. So come join us. With that, motion to approve.
There's a motion to
Second.
approve these nominations, and there is a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk?
All right. Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Yes. Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
And Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And then the third is partial appointments to the Charter Review Commission. There's some unfinished business there, but these are the nominations that we're able to make at this time.
Mr. Mayor, both Councilor Lee Garcia and I made recommendations, and neither of them are on the list. So is it your intention to leave District 3 out?
Not at all. No, what happened was we had a responsibility under the resolution as adopted to get nominations approved in this council meeting, and I got one person you both submitted simultaneously, and then one person on Friday who's submitted a form after the close of the agenda, and then another one that came in yesterday. So I now have a total of 3 from District 3. And my intention would be to make those appointments at the next meeting.
So I checked on Monday, and none of the applications were even on here. So not sure why the District 3 ones couldn't have.
Well, I didn't get one of them until yesterday.
Okay, the other 2.
Well, I'm supposed to get, according to our resolution, Counselor, the process was each counselor was supposed to present 3 names. I was hoping we would get 3 names from you and 3 names from Counselor Garcia. This is by no means finished. This is simply my best attempt to get a first chunk of the commission appointed by the date specified in the resolution. So I now have a total of 3 names from District 3. There's a little bit of confusion on my part as to who was recommending who, because one individual was recommended by both of you, the same person, and then one person attributed their application to Counselor Garcia, but I think you also indicated you supported their nomination, and then the third person hasn't submitted an application yet. Other way around?
However, I think we got the third one yesterday.
Okay.
We did submit all the materials to the clerk's office on Friday before I think we had two, or at least before I had received two of the applications.
Yeah, we
So
only
it was
had one
we
person.
have people to nominate from. The pool wasn't there for District 3 yet, until today. Now there's 3.
But there's no, this is not the end of this. This is simply the batch that I have to work with and the timetable in the resolution. I have no intention of leaving District 3 out whatsoever.
So the District 3 nominations will come up next meeting?
Yes, sir. Councilor Chavez?
Can I recommend that we just have the Charter Review Commission as a whole be postponed until our next meeting where we have the District 3 representation there? Is that a possibility?
So Mayor or Councilor, so Mayor did ask me about that. Our resolution does say that they shall be appointed by today. So I think he's trying to do the best he can to comply with the existing resolution.
Well, I'm not sure Councilor Chavez is finished yet.
If we would vote to postpone it today and you have if the governing body agrees to that, I would imagine that despite what's listed in the resolution, since we are all agreeing tonight to do that, that it would be acceptable, correct?
Mayor or Councilor, that is not how you change a resolution, if that's the question.
So we have to so then I guess my question is the fact that District 3 isn't represented, isn't that too is kind of going against the resolution? So I'm just trying to get clarification, because either way, the charter is not complete if we make the appointments that we have in front of us right now.
Mayor or Councilor, that's right. I mean, no matter what, you won't be able to fulfill it entirely, so my best recommendation is to do as much as you can, but that's just my recommendation.
We talk a lot about trying to fulfill our processes and follow our process as stipulated, and my reading of the resolution called upon me to do certain things by a certain date. It said that there would be 3 nominees by each council member for me to work with, and I'm fully supportive of that and have done that with the nominations I've gotten. This is not closing out the process. It's simply attempting as best possible to complete the work that we have started at the moment. No District 3 representation will be denied at all. It's simply a matter of determining whether the practice of actually filling out an application and getting it in to the city attorney's office for timely consideration is something we can do. And we've got all of the people whose names are on this list fulfilled that resolution, and I'm not requiring that we stop at this point, simply that if the 2 councilors from District 3 wanted to add more names between now and the next meeting, they're free to do that. If they don't, I now have a total of 3 names from District 3, and we'll pick 2 people from those 3 names. I know that's not what the resolution says, but we're trying to make the best that we can do. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It also says in the resolution that by September 2nd, 2022, the nominee shall fill out an application for appointment identifying their voting district interest in the process and any personal characteristics they are interested in sharing. And I know that this process didn't even begin by September 2nd, so from the off the bat, we're not following the process outlined in the resolution. So I think we've put ourselves in a quandary here where we want to get this body filled because it's got to complete its critical work, but given we didn't start off as we said we were intending to do, where does that put us? I think.
Well, it puts me in an attempt to do as best I can to fulfill the resolution as it was adopted, and We're not done. We're going to be able, we will obviously not meet all of the stipulations here, but I don't think we can be so draconian that we stop taking applications or so undisciplined that we simply throw the process out the door. I think we're trying to find a workable middle ground where we appoint the people to the districts where we got those names, and then we'll finalize it at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Councilor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. I cannot find the resolutions language. By the October 12th date, does it say that the mayor will appoint, or does it say that the governing body will approve? Because on a technicality, he has appointed, and we do not have to approve today per the resolution and could postpone 2 weeks, if I am remembering the language correctly.
Councilor Lentz, do you have it right in front of you?
I have it in front of me. And it says the mayor shall appoint 9 members, which I'm not able to do based on the lack of the earlier nominations. And we're just trying to make the best of the opportunity that we've got. And then by October 12th, we'll give it to the governing body for approval. So it's your task to approve it on October 12th.
Can we read the exact language there?
For approval by the governing body, the mayor shall appoint 9 members, one from each councilor's nominated candidates, and 1 at-large nominee, including a chair and a vice chair, for approval by the governing body by October 12, 2022.
So technically, you have done that. Well, almost. You've done not quite 9.
I have, as the city attorney pointed out, and I consulted her on this, I have done to the best of my ability from the pool that was offered to me the nomination.
And there is nothing in there that says that we do have to approve today, and we could technically postpone because we have received it.
However, Councilor Cassidy, I like your creativity on that.
Thank you. It says that the mayor must submit it to us for approval by. It does not say that the governing body must approve by October 12th, in which case we can interpret that to we can postpone for 2 weeks, allow District 3 to see if there are any other applicants that they would like to nominate, and therefore we can have a full slate that we appoint all at one time. That is a motion.
Second.
And there's a motion to postpone the vote on the Charter Commission for 2 weeks. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, if I could just confirm, Councilor Cassett had the motion and Councilor Chavez.
Chavez was the second, correct.
Councilor Lindell?
No.
Councilor Rivera? Yes. Councilor Marworth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
No.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, we will carry this over till the next meeting, and by then we will have completed the slate. If there are additional nominees who want, from District 3 who can submit their paper, since, as Councilor Garcia pointed out, we did not meet the September deadline to begin with, let's flesh out more nominees if there are individuals who'd like to serve at the nomination of either Councilor Rivera or Councilor Garcia. Madam Clerk, it's 8:30. What do we do now?
All right, we are going to action items. We're on item 10A. This is request for approval of amendment number 1 to contract number 21-0322 with Mountain River Consulting Incorporated for utility billing in the amount of $900,000 for year 2 of its 4-year contract. Nancy Jimenez, our Utility Billing Division Director, is available for this item, Mayor.
Thank you.
Do you want a motion?
I'd like a motion before we...
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? And there's a second. I think we should entertain a presentation and then go to questions from the governing body. I think you need to see if the little light at the tip of the microphone is lit. There you go. Now you're live.
Oh, you can hear me? Great.
Yes.
All right.
Please, and get as close to the mic as you comfortably can. It really doesn't always pick up that well.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Better? Yes, I am here tonight to request an additional funding for the Mountain River contract. We are in the middle of year 2. It is a 4-year contract, and we are requesting an additional $900,000 for this contract to assist with support, technical support, and assistance with our new upgrade to our advanced billing system for utility billing. Hopefully that kind of sums it up. It's been a long night, so I stand for any questions.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone else, Mr. Jones, did you want to add anything, or you want to wait for questions and respond? Okay. I'm looking to the members of the council for questions. Councilor Chavez.
I just wanted to comment. I think what was helpful in reviewing this is that I have, well, I would say recent, but time has gone by. I don't think it was so recent that was able to visit water and do a walkthrough and see the magnitude of work that takes place by very few individuals. And the need for support like this is very obvious when you're in there and seeing just the amount you all do. It was shocking to me, and when I saw how few were part of that movement of just the bills show up every day and the money's taken in and we have a switching and transition in systems, like all of the moving pieces that are taking place that are creating challenge, and still customers can predict to receive their bill. They can have any issues that come up be resolved. The systems are in there, but you can see why support is needed. So I just wanted to emphasize that. I know it's because, I did have that privilege to kind of walk through and observe the work being done. But it's very clear when that is done why, first of all, amazing staff, but why that staff also needs necessary support. So thank you, and I completely support this so that you all are successful in continuing to do the great work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, and just to let the committee know, we're in the 9th inning, basically, of making this change to a new billing system. And to put brakes on it now, I think could potentially be disastrous. So I'd hate to give up on something right now at the last minute. It just doesn't make sense. So I approve this wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Romero-Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just add that we did approve the budget with this money in it. What we're approving tonight is the contract, and so the money's budgeted. I'd also would echo Councilor Rivera that this is an operational necessity, and while we may be impatient with the amount of time it's taken to move to a new billing system, these software things do take time, and I think we need to continue with this work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I would simply cite the memorandum that we had as an additional item in the packet that stipulates 4 important thoughts. One is, as the councilor just said, the budget allocation has already been made. We're not debating that. Secondly, it's actually a lower expenditure than was anticipated. Third, there are 2 more years on this contract. We're not terminating a contract that is in midstream. We're simply trying to execute what's already been decided. And finally, I think we have demonstrated efforts between public utilities and the ITT department to develop the internal capacity to make this an ongoing transfer to the city from the consultant. In the meantime, this is a mission-critical activity, and we simply have to continue to make efforts to get it right and then to move the internal capacity so we continue to staff it from inside city government. And I think Mr. Jones' memo laid that out very clearly. Any other comments or thoughts? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion?
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Romero-Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
No.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
both. Yep. Madam Clerk, take us to 9B, please.
Yes, Mayor, the next item on our agenda is 10B. It's request.
I'm sorry, I've got us in the wrong place.
No worries. It is a request for ratification of the city manager's approval to approve the New Mexico Department of Transportation NMDOT fiscal year 22 memorandum of agreement, grant agreement in the amount of $542,354 for 5310-1C, Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities, for our fiscal year 22 program funding award.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Would you want to speak to this so that we and those watching and listening know what we're voting on, please?
Stand for questions?
Yes, this is part of the federal money that gets routed through the state for our 5310C get. And this year it happens to be a zero match, which is awesome. Usually we have to come up with a 20% match. And this will give us the ability to buy 3 new vans to replace our age fleet.
Thank you. Questions? Comments? All good? Could you call the roll, please?
Yes. Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item 10C.
Yes, item 10C is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Rivera and Councilor Romero Worth. It's a resolution directing the city manager to identify and apply for federal and state funding resources for water, wastewater, and other water-related projects. And Mr. Shannon Jones is here for this item.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Counselor Chavez first, so we have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As a formality, the Water Division has submitted applications to the Water Trust Board. In order to complete the application, require a resolution from the governing body directing staff to seek these funds. This is something we do annually, and I'm here to represent and stand for questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Jones? We have no questions for you, sir. Is there discussion of the motion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Absolutely. Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can I make a motion to adjust the agenda so that we take a 5-minute bio break and then jump directly into public hearings?
You can, but 5 minutes isn't enough, Counselor. I think you're going to have to give us a little more time than that. It's been 3.5 hours. Maybe you could amend your proposal to something closer to 10 or 15 minutes.
So moved.
We're going to move to change the agenda to take a adjourn for about 10 to 15 minutes, maybe get a bite to eat, come back, and then move directly to our land use cases. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion, we have a second to adjust the agenda accordingly. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
We're adjourned for 10 to 15 minutes. We'll be back and take up the land use case. we're back in order. It's 9 o'clock, and we're returned from our brief adjournment. Madam City Attorney, could you, I think we've gotten used to the idea that when we're taking up these cases, you give us a brief introduction about what is different about the City Council when we shift to these cases. And also, I think it'd be useful if you could give a brief on, since this is a number of cases all intertwined, we have an individual process for each one, but at the same time, maybe you or Matt, you could talk through the process for getting an orderly presentation of the material and then individual hearings on each of the items.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have 4 quasi-judicial items on the agenda next. So they are all public hearings. They all will have an opportunity for public comment. They each will have a staff presentation, and some will have 2 presentations by 2 parties. Some will have a presentation by the applicant or the appellant. And in each, I think it may be helpful just to refresh at the beginning of each one that they are separate cases. So the evidence presented for each one does need to be considered in relation to that case. Certainly, if there's something in a particular case you're not sure if it's been covered, ask a question about that just to make sure that you understand how it relates to that case. So also for the public, if you have a statement to make about more than one matter, please go ahead and make it about more than one matter, because we would like to make sure the record is preserved for each of the matters, the master plan and each of the appeals. So it may feel redundant because some of these are related to each other, is my understanding, and there may be related commentary to multiple of the matters on the agenda. So unfortunately, that's the situation we're in. But in order to know which case has which evidence in support of it, that's where we're, that's the situation we're presented with tonight. But in all of these, the governing body is sitting in its quasi-judicial capacity, which means that you're acting not as legislators, but as adjudicators, which means you're applying the law that exists to the facts that are presented, either in the record that's in your written materials or in the testimony presented today. And then rather than deciding what the law should be, it's applying how the law is currently to the facts and record presented today.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the governing body about what the city attorney just covered? It's a little complicated with the 4 different matters, but I think we'll just go through the process, and if we get tangled up, we'll get untangled by the city attorney.
And Mayor Weber, just make a couple other comments. The first matter, which is the master plan amendment, my understanding is that none of the appeals impact that master plan, but rather the development plan. So they are separate in that if an appeal is either won or lost, that does not impact the master plan. So,
okay,
if that's helpful.
And it is quasi-judicial, and we are applying criteria that are stipulated in the code to the facts that are being presented, or vice versa. Great. So with that, I think the city clerk should read us to item 19A, please.
Item 19A is consideration of a resolution. This is related to case number 2022-5205, 455 St. Michael's Drive, Cancer Center Master Plan Amendment. Jenkins Gavin Incorporated agent for Christus St. Vincent Regional Medical Center owner requests approval of a master plan amendment to the existing Christus St. Vincent campus master plan to develop an 80,880 square foot regional cancer center located at 455 St. Michael's Drive on a 7.407 acre parcel within an approximately 47 acre campus that is zoned HZ, hospital zone, and located within the South Central Highway Corridor Overlay District.
So this is a master plan amendment, and it is a public hearing. One other item, Madam City Attorney, that we've spoken about in the past, there are, I don't know if everybody is aware of this, some of the governing body rules for how testimony is taken in public hearings is different from what the Planning Commission does. and you might want to identify that as well.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Weber. That's correct, and I think the city clerk added it to the agenda so that folks might see it there as well. But the Planning Commission does, I think, often allow folks to cede their time to each other. There's an express governing body rule that does not allow for that. So that is not something that's permitted during the governing body hearing.
People may organize their testimony as in an order they prefer, but we don't cede time to each other in this body. Great. Let me quickly walk through what the process is for those who are not familiar with it. We always start with a disclosure of any pre-hearing communications regarding the merits of the application. If a member has been touched by a conversation or some input that is makes them disqualify themselves or declare themselves unable to be fair and impartial, now is the time to do that. We'll begin then after that with a staff report. Up to 10 minutes, please. Opening statement and sworn witness testimony from the applicant or applicant's representative. Public comment. The applicant's time is up to 15 minutes. For sworn public comment, we try to keep it to 2 minutes per person. Then the governing body is open to asking questions of any party, staff, witnesses, or the applicant or the applicant's representatives. When that's done, we close the public hearing. The governing body then makes a motion, debates it, and ultimately there's a vote. So at this time, if anybody has had any ex parte communications, now would be the time to disclose that. Seeing no hands, let me move then to Mr. Alvarado with a staff report. If you can keep it within about 10 minutes, that'd be great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. So as the city attorney was saying, there are 4 different cases here tonight. I'll be presenting the master plan amendment. Pat Ticali will be presenting the appeals, but really want to focus just on the master plan amendment for this first case and not conflate the other issues. So the case before you is case 2022-5205, 455 St. Michael's Drive Cancer Center Master Plan Amendment. This is the 3rd Master Plan Amendment for the Christus St. Vincent's Campus Master Plan in order to develop a 80,000 square foot approximate regional cancer center located on a 7.4 acre parcel within the 47 acre campus. The parcel in question that's being amended is hospital zone, and it is located within the South Central Highway Corridor Overlay District. However, the rest of the campus is in a commercial district. So briefly to go over the timeline, just almost exactly a year ago, the applicants came in for a pre-application meeting. Then in February, we had the early neighborhood notification meeting. The applicant finalized their application in the spring and submitted it in March. Then we had our DRT review, which you're familiar with, where all of our different departments take a look at the application and go through any revisions that need to be looked at. The first planning commission was on the 7th of July, where all of the testimony was heard and staff reports, but the final decision was postponed to the second planning commission on the 21st, at which time the master plan amendment was recommended for approval to you, the governing body. Also, the development plan was approved, subject to conditions of approval, which is being appealed by the applicant, as well as a height variance, which was approved, which is being appealed by residents of the community, and then the slope variance was denied, which is being appealed by the applicant. And those appeals were received in August during the appeal period, which brings us to the governing body hearing tonight. So, as the city attorney was explaining, this master plan approval is governed by the city code approval criteria, which there are 4 criterions. The first one being the master plan is consistent with the general plan. Second one is that the master plan is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning district that apply to or will apply to the master plan area, with the applicable use, regulation, and development standards of those districts. Criterion number 3 is development of the master plan area will contribute to the coordinated and efficient development of the community. And criteria number 4 is the existing and proposed infrastructure, such as street systems, sewer, water lines, public facilities such as fire stations and parks, will be able to accommodate the impact of the planned development. I'm just going to go briefly over the master plan amendment. I'm sure the applicant will go into more detail, but this is the overview of the master plan amendment number 3. As you can see, the existing campus on the left that's developed, and the area 5 in the bottom right corner is the area that is being amended. Zooming in on the current conditions of the recorded master plan, that would be master plan amendment number 2. Shows that track D, or area 5, as being planned to be a storage facility, which has not been built and is not currently being proposed. Currently, there is a access road here that roughly follows where this entrance is. I don't think you can see my cursor, never mind. But that's what we have on the books currently. This is the proposed amendment to the master plan. All of the main campus remains the same. Area 5, or track D, is amended to show the development of the cancer center, its parking facilities, and the pedestrian bridge over the Arroyo Amigos Arroyo. At the Planning Commission, staff did recommend approval. Recommended that they recommend approval to you. Then the Planning Commission did recommend approval to the governing body of the master plan, subject to conditions and technical corrections. Once again, we just wanted to emphasize that these are the criterion that are to be considered tonight, and that they are not to be conflated with issues that will come up later in the appeals, which are related to the development plan and the variances. Just as a sample motion, obviously you will either approve the master plan amendment or you will deny, and direct staff to draft a finding of facts that says so. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. I'll hand it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Applicant or applicant's representative, you have the floor, and I believe we're swearing people in at this point. And
So-
maybe if there's multiple people who will be speaking, you could all simultaneously.
We'll swear you in just in case. We can do it simultaneously. If you guys can all just say aye and state your name. Okay. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Thank you all. Yes, ma'am. If you can do this in about 15 minutes, that'd be great.
I have to say that it is an incredible honor, actually, to be here this evening. I am before this body a lot, and I have utmost respect for you and the work that you do, and I get to work on some exciting projects, some things that potentially are transformative to this community that we all call home. But this is a big deal, and it is so exciting to be here. I am joined this evening by Carl Summer, who I believe everybody knows, Lisa Gavioli, my colleague with Jenkins Gavin, Lillian Montoya, the CEO of Christus St. Vincent, and Dr. Andrea Teague, the Vice President of Cancer Services and an oncologist with Christus St. Vincent. So Christus has been serving this community for almost 160 years, and has been in this location in their St. Michael's campus since the mid-1970s. 45 years they've been there. They acquired this parcel that we're here to talk about this evening in 1994 from the Christian Brothers, another organization that has a long and storied history in our community. And the needs of this community relative to cancer treatment have changed. So Christus is evolving their healthcare to create a world-class, state-of-the-art cancer treatment facility for this community. It is a giant investment in healthcare and positive patient outcomes for Santa Fe and northern New Mexico. The goal is for our community members to get treatment at home, where they don't have to travel for specialty treatment. They have access to Mayo Clinic expertise and second opinions at home. Not forcing family members to be off work, to travel with them, to get the care they need. They get the care they need at home in a world-class facility. And that's why I'm so excited to be here tonight to share this with you. I'm going to go ahead and plug in my technology, and we'll get into a few of the details. There we go. Perfect. So as staff mentioned, we are presenting 3 items this evening, and the final item will be presented by an appellant. So this is our first item, which is just an amendment of the existing Christus St. Vincent master plan to allow for the construction of the Cancer Center. So this is the Christus campus, that I think everybody is familiar with. And outlined in blue here is what we call Tract D. It's just under 7.5 acres. This is the parcel that was acquired by Christus from the Christian Brothers in the mid-90s, really with the eye toward the future. It was such a great opportunity to have property directly adjacent to the main campus to allow for necessary expansions in the future as healthcare needs change and evolve in the community. So this is the existing master plan, and the master plan was originally approved in 1985, and then it was amended in 2006, and it was amended again in 2016. I was here before you in 2016 for the Frost Pavilion, which was also another really important investment in healthcare in this community to ensure that every single patient room in that hospital is private. Every single one. So that was the last time we amended the master plan. And you can see Tract D outlined in blue here. That is the subject of the master plan amendment and the site for the Cancer Center. So zooming in, what was contemplated originally for this tract was, it could be a site for some storage, maybe. There was not a real plan, but when we amended the master plan, it's like, well, that could be a useful thing to have some off-site storage facility. So we showed about a 10,000 square foot storage building. We're not going to build a 10,000 square foot storage building. What you see to the right is the site plan, which we're going to drill down on here in a minute, for an 80,000 square foot cancer center, which also has a pedestrian connection, a pedestrian bridge connection walkway over to the main hospital. It's the reason this site, there was months-long effort on site selection for this facility. The location next to the hospital with direct access to all those ancillary services was really, really important. Because there were other locations that were possibilities, but this really drove it home. And the pedestrian walkway is key to providing ease of access so staff and caregivers can move back and forth, and patients can be transported for other ancillary healthcare services in the main hospital. So this site was chosen primarily because of its proximity to the main campus. So kind of zooming out, you can see the proposed site plan for the Cancer Center relative to the campus. And, back in the 70s when the hospital relocated here, this was kind of, semi-rural area of town. And as you can see, it has urbanized quite a bit over the last 45 years. you know, obviously the St. Michael's corridor has developed a lot of medical office, regular office type facilities, everything to the east in the Calle Medico office development, again, a lot of medical offices and healthcare. And so this area of town has changed a lot. So zooming in. So we, obviously our access is directly off of St. Michael's Drive. And we come in and there is the parking area that wraps around the building on the east side of the project. The west side of the property is the Arroyo de los Amigos. That is an existing arroyo that we are preserving and protecting, doing some important erosion control measures to further protect that arroyo. And what you can see sort of underneath here, this is an existing driveway that was constructed by the city of Santa Fe to access the water tank. This is the city's new water tank. They reached out to Christus when they were moving forward with this construction, asking for an easement, because this was really the best location for access to construct the water tank, and there is an easement there that exists today. And you can see that driveway kind of in the aerial right here. And what is shaded here is a designated FEMA 100-year floodplain. So obviously that is something that that we have to respect and honor. And again, this arroyo is being, there was some things stated in the findings of fact from the Planning Commission that referenced somehow that we were impacting the Arroyo de los Amigos, and I think that is incorrect and is not accurate. So it's important that we point that out. So our access from St. Michael's, we're going to be building a new right turn lane into the project, a new left turn lane from St. Michael's if you're eastbound into the project, and then there'll be a right turn exit. There will not be a left turn out from the project. And then we have our parking area here in the building, and the front entry is right here. And then this is our walkway that connects us over to the Frost Pavilion. So this is sort of a bird's eye view of the proposed cancer center relative to the Christus Regional Medical Center in the background there. And you can see our entrance and the parking area to the east, and you can see the water tank off in the distance in the back. So then dropping down, this is what the experience would be from St. Michael's Drive. One of the things that we think is really important is that this building is set back pretty far from St. Michael's. So it really creates, because you know the landscaping along the frontage in this stretch of St. Michael's in front of the hospital has matured beautifully, and it's really quite lovely. We really want to extend that experience. So the building is set back pretty far, so there's opportunities to really celebrate the entrance with a lot of dense landscaping and vegetation. So again, this is the access as you come in, and then this is the front entry on the east side as you are approaching from the parking area. This is the experience of the front entry. So of course we conducted a traffic study. And what this slide shows is it shows the intersections that were analyzed. So traffic counts were taken at each of these intersections. So there were 8 intersections in the stretch of St. Michael's from Boltolf Road, Hospital Drive intersection, all the way down to Arroyo Chamizo. So counts were taken, as I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, in what we call the AM peak hour, which is the morning rush hour, between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. And then the PM peak hour, between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. So we have those rush hour times. And the traffic studies in terms of determining is the roadway network adequate for the additional traffic to be created by any new development. It's really how do the intersections function? Because those are the choke points, right? That's where delay happens. And so it's kind of a grading system. So it's based upon, we call that a level of service at any given intersection. So it starts with A, which is really good, meaning there's minimal delay. And it goes all the way to F, which is a failing intersection. And sometimes you can have an intersection that works well, but maybe only one turning movement. Maybe the left turn fails at 5:30 in the afternoon for 15 minutes or something. But then you have to look at the intersection holistically. So what this shows is, and I've just reiterated the primary intersections here, the signalized intersections in the AM in the build conditions. So we take all that background traffic that we counted, we add the cancer center traffic on top of that, and then we reanalyze the intersection. How is this intersection going to perform? In the morning, it's a B. It's fantastic. In the PM peak hour, it's a C. Also, really excellent level of service. A level of service of E is considered acceptable by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. At Arroyo Chamizo, both Bs in the AM and the PM peak hour. And then at all of those driveways that we studied, all those access into, Presbyterian across the street where their clinic is, and the various driveways into the various medical offices, all of those intersections continue to operate at a level of service B. We do not have a traffic problem with this facility in this location. As I mentioned, we are constructing a new right turn decel lane into the site here, and we are also constructing a new left turn lane off of St. Michael's for eastbound traffic to turn left into the site, and then exits will be turning right. Concern has been expressed about the lack of a left turn leaving the facility. And it was brought up that we should put a traffic signal here. Traffic signals have a lot of requirements associated with them in order for them to be permissible. One is spacing. We have a traffic signal at Arroyo Chamizo down here to the east, and we have a traffic signal at Hospital Drive, Bolshoff Road. We're too close. We don't meet those spacing requirements. The other critical thing about traffic signals is they have to meet warrants. There's kind of a menu. You have to be able to check the box that you meet the warrants for a traffic signal. One of the key warrants is the side street traffic. So you have your main street, which is St. Michael's, and then where you're going to put that signal, you look at what those side street traffic is. If your side street traffic isn't high enough, you can't build a signal. And our traffic engineer, Mike Gomez with Santa Fe Engineering, is here this evening if you would like to question him on any of these items as well. So if somebody is leaving and they want to head to I-25, for example, or they want to get back on Old Pecos Trail to head north into town, how are they going to do that? Concern has been expressed that people leaving the facility will go down St. Michael's, they'll hang a right on Hospital Drive, then they'll hang a right on Lupita that runs right behind the hospital to get out to Old Pecos Trail. It's almost 1.5 miles away to do that. Or they can take a right out of the facility here. They will have a U-turn opportunity right at the entrance into Presbyterian. Or if they elect not to take that U-turn opportunity, they can go up to the signal at Hospital Drive, and there's a U-turn opportunity there. It's really important to understand that the U-turns are so much safer than, left turns that cross multiple lanes of traffic. That's why the city of Santa Fe has been implementing U-turns all over the city. You go up and down the Cerrillos corridor, and remember that place where you used to be able to turn left out of your favorite restaurant? You can't turn left out of it anymore. There's a median there. You got to turn right, do your U-turn. The Federal Highway Administration has studied this. And U-turns like what we're proposing here reduce fatal and injury crashes by 54%. 54%. So the traffic pattern here, if someone is trying to get back to Old Pecos Trail, either to head north or south, it is convenient, it is safe, and it is consistent with traffic management that is being employed by the city of Santa Fe all over town. So we did also hear concerns, actually, quite a few months ago, earlier in the summer, about sometimes people getting onto Lupita Street because they think they can get to the hospital that way, but you can't get to the hospital that way, right? So we were asked to look at a signage plan that would really direct cars away from Lupita Street. So we were contacted, we reached out to Public Works. We came up with what we thought made sense as far as putting up signage to direct people to the hospital and away from Lupita. Public Works came back and gave us some feedback. It's like, well, move this sign and let's have an extra sign over there. So it was a very good collaborative effort. These signs have been installed. You may have noticed them if you drive over around the hospital. We have hospital directional signs right at off of Galisteo, where Hospital Drive and Lupita kind of do their Y right here. We have a sign at Lupita and Old Pecos Trail that basically says no hospital access. And then we have signs internal to the neighborhood on Encina and on Gaspar that also say no hospital access. So we think this was really good and really important. We're really happy that we had the opportunity to get these signs installed, and that this will prevent any, there's no reason for anybody trying to access the hospital or the cancer facility to be driving on Lupita. So we took these measures to ensure that that does not occur. And so that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hang on for the questions till a little bit later in our process.
Of course.
If there are members of the public who would like to testify now, please come up to the podium and the city clerk will swear you in. And if you can bring your comments in at around 2 minutes, that would be very helpful. And we're going to have multiple hearings, so this one is about the master plan per se, just to be clear. Hang on one sec while we distribute the papers.
Party. 202 West Lupita Drive, Santa Fe. I do. Mayor, are we ready? Yes, sir. All right, my name is Lawrence Barty, and I live on Lupita Road. And I have to say I disagree with some of Ms. Jenkins' contentions here. What it regards is the movement of traffic from the cancer center and how we think it will affect Lupita Road. I've given you a photo of a portion of Lupita Road. Lupita Road dates back into the 60s when our houses were built, before the hospital ever came. And it is a dirt road, no curbs, no sidewalks, rutted and full of holes, I have to say. And our concern is that as people leave, and the hospital said they get 240 patients a day when they reach capacity, that some portion of those people are not going to make that U-turn. First of all, those patients are going to be mostly senior citizens. 75% of cancers are in people over the age of 65. And they're just going to have chemotherapy or radiation therapy, and they're going to come down to the intersection of St. Michael's and Hospital Drive, where the traffic limit is 45 miles an hour, and traffic routinely is at 50 and 55 miles an hour coming down that road. And they're going to try to make a U-turn, or they're going to wait for the light, and then they're going to try to make a U-turn and avoid people coming from Botox. I don't think that most of those patients are going to do that. Some of them, wanting to go north or northeast, are going to see Hospital Drive, the first exit to the north, take it, and the next exit is Lupita Road. And they're going to take Lupita Road. What proportion of those 240 people, I don't know, but be conservative. Say it's even 30 or 40 or 50. We don't see 40 cars a day on Lupita Road now. That would double the traffic that comes down that road. And we have senior citizens. Most of the houses there are populated by senior citizens. Walk up for exercise. They walk dogs. We have bicyclists. They avoid San Mateo because of the bumps, and instead they're on Lupita. So if we have more and more traffic on Lupita, it endangers the residents that live on Lupita and the people that use Lupita unnecessarily. Now, I don't know the traffic rules, but the hospital is here seeking a violation, not violation, but a variance of the code to build what they want to build. But they're essentially saying, no, you can't vary the traffic rules. Well, I think you have the power to do that, and I think you should do that for the safety of the people on Lupita Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the governing body, I'm going to preface my remarks, but I was really happy to see that diagram of where the hospital is. It's squeezed in north of St. Michael's, and yet there's not one left turn other than Hospital Drive onto St. Michael's. They have squeezed in acres of parking, and they're planning on another 250, and yet no egress to the left.
Can we get your name for the record, please?
Ollie Langley, 1512 Joan Gaspar. Thank you.
Thank you.
The issue is very simple. The amended master plan would allow for a one-point exit from the cancer center, which will limit departing patients to the right westbound. Even those wanting to go to northbound I-25 or northbound Dos Pecos, when they discover they can't simply turn left, they will find Lupita Road or San Mateo. Lupita is unsuitable, as Larry spoke of. It's unsuitable for steady through traffic. We already see plenty of it. We already see plenty of it because of that, how the parking lots are stuck with no egress out. I watch hospital employees and patients try to wait, and they're stacked like cordwood, trying to turn left onto Hospital Drive so they can then gain access to St. Michael's. Chapter 14 requires an assessment of a development's impact on the surrounding street infrastructure. I don't believe they studied Lupita's or San Mateo's street infrastructure, only St. Michael's. So they have no count of what we've already, where we're beginning, and they won't be able to count what happens to us later. The governing body should require the applicant to fund a traffic light at the intersection of the cancer center at the very least. I think they should put a traffic light in the middle of Hospital Drive to allow the employees to leave. And at a minimum, they should do a study comparing cut-through traffic on Lupita before and after the opening of the cancer center. It should be a condition of the approval.
Thank you.
I'm Kathy Brannon. I live on East Lupita. And I'm a fairly new resident in the neighborhood. I've been here now 5 years in this particular neighborhood. And one of the first things you notice about the neighborhood is what a looming presence the hospital really is. You can see it all from practically every vantage point on Lupita. And traffic will be a serious issue. I just completed the AARP Driving Safely class, and I can tell you that one of the things this class recommends for every senior is avoid left turns if you're at all uncomfortable. Turn right, and turn right again. It may take you a longer period of time to get where you're going, but it's the safest way to do it. And for people older drivers who may not have much confidence, they're going to be turning right onto Hospital Road and right onto Lupita on that gravel road, which, by the way, is in pretty bad shape right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Karen Cook, and I live at 205 West Lupita. I believe, as Molly stated, that another traffic study is in order to consider our street, Lupita and San Mateo. Every day there are cars going way over the speed limit, trying to find their way. People stop me when I'm outside all the time trying to find the hospital. We were the neighbors that requested that the hospital actually put up signs. I feel like it was to appease us for this very meeting. They were ineffectual. In the beginning, they put up signs this big. We had to go back. They tell us the city has determined the size of these signs. There are no arrows that go with the signs. You can barely even notice them, and I go by every day. So I request that you hold your decision until another traffic study is done that includes our community, and for more than just the future potential from hospital traffic, but for the way it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Harriet Foreman. I live at 110 Camino Teresa, which is 1 block south of Lupita. My wife is an 80-year-old cancer patient, and we are receiving service at the New Mexico Cancer Center. Our doctors at the Cancer Center have been wonderful, and they plan to stay with the Cancer Center. We are also working with the doctors at Mayo Clinic, and we received fabulous service there as well. I am speaking in support of the Lupita neighborhood, and all I can say is that the traffic on Lupita is horrible as it is, and I won't take your time much longer except to say that I'm in complete support of the Lupita neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
This whole process has created an enormous stress on cancer patients, and I certainly hope that the cancer patients are taken into account in this whole process, which I don't believe they have been. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ernie Romero, 2011 Botoff Road. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I was hesitant to come tonight because it's going to date me, what I have to say, but I've been here all my life, and I've been in business here for 45 years. My office is within 2 blocks of St. Vincent's Hospital, and I'm happy to be there. I probably travel 7 or 8 times a day, here, there, and everywhere. And, you know, I don't go through Lupita, but I never have any problem with traffic in that area. St. Vincent's Hospital, all 7 of my brothers and sisters were born there. All of my kids were born there. My last granddaughter was born there. When I needed a new knee, I went there and got a new knee. When I had pneumonia, they took me into the emergency room, and I stayed there 2 or 3 days, and they made me better. When I had my appendix was ready to burst the year before last, I went across the street from my office, and that's where they took care of me. I think we have a chance to build, like Jennifer said, a world-class, state-of-the-art facility for Santa Fe, for all of northern New Mexico. I believe that we should do everything in our power as citizens of Santa Fe, as the business people in Santa Fe, to make this successful for regional medical care in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Bernstein. I live on the corner of San Mateo and Encina. The view to the south from our home is directly into St. Vincent's, where there's no fence or any blockage at all from the noise pollution and or light and the view of the buildings themselves. I agree that a new cancer center is very much needed in our town, and very happy New Mexico Cancer is building a facility which will be greatly enhanced by Christus's planned new facility. And we're not debating that part of things tonight. St. Vincent's, when they chose that spot, when they moved from the downtown area, they chose the edge of town, as many of us know. Many of our children were born there. Many of us try and stay out of the hospital with good reason, too. And the needs of the community has changed. It has Ms. Gibbons has said about it being a semi-rural area. We all cherish that part of Santa Fe being semi-rural. We want to maintain that, and we don't see any reason why the hospital should speed that along. We think if the hospital would just follow the rules and codes for building that everybody else is following, there'd be little problem with that. And I urge the council to ask for more traffic studies. If U-turns were safer, wouldn't all left turns be U-turns at this point? So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other folks who wish to offer public comment at this time? Please do come up and be sworn. If not, I think the offer to stand for questions is appropriate now.
Mayor, if I could, we also have Zoom.
Oh, good call. We have people in the Zoom room.
Sorry. Just wanted to note that. So, Heather, if you would like to comment on this item?
I have to swear them in.
Hi, Heather. Are you wanting to speak on this item?
Yes, please. And my husband is here too. Can we both speak?
Yes, but I need to swear you both in. And also, would you like to turn on your Zoom camera? Or would you like to remain with your camera off?
If we could just do with it off.
Put it on.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, hello.
That was with it off. Okay, so I just need you both to raise your right hand, state your name and your residence.
Yes, we live at 119 West Lupita Road.
Okay, and then you both need to state your name.
My name is Gio Ligresti.
Heather Ligreski.
Okay, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So we want to support our neighbors. I do agree with their concern. We chose West Lupita because it's a dirt road and it's quiet. And we hope it's going to stay that way. And we believe that what the hospital will do is increase the traffic. So we really hope it's not going to happen.
We hope they do more studies and take into consideration all of our lives, because it does affect us directly. We've had dogs killed on this road because of traffic, and if a child is going to be next, is it the hospital going to take responsibility for that? We love Santa Fe because it's a place where we can raise our children.
We lost. Okay, sure.
They took us out.
Hello?
Yep. Does that complete your comments?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there anybody else on Zoom that would like to speak on this topic?
You see any hands? No. Okay. We don't have additional hands in the Zoom audience. If there's anyone else here tonight, this is a chance to speak on this specific item. There'll be other items in a minute. If there aren't any other folks who want to testify, I think then we will turn to questions from members of the governing body to either our staff or to the applicant's representatives, or members of the public can also be asked questions. I will wait for the first. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the presenters, to all the public that showed up tonight. I guess my first question is for staff regarding signage. When we install signage in the city, what is the criteria? Does it have to meet certain specific standards? That way the public is eligible to read it. Can you clarify further on what meets the needs of public signage?
Sure thing. Thank you, Mr. Weber. Mayor Weber is gone now, and Councilor Garcia. I've just asked our contract engineer, Leroy, here to answer the technical side of that question. But I did want to point out that we included a sign plan as part of a condition of approval for the development plan. Well, actually, no, it's attached to the master plan, excuse me, as well as a traffic calming study on Hospital Drive. And Leroy, do you want to take the other part of that question?
Would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Leroy Pacheco.
And then Leroy, will you also state your address, and then I can swear you in?
313 Lomita.
Okay, perfect, thanks. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Perfect, thanks.
Leroy Pacheco. I'm contract engineer for Public Works for Development Review. With respect to your question, I think it came up during the ENN meetings, but as part of the traffic engineering review, I work in coordination with Wilson and Company, a professional engineering company it's located and headquartered in the state in Albuquerque. It's been in business 80 years. So we work in coordination to meet with the applicants, develop a traffic engineering study scope, a scope of work that determines what they will study, what the scope of their traffic engineering study will be. So you should have full confidence that the study that they did was dictated by your professional staff and team. With respect to the signage, during the process of the documents that come to us, we're looking specifically at traffic operations and signage and all that the city will inherit with respect to the street. So we're not really looking behind the curve as to what it is, but what it is as it affects the city's streets and what we will later need to operate and maintain and manage. With respect to the signage in particular, a signage plan came, your technical team did review the issue of directional signage with the intention to divert it as much as possible from a residential street and get them on the arterials and nearby collectors that are appropriate for use. San Mateo from St. Francis to, I believe, Galisteo is an emergency response route 1, paved, etc. So there's a whole network of streets around the Lupita. We examined the signage plan, had comments, and during the Planning Commission review process, the public requested additional signage, so the applicant agreed, and the signage was not only then reviewed by the city professional team, but we took it through Public Works for additional comment, mainly with respect to specifications of the signage itself. We want signage that will last and not deteriorate due to our sun. So that was done, and I hope that answered that question, because I may have given you more information than you needed.
It did. Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. I think a follow-up to that is a resident testified earlier that the signage is too small. So am I understanding correctly that should this be approved, there would be a completely new signage plan installed? Or
signage is determined by the Manual of Uniform Traffic Controlled Devices. It's not really a subjective choice. There may be engineering judgment with respect to signage size. I don't have the specs right in my mind, but they would have been reviewed by engineers and sized appropriately, even in fabrication, to a size that would be normative to the MUTCD. So I don't want to debate about the size, but that process was professionally managed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Alvarado, I think you mentioned this earlier that maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the conditions for potential approval is to have the signage plan.
Right. Councilor Garcia, the signage plan was created as part of the applicant's kind of secondary submittals, and as far as I understand, our Public Works has gone through that process, reviewed the signage plan, they've even installed that sign, so that condition of approval, as far as I understand, has been met, and you may, think otherwise. Sorry? Okay. Now, you go ahead.
I'd like to say with the signages, we have approved and reviewed and given back to the developer the signage approvals. I haven't been involved in inspecting implementation, so I don't want to give you the impression that I've seen the signs implemented.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pacheco. My follow-up to that is, given that, because that is a proposed condition, and there's been, to me, that justifies the acknowledgement that there will be traffic on those roads searching for the hospital. I'm trying to understand why we wouldn't move forward then with the traffic study plan to understand that, because if we're saying we know folks are going to be out here being lost and we need to direct them with signs, I think we need to further that and fully understand what the impact is going to be. And so I guess my question is, why wasn't it recommended that a traffic study be conducted on Lupita and San Mateo and all of those streets that are going to have this signage plan installed on it?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, that may be a question more for the Public Works and the traffic engineer for the applicant. But as I mentioned, we did ask for, as a condition of approval for the master plan, that they conduct a traffic study on Hospital Drive, which was, I believe, part of the residents' concerns, which I do not believe has been completed yet, but we can confirm with them. If you would like to add those additional streets, I think that is your prerogative, but I think it was the determination of our Public Works Department and the applicant that those streets were not going to be impacted enough to warrant that.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. And as I mentioned, given that we've already determined through the signage plan there's going to be that traffic, I think it's only cognizant and it's our responsibility to take that one step further and do the traffic study. So I would be in favor of extending that traffic study. That way we can fully understand the impact, because I think we can all agree this is an institution that would be widely accepted in our community given the need for cancer treatment. I think it's the responsibility to then fully understand the impact it has on the surrounding community, because the hopes and intentions would be that this is going to be serving the community for decades to come. So with that, no other comments, Mr. Mayor, but I would be in favor of extending the traffic study as a condition, mirroring the signage plan. Wherever the signage plan is proposed to be installed, that a traffic study be conducted as well.
Thank you, Councilor. Were you speaking, sir?
I was going to ask permission to
Yes, please do.
follow-up comment to Mr.
Yes, please.
Councilor Garcia's question. I think I'd like to be very careful with what we call a traffic study. The scope of the traffic impacts determined by the city's engineer was very comprehensive. What Mr. Alvarado is speaking to is as part of the condition of approval, so that the city would know what impacts may be caused, because we don't know that there will be impacts to Lupita. We have added a condition of approval to the master plan that traffic be counted now on Hospital Drive. We have not counted, or the hospital's $80,000, $70,000 traffic calming investment that they implemented when they did the Frost Center the impacts of that haven't been studied, so that the city would know what traffic is on Hospital Drive. We've determined 2 locations that will be studied prior to the building being built, and the developer has agreed to do that. So that's unique and different and differentiated, specific to Lupita's potential impacts, which we don't know. I mean, we won't have anecdotal data. We'll be using actual real data. Now, we've collected an enormous amount of intersection data and impact data that the development itself will have to the principal arterials and collectors that are impacted directly by that center. That scope we gave the developer. So I just wanted to make sure that the council understood that.
Thank you. Counselor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on traffic, so Leroy, don't go far. So, from my understanding of traffic patterns, which is not as robust as yours, there's a couple different things that come into play. So one is obviously where we build our streets and our roads. The other is human behavior. And I'm curious as I'm looking at this map and how likely, I mean, how typical is it for people to take residential streets as opposed to going to the other major or minor arterial or collector that they know of? Just when I think of this neighborhood, well, we can take out my own personal experience with the neighborhood because that's not quite relevant, but I am curious about, you know, when we are looking at traffic studies, you're looking at what you suspect people to do based on normal behavior. Can you explain why Lupita was not included in this traffic study if we do think based on people's driving behavior, why it's hard to predict whether or not it would be impacted?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett. Really, the well-functioning arterial, which St. Michael's Drive is, with well-spaced signals, with good levels of service, creates an optimal pattern that people will stay on those on the arterials rather than go off looking for shortcuts. When we would bring into a situation unnecessary conflict points, so for instance, adding an unwarranted signal at the driveway would actually, and I spoke to Audra, who's the engineer I work with at Wilson, and she kind of gave me these notes. An unwarranted signal will cause excessive delays on the arterial, excessive disobedience of traffic signal indicators, increased use of less adequate routes. So it would actually cause people to start looking for alternative routes if we did things to St. Michael's that weren't warranted. Significant increases in the frequency of collisions, especially rear-end collisions. More signals add more conflict points, which increases the potential risks for crashes and incidents involving pedestrians and bicyclists. So as we strive to do with Cerrillos Road, which I think Jennifer or Mike brought up, really optimizing the levels of service on the arterials, it really serves the neighborhood networks best. And so we'll get data for what the impact of this development is to Lupita before it's built so that we can measure it after it's built and be able to address that. But the scope of the traffic study that was given to them was quite extensive and determined, you know, through a professional engineering company with that kind of expertise, because there's also a limit to how much traffic we can force a developer to chase, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, we could, you know, you could go on and on, but we have to look at where the real impact of that development will be. But I think that St. Michael's Drive will lend itself to smooth operations with this development.
Okay.
That's what the data shows.
Well, one of the interesting things that was brought up in the Planning Commission is that the traffic on St. Michael's has actually consistently been going down since 2000 something?
Yes.
Or the early 2000s. And so there seems to be a little bit more space on St. Michael's for people to feel comfortable taking those U-turns because it is not as impacted as, say, I mean, Airport, we've implemented U-turns all up and down that corridor as well, as opposed to left-hand turns.
I thought Jennifer did a good job with respect to talking about U-turns, but Audra gave me additional statistics, which I won't bore you too much with. But U-turns, for some reason, I don't know why they, in the last few months or weeks, have taken on a negative connotation. From a traffic engineering perspective, well-designed U-turns are a positive for safety and operation. It's not a negative.
So what I'm hearing is that there will be a traffic count on Hospital Drive, not necessarily Lupita, but Hospital Drive would indicate, and they'll be taking it before build.
Construction, so we know what the data is before they do it, and what the impacts after we'll measure, and we'll be able to compare them.
And so you'll be measuring after construction and after operation?
The city will measure after, the developer will measure before on Hospital Drive
Okay, and then
at 2 locations.
at that point, it's already built, so what do we do with that data?
Well, I've been in communication with Lupita for traffic calming and following that process. So that's one option, is to, look at the data and see if it's a good candidate for going through the city's traffic calming program.
And was the agreement around signs, did that have to do with hard data or more reported reported perception? Trying to get out the word perception, but we have hard data for traffic counts, and then there's also people perceiving that there's an increase in traffic. So the decision to put signs up to point people, is this more qualitative data in nature that is coming from the neighborhood, or quantitative that has really shown there's been an increase from the hospital?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, the evaluation was complete professional civil engineering, and it was a condition of approval. I think we added to the Planning Commission that they would do a destination signage to address this issue of concern about possible rerouting through Lupita. So it was proactive, but it wasn't, I wouldn't say it was anecdotal at all. It did get modified in an additional way during the Planning Commission meeting by neighborhood public comment. The Planning Commission extended in agreement with the neighbors who stood up, they asked the developer to look at a few more streets. I forget which they are, but so it's actually become more comprehensive. But both their engineer, city engineer, and the public works staff reviewed those and approved them. And we will look at the implementation to make sure that size and locations are where they were and meet standards as well. I haven't done that piece.
Thank you. And then in terms of traffic calming, if we're potentially looking at this data and the need for potential traffic calming after a build scenario, what options does a dirt gravel road really have for traffic calming? I think most of the traffic calming that I've seen, just trying to understand, if there is an impact to the neighborhood, how we would be able to mitigate it. Most traffic calming that I've seen is happening on paved roads, so there's building of medians or speed humps. I'm curious what there would be for a dirt gravel road, which I would imagine probably already does slow down traffic to an extent because it is a dirt road, but if you could provide some more information there, that'd be wonderful.
In the future?
No, right now. Like, what would their options be if we do find that there is a high impact of traffic from this project? What options are there for traffic calming on?
Well, traffic calming encompasses, they call it 3 E's. Engineering, so there's certain things that, you can do with the physical space. And then there's enforcement, and then there's education. And so all of those, we tend to only go to the engineering with traffic calming, but we would, first of all, determine, is there a problem? And then from there, we'll work with the neighborhood to look for those solutions out of those 3 broad areas.
Okay. So we're already doing some of the education piece with the signage. I mean, that's an education of this is not taking you where you want to go if you were trying to go to the hospital. And okay. I don't think I have any further questions at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Mayor Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. So, the other one, Alvarez, yes? Alvarado, sorry. I know you by your first name, not your last name. So you said there's a condition of approval to the master plan regarding a traffic study and signs. Did I understand that right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Merowith, that's correct.
And so it's this master plan that we're talking about right now.
That's right.
And the study is this one that is going to do a traffic count on hospital, or it's something else?
That's right. It's on hospital.
Okay. And the signage is already up. So are we talking about different signage, or are we talking about a different signage plan to what the sign, I mean, there are signs in that area now. Are these going to be different signs, more added signs?
From my understanding, the signs have been up, but there are maybe additional signs coming? Okay, never mind. So this site plan has, or the sign plan has already been completed.
Okay, so the conditions of approval for the master plan are signs, which we've already done, or somebody's already done, the developer or the city, and then a promise to do a study prior to the build on Hospital Drive.
That's correct.
Mr. Pacheco's dying to get back to the microphone.
So the traffic tax the city's traffic that would like traffic counts, not a traffic study. We want traffic counts on Hospital Drive so that we'll get data before their cancer center is built. So it's not a study, it's counts. We also requested them to do this destinational signage so that it would address the neighborhood's concerns with respect to hospital patients and clients going down their streets. And so that has been reviewed and done, and it technically wouldn't need to be done until, the condition was to be done prior to development implementation, but it's done. And the counts will be done before they build the building, so to be determined. But the study, the traffic study, which we reviewed and had comments and technical comments that may need, I think they've been corrected and have been addressed, and we've reviewed them, that it's fine. That traffic impacts of this center, for the scope that we gave them, there are no impediments to its implementation from a traffic operations perspective.
And when they do that study,
Count.
do you, or, no, well, I'm talking about the study now, not about the counts for Hospital Drive, right? I'm talking about the developer did a traffic study, which you reviewed. That's what you just said.
Yes.
Yeah. And when they do that, and I haven't seen this traffic study, do they look at the demographics of what the development is going to, what types of drivers are going to be doing U-turns? We heard public testimony that older drivers are encouraged to turn right and right and right, even if it's a longer path. And the developer's representative is saying make U-turns, but if that's not in fact what the demographic of who's using the cancer center is going to do behaviorally, is that taken into consideration?
Well, with respect to the U-turns and the traffic impact analysis they presented, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, 8% of the right turns are projected to be doing the U-turn. So in other words, of the volume leaving in a typical day, 16% of those drivers will be heading back east and north.
And how do they come up with that number, 16%?
These are done.
I mean, do they look at the age of the driver?
I'm not sure that demographics with respect to those sorts of demographics are looked at, because it's really just engineering. We're looking at how the roadway will operate, and the modeling for those numbers likely consider age. Like, it's why boys and young men pay higher insurance rates. And I mean, people who insure automobiles have this all figured out. But whether it's at their level is broken out, I may, if you'd like, I could defer that to Mike Gomez.
Sure.
Okay.
Didn't see you there behind the big screen.
Operations engineer. So what we use is the ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, manual for trip generation. And it's based upon that are done all over the nation. And they go ahead and analyze them and come up with office building. It would include those type of customers to the office building. People, it includes everybody in there. So we use those averages, our number of cars using it. My knowledge,
While I have you there, do you know why Lapita wasn't considered for part of the scope of the traffic? Is it just because it seems, based on your ITE studies, that people won't go right and right and right?
we started out with
You need to talk closer to the microphone because you're kind of going in and out.
yes, we start out by having a scoping meeting where we meet with the Public Works Department and their engineer, and we outline the areas that should be counted. Nobody anticipated that Lupita would be a route that a lot of people would use. For one thing, it's a dirt road. People have the option to continue north and to use the collector streets and subarterials like a Galisteo. They also have the option to get to St. Francis Drive and to go north. Now, our directions are based upon census districts. The bulk of the people who are going to use this facility are the south side, the southwest quadrant. That's where our population is. So they're not going to be going to Lupita Street to get out to Tierra Contenta. They're going to be using probably St. Michael's Drive to St. Francis to Zia Road to Airport Road in that direction. So we do it by analogy. There's a medical office building right next door, and we counted the cars that came out of there. Some made lefts, some made rights, and we used that data to go ahead and help us to project the traffic.
The medical building to the east is the one
Yes.
you're talking about.
Yes.
And that building doesn't have the scale of traffic that the cancer center will, I would imagine, just because it's a pretty small little strip of...
There's quite a few offices in there.
Yeah.
I don't have the numbers in there, but we do have the traffic counts, and there was a significant amount of traffic. Now, in our studies, we projected that in the AM, on going westbound, that there would be about 6 cars that make a right turn going north on Hospital Drive. During the PM peak hour, we had 11 cars making a right. Now, that doesn't mean that they're all going to go down Lupita. Most of them, I would say, are going to go down Galisteo. They're going to head north on Hospital, catch Galisteo, and that serves that community in that area to doctors who live there, nurses who live there, or patients who live there. So destinations, all of this is based upon origins and destinations. So the community is in Santa Fe, in that area, is mainly to the west, not to the east.
And just one other question. What was it? I mean, generally speaking, people prefer, correct me if I'm wrong, major arterial roads more, they don't generally seek out side streets, that kind of thing. Is there a hierarchy for preference, I guess is the question?
Provided that the arterial streets are working properly, most people would take the arterial street because it's faster. And usually speed and time is what people are trying to do to get to work and to get back home. That's the majority of traffic that we see in Santa Fe.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Councilor Lindell. And then we'll go back to folks who have already spoken one time.
Thank you, Mayor. I am looking at Attachment 3, Land Use Department Planning Commission Staff Report. Give everybody a second to find that. And I'm looking at page, thank you, Mayor. Oh, thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at page 14 of Attachment 3. And Roman numeral item 6. Master Plan Amendment Approval Criteria. The criteria from our Land Use Code, Chapter 14. I can go through and read these, but I'm not going to. You can all look at them. Well, maybe just the captions of them. The master plan is consistent with the general plan.
I think the city clerk has put it up on the screen.
Oh, thank you.
Our master plan.
Mr. Alvarado, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the criteria, we have an applicant response, and then we have a staff response. And under this, there's criteria 1, criteria 2, and all of them say yes, and there's an agreement between the applicant response and the staff response. Let's look at criteria 4. The existing and proposed infrastructure, such as the street system, sewer and water lines, and public facilities such as fire stations and parks, will be able to accommodate the impacts of the planned development. Yes, the applicant gives a response, and then staff gives a response, which is with some improvements to both access and capacity, the existing infrastructure will be able to accommodate the impacts of the development. The necessary improvements have been included in the applicant's proposal or are being required by the city as conditions of approval. Mr. Alvarado, do you have any disagreement with that?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, as we, sorry, this is cutting off. We got our response, and as a group, we agree with the of our contract engineer, and so I do not have a disagreement with that.
Thank you. I know that any change in traffic on any street can be inconvenient. Sometimes it can, even the smallest change can feel large, but eventually, somehow we adjust to it. I don't know how many houses are located on Lupita Street. I have no idea. I know there's an east and a west. Ms. Jenkins, when is the current Christus St. Vincent Hospital located on that site?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Rendell. 1977.
1977.
When the initial facility was constructed and operational was in 1977.
So 77, now let's see, 23, 43, 46 years ago? 45 years ago. That was cowboy math. So it's been there a while and gone through a couple of different changes. And the whole area's kind of built up around it, hasn't it?
It has.
But what I'm looking at is what Chapter 14 asked me to look at in terms of a master plan amendment approval criteria. And that's what I just went through. So that's what I've been given to look at and to make my determination on. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Other comments or questions from the governing body at this time? Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I forgot I had a question regarding streetlights. And so maybe if it's the traffic engineer can help me understand what criteria needs to, or threshold needs to be met for streetlights to be installed. And if, for example, is there a set number, or could we implement a condition to say, we're not approving this unless you install a street light, only, and 5 cars go through there a day. So can you help me understand street lights? And
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I think you're referring to traffic signals?
Yes, red, green, yellow traffic lights.
Well, traffic signals are controlled by the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is a national standard. If you don't follow the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, you open yourself up to liability for every accident that occurs out there. And like if this was a DOT-controlled roadway, they would not allow you to build it, period.
Okay, so can you help me understand what would meet the criteria to install according to, for example, DOT standards?
You would have to have the correct spacing between traffic signals, which we have right now between Hospital Drive and Arroyo Chamizo. So we couldn't put one in the middle. It won't meet the spacing. The second we need is enough traffic volume, and we don't meet the volume requirements to warrant a traffic signal.
Can you further explain the volume, what that looks like? Just because I think it was stated earlier, there's roughly 200 vehicles expected to pass through this center a day.
Well, it's during the peak hour that we're talking. It's based upon peak hour traffic. There's a number of criteria in there that you got to meet depending upon speed limits and the volumes of the main traffic and the side street traffic. Now, St. Michael's Drive is a very peculiar street because we've been doing traffic counts out there since 2003. And there was more traffic in 2003 than there was in 2022, almost 20 years. And it's about the same. It's been going down very slowly. This is not Cerrillos Road. This is much less traffic than Cerrillos Road holds. And then our side street traffic, it's not a shopping center or a mall or anything like that that generates huge amounts of traffic. It's a medical office building. And their peak hours of patients don't coincide with the peak hour of the street. They get their peaks a little bit later, and that's something that can be controlled by them. So we don't meet the warrants, and we don't meet the spacing, and if you, contrary to the I guess you'd call it the law of the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is like the size. We can't have different types of signs in different parts of the country, so every state goes by the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate it. I guess my last question is for staff. There's nothing that, or is there anything that prohibits us from adding on additional conditions for approval tonight?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I don't believe so. That might be a question for legal.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I think Pat can address this more specifically, but if it relates to one of the criteria, then it's appropriate. But I think she can help with more specific details on that.
Mayor, councilors, no, that's correct. You can impose additional conditions as long as they are related to the criteria.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. No other questions.
Thank you.
Mayor
Yeah.
and Pat,
Mayor Ward?
when you say related to the criteria, what do you mean by that? So, for instance, criteria 4 has to do with streets, sewer systems, water lines, public facilities, like fire stations and parks.
Correct.
So the condition would have to relate to those kinds of items?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure what other kinds of conditions you would be trying to impose on a master plan, and if you had an example, I could...
No, I'm just trying to understand what you're telling us.
Yes, I mean, infrastructure generally, so yes, it would be the streets and sewers, essentially.
Mayor Weber, councilor, and I guess it would also have to relate to some sort of identified impact of the plan development, right, to accommodate that impact. That connection would have to be.
So for instance, like criteria 1, the master plan is consistent with the general plan. So if there was some way, if the master plan wasn't consistent with the general plan, we could create some sort of condition to make it line up with the general plan? That's the idea there?
Mayor Weber, councilor, yes.
And let's see, what's 2? 2, master plan is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning districts that apply to or will apply to the master plan area with the applicable use regulations, development standards of those districts. Okay, I think I got it. Thank you.
Councilor Cassidy.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. Just popping back to traffic for a second. Correct me if I'm wrong, there is a traffic signal at St. Michael's and Hospital Drive with a protected left turn and a permitted U-turn, correct? Okay, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions at this time? I just want to, I know we put those criteria up, but I think it's worth reading them into the record because it is, if I remember our instructions 2 or so hours ago from the city attorney's, it was look at the criteria and apply the facts in the case to the criteria and see if they match. So the master plan is or is not consistent with the general plan. That's the first criterion. The second is, as in our code stipulated, the master plan is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning districts that apply to or will apply to the master plan area and with the applicable use regulations and development standards of those districts. Third one, development of the master plan will contribute to the coordinated and efficient development of the community. And staff speaks to all of these. And then fourth one, existing and proposed infrastructure such as streets, sewer system, water lines, public facilities, fire stations, parks will be able to accommodate the impacts of the plan development. And we have staff response to that. So as far as us being in a quasi-judicial role, we are asked to evaluate this proposal for the master plan amendment against those criteria. Other questions at this time? Councilor Rivera.
Can I ask a question of Dr. Teague? I think we all drive or see the cancer center now and the parking lot's always packed, but there's more than the cancer center in that building, correct? There are other facilities, other services that are being provided?
That is correct. The current cancer center has the Christus Regional Cancer Center as well as X-Ray Associates. So those are the two occupants of the building.
Okay, so, I think everyone's thinking all those vehicles that are there are going to be coming and going out of the proposed cancer center. Really, how many patients average do you see a day?
So the cancer center services in a year about 6,000 patients. We have outgrown the space. Cancer, in our community, I guess the good part is we continue to live longer, but that gives people the opportunity to get more cancer. So we have seen continual growth in the number of cancer patients year after year, which is why we are in desperate need, actually, of a new cancer building. We have outgrown the current space.
6,000 a year, 365 days. I know you're not open every single day, but roughly 16 patients a day?
So, yeah, most providers see probably 18 to 20 patients a day.
Okay.
And to your question, I think X-Ray Associates does obviously service more than just cancer patients. They're doing regular radiology for people in the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell, you wanted to?
Doctor, before you sit down, I got one quick question for you. Are we able to, do we have a pinpointed demographic of cancer patients? I mean, when I think of people that are struggling with a cancer diagnosis, I think of people across all walks of life. Am I wrong?
No, I think the people I serve kind of reflects the demographics of our community. I see young pregnant women who are iron deficient and are anemic. We see lots of benign hematologic disorders as well as cancers. Obviously, cancer increases as we age, so certainly our population is skewed that way. But for actual Santa Fe, our population is actually already skewed that way. We do have an older population here, so we actually mirror it relatively well. But yes, I see patients from, 18 to 108, so it's a pretty wide range.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the work you do.
Leroy, are you still available? You around? Did we lose you? Sorry to make you come back up, but I wanted to get a little bit more. You started to give us a differentiation between what a traffic count is and what a traffic study is, and I think if we're going to consider different options, it would be really useful to know what a full-blown traffic study entails versus, say, analyzing counts to see what they would indicate about traffic flows or levels of service, or whether or not people are sticking to the model or deviating from the model. So imagine a world where hypothetically a city councilor says we need a full-blown traffic study to determine the viability of the impact on, or the impact of this potential project. Please educate all of us. What does that entail? What is it? How much time does it take? How much work does it take? Who does it? How does it go about being different than a traffic count?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll do my best. That's one of the toughest questions of the evening. So,
thank you.
Meet the developers. We start by requesting a site threshold horizon analysis so that they projected traffic generation. And we don't make their assumptions, but we carefully check their assumptions so that we, being Wilson and Company and myself, And Wilson has access to traffic engineers beyond ADRA, which we use often. So based on that, the traffic study in general is determined. We use the state access management manual to process traffic impact analyses, which are the highest level of study. There's traffic impact studies, and then there's traffic studies. At all levels get studied, so the general use of the term of traffic study is kind of very vague and general. The most advanced is the most involved would be the TIA. So we, based on that traffic generation guess, meet with the developer's engineer and determine the scope of based on those numbers. It's actually dictated by we call it the SAM, the State Access Management Model. And so the specifics of the range of study, but this was the highest level of traffic impact analysis that's in the manual. So they did based on the pretty extensive intersections. How many was it? 8? 8 intersections, 3 signals. And I pushed with ADRA, but based on their experience with developers and development in the state and law, there's only so far you can push developers to, you can't chase traffic is the term I've learned. I mean, traffic does go everywhere, but as the development, you cannot pinpoint it way beyond its impact area. And so, but we did add, because of the traffic calming questions that had been coming to me separately, as a condition of approval, that the hospital drive be counted before development, so we would have that data, and that the directional signage plan be done so that we would be addressing proactively Lupita's concerns. And that's really kind of been a bit atypical. I mean, I haven't really, that's, I think it's been quite a lot, frankly, from my limited experience with that.
Thank you. I appreciate the levels of study and the complexity of study, and also the benefit of actually clocking the traffic amounts, the counts, to give a baseline for what's actually happening on the streets, and then adaptive behavior as needed. Any other questions? Councilor Rivera.
You ready for a motion?
No, not quite, sir. We have to decide if we're ready to close the public hearing, because once we close it, then questions are only allowed if we reopen it. So I'm going to make one more sweep of the governing body to make sure everybody's had their fair opportunity. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. So it seems to me as if the whole conversation here revolves around what type of traffic is going to be using Lupita. And I think that's evident by what, the public has come out and commented on. It seems to me, just from a bird's eye view of the map, that we won't know that until the development is actually, and that's the hard part about any of these developments, is you won't know that until it happens. So in regards to Lupita, which seems to be the biggest question at this point, is once this development, it seems like it possibly will go through, could there be signage? And going back to signage that states not a through street, things that would hinder people from using that street. People do pay attention to signs for the most part. Would that be something that, again, could be included in there, that signage to that respect could be added into the language?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, one thing we do know, at least as to the best that we can, is that of the right turns leaving the cancer center, the model shows 16% of those right turns are in the U-turn capacity. What is that? I'm going to do cowboy math. Is that 84% is going right? And Mike has made a good argument about where the general direction of the users would be going right, continuing on through. The propensity to use arterials and collectors that are paved rather than, so we have Hospital Drive connecting with Galisteo, San Mateo, St. Francis. So I think we have focused and hyper-focused a bit on this small residential, very important and impacted adjacent street that goes back to the 60s. In the last 50 years or 60 years, it's gone from a two-way road. It's now one-way signage. It's been, Hospital Drive was traffic calmed in the Frost Pavilion development with devices that narrow the road. We're going to measure those, you know, those impacts, but I guess I'd like to make the case that we being the city of Santa Fe, we have a traffic calming program. I've met the woman who I've been communicating with via email on that, in that area. So we have, you know, we have not ignored Lupita, and we'll continue to work with Lupita as the world turns.
Thank you. That's pretty much all that I have. I mean, I see that human nature, most people will take the path of least resistance. And I can see that in this case, for the most part, people will utilize the main thoroughfares. You know, there is the case that possibly people will get lost and they'll end up in places where they don't intend to be. And so I think that's really the main thing in regards to this. The point that we're at, it seems to me as if it is something that the community is going to be needing, that needs and is going to be needing in the future. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions? I have one. You raised the point it's a one-way road at this point. Isn't it doesn't traffic engineering indicate that two-way streets are slower than one-way roads? Typically?
Mike, would you have, you know, I'm thinking of Galisteo and Don Gaspar, which both used to be two-way, and, you know, they probably were slower when they were two-way before I was born. Do you want to speak to that?
Mr. Mayor, you are correct.
No, thank you. I now have asked the best question of the night and have gotten confirmation that I was correct on a traffic engineering factoid. I'm feeling very good right now. Any other questions before we close the public hearing piece? Councilors, anybody? All right, in that case, I will close the public hearing section of this proceeding for this one item, and I will, in fact, Councilor Rivera, entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve case number 2022-5205 for 55 St. Michael's Drive Cancer Center Master Plan Amendment, adopting the associated resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Is there discussion? Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having a real challenge with criterion 4, and given, as I stated earlier, that we've identified the area as it's going to have an increase in traffic, and that's why we're installing the signage. Mr. Pachenko's comments was we can't go beyond the impact area to study traffic. I think that justifies that it is an impact area, so we're not going beyond it. So I think it's incumbent of us to fully ensure to the community through a traffic study that we conduct the study, get those results, and then move forward with potentially approving this master plan amendment. That to me would show that we'll have full faith and confidence in how things will play forward. Right now it's assumptions. And given that we've already pretty much said, like I said earlier, we know there's going to be increase in traffic with the signage. If we delay this by a short period of time to do this study to ensure to the neighbors whether there will be or will not be an increase in study. We'll see that through certified data. And so I don't know how we move forward, given we've got a motion to approve, whereas I'd like for us to hold off on the approval till we get the traffic plan completed. So I guess I'll ask the city attorney for direction on that.
However, Counselor, it sounds like you'd have to wait for this motion to make a different motion if it doesn't pass. But the current motion is to approve. So you would not vote for it if you don't agree with that.
Okay. Can the motion be amended?
However, Counselor, you can move to amend the motion if it's to approve with a condition of some sort, but you can't prove. You can't make this motion into the opposite motion, if that makes sense.
Right. Understandable. Okay. I just wish that in these instances we'd work with the residents to provide reassurance or some type of data to say, here's the study and we're seeing an increase by X or a decrease by X, and we're not doing that, which I think is unfortunate. No other comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments at this time? We're in the discussion about the motion, so
Yeah, I guess.
Councilor Romero-Worth.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I think we heard a little bit about the difference between a study and counts, and we have heard a commitment to do counts, and then based on those counts, the developer's going to do counts on the front end, the city's going to do counts once the building is, the project is built, and then we can look at the actual numbers and figure out what's the right thing to do, what's warranted. And so I think we are actually listening to the concerns of the neighbors and responding appropriately. So I guess I look at it slightly differently. That's all.
Councilor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would agree with Councilor Romero-Worth that there is a balance being struck, but I also think that it's important that we recognize that when traffic impact analyses are done, it is not to say that there will be no increase of traffic anywhere close to the site. It rather has to do with, does the roads that we suspect to be impacted have the ability to carry that impact in traffic? And I think that that's a really important distinction. You know, as Mr. Pacheco, you know, that phrase, if you can't just chase the traffic everywhere, there will likely be an increase of traffic on the surrounding areas. You know, if I think about my routes that I would take out of here, I'm actually probably turning right and then I'm turning left on Botoff. And I normally wouldn't go all the way down Botoff to Zia Road, but that sounds like more fun than St. Francis to me for me to get back to my house. That doesn't necessarily mean that Botoff is like a major traffic impact, but there could, you know, be the increase of my car on there. And so I think that that difference is really important, which is why really striking that balance of doing the traffic counts afterwards and looking at what traffic mitigation opportunities there are available if the road qualifies. I've had a number of streets in District 4, which has a lot of traffic being such a dense district, that do not qualify because of the traffic count. So even though they've seen an increase of traffic because of development, they still do not have the level of traffic needed. So that traffic count is going to be really important and a great way for the city, you know, it's a good tool for the city to analyze where traffic calming measures can be taken place. And again, there is already a condition in here that does provide some of that education that, as Mr. Pacheco mentioned, is part of those 3 E's. So
I just think it's really important that when we think about a TIA, it's not a traffic impact analysis. It's not to say there will be no increase of traffic ever on any of the streets in the vicinity. It's really looking at, can those main impacted streets carry the increased load and still remain at a level of service that is appropriate? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia again.
I think Councilwoman Cassett brings up a great point, because this road is a dirt road, and I'm thinking of mitigation efforts, and my mind immediately goes towards having to pave the road to begin to install mitigation efforts. And there's testimony tonight that that's the appeal of this neighborhood, is the ruralness and dirt roads, and I completely understand that. So I think that's where I've got the concern of, yes, we've got this condition, but what could the next steps be? And with increased traffic, it was also testified tonight that there's potholes, and that's what happens with increased traffic on dirt roads. And the only way to really fix that is regrade or pave. And I think the residents of the neighborhood would rather have it stay rural and dirt, and the regrading, I'm just, this one I'm at a loss, but I just, if somebody can, any of the governing body members can help me understand what other mitigation efforts might be out there besides paving, which then causes a whole other litany of issues like speeding, and yeah, sorry for rambling, Mr. Mayor, I'm just kind of at a loss on this one.
Thank you, Councilor. Other comments? Councilor Cassett, are you back?
Well, we'll just, Councilor Garcia, for the 3 E's that Mr. Pacheco brought up, and I believe we've actually spoken in MPO as well, is the education, enforcement, and then the engineering. And I am not a traffic engineer enough to know if there is engineering that you can do on a dirt road. I would also imagine that having grown up on a dirt road, that dirt roads are probably a deterrent to speeding. I mean, I know that as soon as I get on a dirt road these days, I slow down significantly, and I do tend to avoid them a little bit. So, so I think that there already are some engineering aspects of a dirt road, and in terms of regrading, I mean, that's kind of a different topic, and that has to do with maybe putting in a work order. So there are still those components. So there's still the engineering and the enforcement that can come into play if we are having to look at traffic calming outside of the engineering aspect. So you don't have, did I say the education and enforcement, so that not necessarily having to go all the way towards paving to do traffic calming. Thank you.
Other discussion of the motion? I think, Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Yes. Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Jane, and I'd like to explain my vote, please.
Okay. Councilor Lindell?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Merworth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, I strongly felt that criterion for we could have got more information and data if we did more of a traffic analysis on the impacted area as identified through the locations identified through where signs are going to be installed. So I feel there's more information needed on this one.
Thank you. It's 11 o'clock. I'd like to get a motion right now to suspend our rules because we're going to go
So
beyond
moved.
11:30.
Second.
Council Romero Worth, you made the motion. Was there a second? We got a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. If we go past 11:30, we violate our rules, so we have to open our gates wider so we can go past 11:30, and I have a hunch we'll go past 11:30, so we'd like to get that done now. Can we get a vote on this motion, please?
Yes. Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Councilor Rivera? Councilor Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
All right, thank you very much for getting us with that housekeeping measure. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item on the agenda?
Yes, Mayor. The next item, is item 19B. It's appeal number 2022-5759 of case number 2022-5206. This is an appeal by Summer Carnes and Associates LLP for Christus St. Vincent Regional Medical Center of the Planning Commission's imposition of staff condition number 11 to Christus St. Vincent Cancer Center's development plan for a development located at 445 and 455 St. Michael's Drive. And Ms. Fagali is already at the podium for this. Good job.
And I think here again, we're going to be governed by our process. We're still in a quasi-judicial hearing. So we're applying, as we just tried to do fairly and accurately, the criteria in our code to the facts that are brought before us, keeping an eye on those criteria. The process is very similar. We'll have anyone who feels they need to disclose an ex parte communication should do so now. Then we'll get a staff report for about 10 minutes, followed by a presentation from the appellant for up to 10 minutes, please. The public, if desired, the appellant can question staff. Typically that hasn't happened, but it's in our procedures. We'll then take sworn public comment, as we did just a few minutes ago, go to questions from the governing body of staff or of parties involved, witnesses, go to final statement from the appellant, staff if needed, and then a closing statement, and we'll take it from there with discussion among the members of the governing body. So with that as a process, seeing no hands go up in terms of ex parte communication, could we please then move immediately to the staff report? You have the floor.
Thank you. Mayor Weber, council members, this is an appeal of a condition of the development plan that was approved by the Planning Commission. So this is an appeal by the applicant of a condition that was put on the development plan. So the condition was that, the appellant is saying that the imposition of this condition on the approved development plan that requires that a remnant of a minor drainage way remain undisturbed is inappropriate, and that is what they are appealing. So I'm going to go into that a little more in depth, but that is the basis of the appeal. This is a development plan, which we saw in Daniel's presentation. The arroyo, which they are wanting to disturb, runs right through here, so right through the parking lot. In this slide, you can see where it is. This is a topo map, and it's through here. This is the arroyo. There's about a 60-foot drop along the arroyo. This is the larger arroyo, de los Amigos, that has a name, which is here on the west side of this. This is where that pedestrian bridge that was discussed earlier is. This arroyo is a smaller, unnamed arroyo, which goes here under the proposed parking area. So there is in our city code an ordinance in 14-8.2 that says, for arroyos, streams, or watercourses that carry less than 100 cubic feet per second in a 1% chance event, which is a measure of water, the city engineer may require a setback based on soils and hydrologic information supplied by the applicant. So there is an ordinance that says city engineer can require a setback for arroyos such as this. The condition in the staff report, that was what the Planning Commission voted on and approved, said that there should be a 25-foot setback from either side of the arroyo. The Planning Commission actually had received additional information between the first meeting that they had and the second from the city engineer, who should be on Zoom, hopefully, if you want to ask her questions. But she had clarified and said that in this case, Actually, the setback should be 12 feet, and I will explain in a minute why that is. But the Planning Commission actually voted on the staff report condition, which hadn't been changed. So you can vote on 12 feet or 25 feet or some other recommendation that you would have based on what the city engineer has to say in the testimony that you'll hear. But just so you know, there was that slight discrepancy in between what was presented at the two different Planning Commission meetings and what actually got voted on. So basically, we have another ordinance, which is 14-8.2D4E1. The one I just read you was E2. That says for a rail that has more than 100 cubic feet per second, there is a required setback of 25 feet. And then the city engineer clarified, so that's here, it's 100 foot, requires a 25-foot setback, unless it's waived by the city engineer. And then for a smaller one, the city engineer is saying this one is 60 cubic feet per second, so she is determining a 12-foot setback would be appropriate in this case, about half of what would be for 100 foot per cubic feet per second arroyo. So hopefully that makes sense. She also wanted to clarify that if 12 feet would be an adequate setback if it's enough to ensure that the banks of the arroyo are stable. That's something that they would need to figure out in the field. The city engineer's office would be helping to determine if that were the case. Here's a picture of the arroyo, just facing east, I believe. Yeah, arroyo looking east. So you can see it's pretty deep. There's this slope here on the left-hand side of this photo, and this is where the water goes in the arroyo. We all know what arroyos look like. There's a photo of it for you. So it is pretty deep and fairly rugged terrain. And here's the decision tree that is in your packet. So the ordinance does say the city engineer can require a setback from the arroyo based on soil and hydrologic information. So the first determination is, did she have that information? And then if so, what would the appropriate setback be? Your sample motions, you can either essentially grant the appeal, which I believe the applicant will be presenting on, but I believe they are saying there should be no setback according to their appeal. Or you can deny the appeal and determine what the setback should be. If it's the 12 feet that the city engineer recommended in her letter or some other distance, that is your determination. And that is the end of my slideshow. So.
Thank you. We'll turn now to the appellant's representative. And Madam City Attorney, are we re-swearing everybody in at this point?
Mayor Weber, yes, we are.
I, Jennifer Jenkins, 130 Grant Avenue. Hello again, Mayor.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So I want to just provide a little bit of context, a little bit of background. So we have two appeals that are before you this evening. The first one we're going to address just relates to the condition of approval from the city engineer. But the second appeal is related in terms of a variance request that we took to the Planning Commission to disturb some small areas of 30% slopes that are associated with the drainage. When we first started working on the site plan for the project, there's a small remnant drainage that feeds into the large Arroyo de los Amigos. And in assessing this, in order to ensure that we maximize the amount of on-site parking proximate to this facility for ease of access for cancer patients, it was really clear to us that it was in the best interest of this program and these healthcare outcomes to pipe this little segment of this drainage. Reached out to the city engineer, explained our situation. We looked at an aerial, and I said, this is what we have. And we do, this drainage is piped all the way upstream. It's piped under the driveway that the city constructed to access the water tank. We have this little gap in the middle. We got pipe, and we got pipe. And then we have the Arroyo de los Niños. And I said, so we would like to pipe it so we can have a continuous parking area. But in order to do so, we're going to have to disturb about 1,500 square feet of 30% floods. I can totally get it. She goes, that seems really reasonable to me. I would be supportive of that. Still requires a variance, but always wanting to engage with the city engineer on these types of matters. So we said, okay, so we designed the project understanding we needed a variance, but feeling that we were going to be moving forward with staff support for that request. So we designed the project, submitted our application to the city for review, and the city engineer changed her position, which she's perfectly allowed to do, and said, I don't want this arroyo to be piped. You need to maintain a setback, and you need to preserve it. So we have these two issues. Her condition of approval around a setback, which means the arroyo remains basically untouched. And the other is the variance to disturb the slopes necessary in order to pipe the drain. So they are connected. So the condition of approval, as we understand it, there was a lot of discussion about this at both Planning Commission hearings. Ms. Beingester did amend her condition of approval to say it should be a 12-foot setback. But that also includes plus the depth of the arroyo. So it's 12 feet plus the depth, which takes us to an 18-foot setback. And so I know that staff has said that the record seems a little unclear, but it is our understanding, and I think when you look at the Planning Commission hearing, it is pretty clear that that is, and she wrote a memo to this effect stating that this was her request. So let's talk about this little drainage. So this is an aerial from 1951. The lot lines that are shown here are the existing conditions, the existing urbanization of this area. So here's the Arroyo de los Amigos, and the blue is the associated FEMA floodplain. Yeah, there was a tributary drainage that went off kind of to the northeast, all the way to the other side of Old Pecos Trail. So it's a little arroyo that, localized drainage that flowed into the Arroyo de los Minos. It's not there anymore. As this area developed, the arroyo was piped, it was filled in, it was paved over. The city of Santa Fe permitted all this development because it wasn't important. It didn't carry vast quantities of water. Perfectly accommodated and properly engineered culverts. It wasn't important. So everything in yellow, this is the subject property. You can see the city's water tank. Everything in yellow upstream is gone because it wasn't important. What's in the middle is what's left. It's about 175 linear feet. That is what is left. And to the left of that is where the city constructed their access drive through a FEMA floodplain without a permit to get to the water tank. So Christus is now charged with amending the FEMA floodplain map with FEMA to address the driveway and the culvert that is there. But we'll do that, it's fine. We know it's on the list of things we need to do. So we have pipes. We have a pipe. And then that's what's left in the middle. That is all of a sudden very important. This is the existing conditions. This is the view from St. Michael's Drive. This is the driveway that was constructed for access to reconstruct the water tank. You can see the drainage off to the right here. This is the Arroyo de los Amigos off to the left. There is a culvert that conveys this stormwater underneath that driveway. This driveway crosses the FEMA floodplain, which it really shouldn't do, but it does. I cannot stress to you how critical it is to ensure ease of access to this facility for the patients we are serving. So, as Ms. Bagali very accurately pointed out, if an arroyo is carrying 100 cubic feet per second, you have to have a setback. Done. Everybody knows that. Everybody in my line of work, all the engineers, everybody knows that's the rule. If it's less than 100 CFS, the engineer is granted some discretion in that regard. So it's an interesting question. We have Chapter 14, it's our land development code. Most of it's pretty black and white. You have this kind of use, you need this many parking spaces. You're in this zone, this is your maximum height. But yet there are certain areas in the code where there is discretion. So why is that? I mean, it's code. Most of it's math. It's metrics, dimensional standards, right? So why are there areas in the code that grant discretion? Because there are times when we are required to make a value judgment. A value judgment about what do we value. What you see here in blue is how much of that arroyo at the bottom is actually conveying water in a 100-year storm event. Big storm, that's the water that is being conveyed. In order to comply with an 18-foot setback, 12 feet plus the depth of the arroyo, all of that parking in orange is gone. 63 parking spaces obliterated for that. So the question is, what do we value? Based upon our patient encounters and the number of patients that we are serving, we are able on this current design to provide adequate on-site parking, and then we have parking designated on the main campus for able-bodied employees to park and use the pedestrian walkway. That parking is not intended for cancer patients, their caregivers, their families. It is critically important to patient care and patient outcomes. So that is why we appealed this condition of approval, because we do not believe this was an appropriate exercise of discretion. 47 CFS. The entire drainage has been piped, except what's left. We're just asking for the opportunity to continue that pattern, properly engineered, so we can ensure our patients have ease of access to their care. And with that, I am going to ask Dr. Teague to come up and say a few words just to provide a little more context, and that will complete our presentation. And oh, you have a comment? Okay. Do you want me to leave this up? Okay, I'll leave that up.
Please try to keep within the time limits if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. I will try to make it short, hopefully impactful, though. You know, I have been an oncologist here in Santa Fe for 6 years now and have watched, as I mentioned before, our volume grow and grow. This cancer center is being built because the community of Santa Fe deserves to have an exceptional comprehensive cancer center. And the citizens of Santa Fe deserve to have a building that will give Christus St. Vincent the opportunity to house bigger and better cancer services all in one place. That is really the goal. The treatment of cancer takes a village. Medical oncologists, radiation oncologists, nutritionists, social workers, nurses, radiation therapists, the list goes on and on. And a new building gives us this opportunity to expand and enhance all of these services. And this site was also chosen because, as we had mentioned before, the proximity to the hospital, which also gives patients even better access to the ancillary services that the hospital can provide. You know, so after learning that we might not have access to 25% of our proposed parking services, I was quite disheartened. I'm used to fighting insurance companies every day to try to get the right treatments for my patients and the right access to care, and I honestly believe that parking is an access to care issue that needs to be taken extremely seriously. You know, we are trying to build an amazing comprehensive cancer center so patients can continue to receive all of their care here in Santa Fe and feel that they're getting the exceptional care that they deserve. So, of all of the things that my patients worry about, it shouldn't be whether or not they find a parking space. So I'm here to make an appeal on behalf of my patients. I was thinking of the patients I've just seen this week. One who just had to have a second amputation of part of her leg because of a sarcoma. And she can't get her prosthesis for months because it has to heal. I thought of actually I have a wife and husband team that I take care of. He's got prostate cancer and she has breast cancer. I see them on the same day because they come together. These are real life situations where parking isn't a huge, not just a must, it is absolutely necessary. I have pregnant women who are anemic and again coming in. To have to worry about parking, to not be able to have someone drop them off and be able to join them quickly into the cancer center, it would be a huge inconvenience for patients that are experiencing such heartache already and spend so much of their time there. So I hope you take this very much into consideration. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm Carl Summerman. I've been sworn and I'm under oath and they have my address. I will be very, very brief. I want to address three things, and they are the complicating factor that this condition has on a very practical issue related to this site. It affects the city, it affects the hospital, and that's this easement that is in place and how the hospital intended to reroute that. That's one issue I'd like to address quickly. The other is that the criteria that the discretion is supposed to be exercised on is based on soils information provided by the applicant and the volume of water as provided by the applicant. I'd like to address that criteria. And then finally, I'd like to address one thing that is clear in the record that the Planning Commission thought they were doing that we were trying to do. And it's not correct. So I'll begin first with the practical aspect. There is an easement that is of record right now in favor of the city that gets the city to the water tank in the back. And that easement right now goes right through that building as it's shown. That easement has the ability of St. Vincent's to move it so that it can accommodate the development of the property. The city has big vehicles that have to go back to that tank and they have to maintain it. The city Public Works and the utility department have asked us to make available part of our parking lot when they need to stage, because that tank is not accessible from the lower part except through this property. We're all good with that. This, as you can see, cuts out the ability to route the traffic on the easement around this parking lot, and that's what we were going to do. Right now, the only way to route the traffic that the city is going to be bringing these vehicles, and every once in a while they have cranes and the like, will be right smack dab in the front of this building. That would be the only way to the tank. That creates a practical problem for us, practical problem for the city. And then staging in the back becomes more difficult because of the access to that. I bring that to your attention because that easement terminates. We are intending to make it permanent for you all. It terminates next year. We're willing to make it permanent, but we can't make it permanent right in front of the building. That creates a practical problem. I wanted to make you aware of that. The second thing I'd like to talk to you about is the criteria. We provided no information about soils, none. So there's no information in the record that says the city engineer based her decision on soils. We provided information about cubic feet per second, 47 cubic feet per second in a 100-year storm. That is less than half of the trigger of required information that would require a setback. There's no setback required. I say that to you because the essence of what happened here was the city engineer went out to the site and she said, this is a nice area. It's got wildlife in it. And, you know, I'm sure there probably is there some, you know, wildlife. I live down the street and there are deer in my backyard. I mean, every day practically. So that's what changed here. She went out to the site and she said, this is a nice little area and it has wildlife in it. Now, what we're talking about creating is a hole in the middle of a parking lot that will have rail around it, and this area will be surrounded on the east, the west, the north, and the south by cars, by people, and by buildings. That is not, and there's a statement in the staff memo that this is a corridor, a wildlife corridor. It is not. And I'll tell you why that's important, because this, you know, this is my last point. The Planning Commission had the same impression that we were going to obliterate a wildlife corridor, namely the Arroyo de los Amigos. The Arroyo de los Amigos is on the west side of this property, and it runs up and down, and it is a wildlife corridor. There are animals that go into this neighborhood and out of this neighborhood. And I say that they were under that impression because in finding fact number 12, the Planning Commission found that we would be effectively removing a portion of the Arroyo de los Amigos. We're not doing that. That was a mistake on their part, a misunderstanding on their part, and I think it's confused by this idea that we're somehow obliterating a wildlife corridor. We're not doing that. So I submit to you finally, we have a practical problem with rerouting this easement with this condition. Second thing is there's really no evidence in the record other than that the city engineer likes this, and I understand that, but that's not the criteria upon which this regulation should be imposed. And then finally, the Planning Commission believed that we were obliterating a portion of the arroyo. That's not correct. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you. Thank you.
So that completes the appellant's presentation. Under our processes, if the appellant wishes to ask questions of staff through me, now would be the time to do that. Or if not, we'll go to the public testimony. So if there are people either in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk, or people in the room here with us tonight, we're back where we were before, where you need to come forward and be sworn in, and then you'll be given a chance to speak to this part of tonight's case agenda. So please come on up, be sworn. Madam Clerk, is there anybody in the Zoom room who appears to be wishing to speak on this?
Mayor Weber, not right now, but I would just remind anybody listening on Zoom or participating on Zoom, if you raise your virtual hand, then I will get to you after we have in-person public comment.
Thank you. So we need to swear people back in again because this is a different case. Thank you. And again, we'll be asking you to keep, if you can, to the best of your ability around the 2-minute level, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I can go less. I didn't want to repeat the same stuff all over again about the history of my family with the hospital. So I'm going to put my real estate cap on for a second. And I think this is a tough site. It's a real tough site. I went out there and I heard about a variance in an arroyo, and all of my concentration was in the Arroyo de los Amigos. Okay? Not knowing that there's this little tributary that runs from the office buildings to the east diagonally through some culverts. I think what they're asking for is very reasonable. And I think it's got to be taken in balance. The one thing that I notice is that there has been no attempt whatsoever to reduce the Arroyo de los Amigos. Most developers would take that and they'd say, well, we can go to FEMA because everything changes with upstream development. We can do a CLOMAR, we can do a LOMAR, we can change that floodplain map, and we can develop further into that arroyo. That's not what's being asked for here. What's being asked for here is to pipe a small section, very small section, to move that water, and I'm sure the water goes over to the Arroyo de los Amigos, and I think you ought to grant this variance.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Anna Dara. I'm actually the appellant for the following case. Didn't think I'd be speaking to this, but feel like I need to. Do I need my address? No, I'm good. Okay. So, it's 171 feet long, this arroyo. They said that a minute ago. That's not a blip. That's not a tiny little thing. And because the city didn't do well and paved over, not paved over, put the dirt road over where they shouldn't have, doesn't mean we shouldn't reclaim it or fix that, right? So they did that without a permit, but, maybe that's something we should be looking at fixing. The easement that they're talking about, that Mr. Summer talked about, that I think was a really, really good point. I mean, that easement, you want the trucks to go around the back. The thing is, I live right behind that water tank. And I know, because I see it often, that the trucks come from the Calle Medico side because it's much closer to the water tank. It's much easier to get to. So they come Calle Medico and they pull right onto the lot right next to the water tank. So I'm not sure that they need to continue the easement. I wouldn't want to speak for the city, but I'm not sure that it's really an issue, the way that they've made the issue. They say that parking is access to care, and I completely agree with that, but I don't understand the math as to why we need so many spaces there. With 6,000 patients, I'm not clear on, how many patient visits. They had talked about 64,000 patient visits, which I'm going to address when I speak. It's very unclear why they need so many spaces. So thank you very much. I would appreciate you denying this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Others, either here in the room, please come up now. You need to be sworn back in. And if the city clerk is keeping an eye on the Zoom hands, we'll take them too. You have a couple more folks getting in line here to be sworn.
Molly Langley, 1512 Del Gaspar. I collect data. Numbers mean a lot to me, too. I already wrote this, and this would be part of the attachments. I don't know how much of all the reading you guys are able to get to. But I had a question about the numbers of parking places that they need. So I did the math, 64,000 patients, encounters a year. They have 83 examination rooms. They anticipate seeing 250 patients a day. It all works. So each examination room, they have 83 examination rooms. Each of those will be used 3 times a day, it sounds like. But they're not all there at the same time. They're not all there at the same time. The healthy staff is parked elsewhere, and they've come across the Skyway. And so they really only, I'm guessing they don't really need only 83 parking lot places, but they don't need 300. Because they will be going. I remember during the Planning Commission meeting them emphasizing that over and over again. They'll be coming and going, coming and going. But yeah, 250 cars a day, but not all at the same time over the course of presumably 6 or 7 hours. So I just want to point that out.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Sorry to keep everyone so late, but you did save me the pain of watching the Dodgers lose on TV tonight. I do appreciate that. I should never use sports references, but this morning I was having coffee with someone who was asking me about the history of the city, and someone came up to our table and said, "Are you Alan Weber, the mayor?"
Because of the mustache? Oh.
And, before I answered, I just had a brief thought, and I thought, what would I say about this issue if I were the mayor? And I would say that the city has very much need for a modern, functioning cancer facility, but lament that these plans functionally are compromised by the choice of an inappropriate arroyo-laced lot. It's much too small for the ambitious plans of the hospital. Now, that's the end of your comments, Mayor. Thank goodness, huh? But what I'm concerned about is a small lot size, and the arroyos do crisscross it, and 171 feet is probably more than we consider it to be in a statement in a room like this. I also work in arroyos and work with water throughout Pueblo lands in the north and know what the arroyos can look like and understand the movement of water and soils through those. But what concerns me about this small lot size and it being smaller by the arroyos is that what will happen as a result of the lot size, and that will be the increase of the height of the building, because they're trying to squeeze more of the building into a smaller square footage of these 7 acres. So I stand before you, both personally and as part of our neighborhood, to be in opposition to the variance. Thank you very much. Bruce Bernstein, 204 West San Mateo, the one with the calming that doesn't work, traffic calming that doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to testify about the, we're very clearly, we're not talking about other variances. We're strictly speaking on the appeal regarding condition number 11. Other folks who want to address that issue? Is there anyone in the...
Mayor Weber, yes, I do have Karen in the waiting room on Zoom.
Great.
So, Karen, are you there? Karen?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am here.
Okay, and Karen, would
Can
you...
hear me now?
We can hear you. Would you like us to turn on your camera for Zoom?
I prefer not, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I do need to swear you in, so if you can state your name and your address.
Karen Cook, 205 West Lupita.
Okay, and do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was there but had to return home. I agree with the statements made that we are squeezing out a beautiful arroyo for the sake of more parking that is dubiously required. And I would encourage the city council to examine the site themselves to see what a huge change this is going to be to this old, beautiful arroyo, which many of us have walked. And I think I'm going to just mention the tree devastation that is going to occur that will ultimately affect our environmental trees are the most important thing we can have to preserve climate change, and I wish the city were paying more attention to tree destruction and keeping trees alive, and I am not confident that the Cancer Center is going to help us keep these old trees in that arroyo alive by its construction and building so close to what they're claiming is the arroyo. If you stand there and look at it, which I encourage the council to do before approval, you would not believe that it is that narrow of an arroyo. And any grievances that the city has caused to date, we do not have to repeat. Let's start fresh, move forward. It is one of the most egregious things I think we're doing is to allow a variance from the 30% slope to create more parking that may not be required. Thank you.
Thank you. Others in the room, in the Zoom room? Others in this room who want to speak to the condition 11? In that case, I think, members of the governing body, it's time to open to a round of questioning of anyone who's testified. We do have our city engineer in the Zoom room if members of the governing body would like to address questions in that direction as well. Councilor Cassett, go right ahead.
I think I would just like to hear from Dee to start with about why she is stating that we need a 12-foot plus depth, so 18-foot setback from the arroyo here. That was the end of my question.
We did just promote Dee, and we'll ask her to unmute now. Dee, are you available? She is on Zoom, and I acknowledged that she unmuted. Dee, can you hear us?
You want to try texting, see if she's having a technology glitch keeping her from joining us at the moment? If so, we'll move on to some other questions, but if she's just hung up with a connection, we should try to fix that.
I can ask some other questions in the meantime.
If you don't mind, if you've got some other folks you'd like to ask questions of or other clarifications, why don't you please continue?
Okay, Jennifer, I believe this will be for you. Let's discuss parking. I'm so sorry, I know it's in the packet. Can you please remind me the number of spaces required per the code, the number of spaces being proposed on the site, the number that would be at the main campus, and break that down for me, please?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Hassett. So based on the size of the building, the city code requires 301 parking spaces. We are accommodating with our current design 237 spaces on site. 64 spaces are being provided on the main campus. Again, those 64 spaces being allocated for doctors, staff, employees. But there's also industry standards around parking demand for this type of facility that is not necessarily the same as the city code requirements. So we have 83 exam/procedure rooms. Industry standards are you need 3 spaces per exam room. People overlap. You have an appointment, you're going into the exam room, but maybe you need to come over here and get a blood test or get some other tests or consult with the social worker before you go into the exam room. So it's not, so there's a lot of overlap as patients arrive in the building, move around among different providers within the building. Maybe they walk over to the main hospital to get some care there as well. So based on the industry standards of 3 spaces per exam room, that's 249 spaces. We have 237. We're close. Not perfect, but it's pretty close, and it's really important. So it is, I think that answers your question. I'm just going to.
Yeah, without the variance, what does that take the parking down to if you were to remain as a flat parking lot there?
We lose 63 spaces, so again, cowboy math, somebody want to give me 173, thank you, Pat. So we'd be down to 170.
And if we're just looking solely on spaces, because the main hospital is overparked, there still would be enough space to take that there?
There would.
So I know that we'll have a little bit of this discussion when we get to the height variance. Did you look into digging down to create parking? I know that during Planning Commission there was this conversation about a parking structure and reasons not to go up.
Yeah.
Did we look at going down?
All factors considered, all options were considered when we were in the design phase. And then you get down to just what is the most fiscally responsible way for a nonprofit healthcare organization to build a cancer facility when they are raising money to a significant degree to help fund this effort. And so a lot of options were considered, and the cost implications are incredibly significant, whether we're talking about going down or we're going up. And so we landed on surface parking for a lot of reasons, which also speaks to ease of access in terms of navigating stairs and elevators and, you know, all those components. And it felt like the most fiscally responsible way for, again, a nonprofit organization to pursue this facility.
Going back to the industry standard of 249 spaces, you know, similar to the code, there is this requirement of, what did we say?
301 spaces.
301, there we go, thank you. Finding all my numbers on my favor. But there was an allowance that the main campus could be utilized. With the industry standards, do they discuss the distance from the parking spaces? Do they discuss that, you know, the ease of access from the space to the site? In other words, would industry standards look at the option of utilizing those spaces on the main campus and still say, yes, this meets industry standards?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Hussett, I do not know. But but very likely Dr. T could speak to that. But it's just from a common sense standpoint, proximity matters. It matters when we're dealing with people who are dealing with healthcare challenges, potential mobility challenges, all of this. It really matters. Emphasize that. I tell most of my clients, looking at a new project, I'm like, well, I just need variance for this thing. I'm like, no variance. No variance. The variance criteria is incredibly challenging in the city of Santa Fe. And unless you have a really unique circumstance, we're not moving forward with that. This was not taken lightly at all. We conferred with city staff about this approach early on in our design process. This was not taken lightly.
If I may add, for the record, Carl Summer in this case, and I'm under oath, to add something that goes to the answer to your question, assuming that we lost 60 spaces, there would be inadequate parking on site for patients. So it raises this issue of how you get patients across. These are people who are coming for treatment, and we can all envision what varying states they might be in. The Planning Commission was under the impression that we could put people in buses and drive them over. That can't be done because we don't have a license or the ability or the buses site onto public right away and then over here. We don't do that with people right now. There's a picture in your packet of a bus. That is a shuttle that is for employees coming, is it from the train? From the train. And that's not a patient. There is another thing about, well, you can use a golf cart. You can't get a cart across from one to the other here. So the loss of the spaces creates a very practical problem for patients who are having to deal with it. Because if you put patients over there, they got to walk into the main building, and then they've got to walk across, or they've got to be shuttled across, in some fashion if they can't walk. So that distance is significant, and I just raised that because it's one of the impacts of losing 60 patient spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a little interesting because the proximity has both been from the last case, you're talking about the benefits of the proximity right over there for, the additional treatments that might be needed, but now all of a sudden the distance is really far. So I'm feeling a little bit of a disconnect here in some of the logic about whether or not this is an extremely far distance that cannot be traversed or not.
So there's two different types of distance that I'm talking about. The distance from the inside to care in the main hospital. And then there's the parking area that is north of the main hospital, traversing that into the building to the walkway. So they are not equitable distances that we are speaking to. Oh, you're right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Facility with being in the facility with maybe the person that they're with, who could then, use a wheelchair over the walkway, for instance, if they had to go get additional testing at the hospital. That's a lot different if that person is also driving them and can't park and either has to drop them off, they themselves go park somewhere else, walk over while that person was waiting for them because they can't get themselves into the cancer center. So that could take 10 minutes or more for them just to wait for their person to arrive. So I don't think it is quite the same scenario of someone parking and then someone going to the building for a service.
Okay, thank you. Do we have D yet?
I think we're about to test her audio. She was present but couldn't get the audio to work. Madam Clerk, are we good to go?
Correct. Dee, can you test your audio again?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Councilor Cassett has a question for you.
Hi, Dee.
Hi.
I would just like to hear from your perspective why you are recommending this requirement of a total would be an 18-foot setback, the 12 feet plus the depth of the arroyo, and where that is coming from your professional perspective.
Well, the code does ask.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Dee, yeah, Dee, I can hear you, but I need to swear you in.
Oh. Okay.
So if you can say your name, and then go ahead and state the address for City Hall.
Dee Beingessner, and I don't remember the address for City Hall.
200 Lincoln.
200 Lincoln. Thank
Yeah,
you.
200 Lincoln Avenue. Dee, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you, Dee.
Mayor and Councilor, I'm tasked with the code, which has a purpose and intent in my section of the code for terrain management that does say that part of the purpose and intent is to protect arroyos and waterways and riparian habitats, things like that. I don't have it in front of me to read to you, but then the specifics are what Ms. Fagali put up, that I, for an arroyo with 100 CFS, there would be a certain setback, and then for arroyos less than 100 CFS, it would be hydrologic information as well as soils reports that would determine the setback. So when I was first shown this project, they didn't state that this was an arroyo going, the minor tributary arroyo, but they just showed me a pipe, and then they, which I don't believe even went all the way across the property when they showed it to me, and that it was going to possibly disturb some 30% slopes, but they were, I think, the man-made slopes. So at that point I said that I would support that they could put that pipe through there. Then when I went out to the site later, I realized this is an arroyo. This isn't something that I cannot just say you can pave right over. So that's when I guess changed my information to them that they would have to get a variance, and I would not support the variance because they were basically obliterating an arroyo and not following the code.
Thank you, Dee. So there is this conversation, maybe I'm getting some things confused, the soil and hydrologic data that is supposed to be provided by the applicant. Is that still applying here, or not as much because we've determined this to be an arroyo? Or you've determined
Yes, they are still supposed to provide the hydrologic data, which they did with the 47 CFS, and then the soils report, which they have not yet provided. So I don't think there's going to be a problem with the soils report because it's a parking lot, not a heavy structure that's going to be built on the edges. So they do still need to provide the soils information, but I don't think it's going to be a problem with the 12-foot setback.
Okay, and then, Mr. Summer, you had made a comment that kind of playing a little chicken egg of, well, we haven't provided the soils report, so there can't be an assessment made. So, knowing that this was coming, did you make any effort to get a soils report?
No, it is not a requirement of the code to submit a soils report as part of your application. So the soils, the question about soils is twofold. I think Ms. Beingesser is talking about the soils on the banks and their stability if there's going to be building around them. That's not what the code refers to. It talks about the soils in the drainage way, whether they're fragile and what kinds of soils are they. It's not required by the code to be submitted, and it wasn't required for the application process. The reason I raised it, not to play chicken or an egg, was to say the decision was made to say, I'm going to regulate this. Ms. Beingesser said, the code doesn't require you to do anything. I get to tell you what I'm going to do. I don't have any soils information, but I think this is a sensitive area. I understand that decision. I understand that decision. She could have said, I don't think this is an important drainage way, and we would be here not talking about that. That's what she's vested with, is the ability to say regulation or no regulation. And what she did it on, and it's clear in the record and in her report, she thinks that this is an important wildlife corridor. And she said that. It's in the record in a couple of places. And I submit to you, it is not. And that's why we think it's wrong.
Thank you. Ms. Beingesser, would you concur with that assessment of what you reported at Planning Commission and your logic at the moment?
No, although I did state that it is a wildlife corridor, or it could be a wildlife corridor, that is not my reasoning at all. My reasoning was that I'm supposed to protect an arroyo, and this is an arroyo.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Pagali, did you have something to add to this conversation? I see you looking like you may.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor. I just want to remind you that this is not one of the variance appeals. This is actually just the appeal on the setback from the arroyo. So the variance criteria are not part of this. The parking is not actually relevant to this discussion as far as what the criteria for the setback is. I can share this again. It'll come up on the screen. This is the relevant section of code. It's, does the city engineer believe, has she determined, based on the hydrologic information and soils, it could be one or the other, if there is a required setback. So the variance requirements are for the other cases.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I will yield the floor.
Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I know Councilor Villarreal and I are so happy that we're talking about that water tank again. Thought we'd never hear about that again, didn't we? So, Ms. Jenkins, would you put up again the map or the photo that shows the history of this drainage ditch / arroyo, and where it used to run and where it runs now? There you go.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell. So this is the historical aerial photo, and that shows the extent of what that tributary, how it used to run prior to the urbanization of this area. So these are the existing conditions, and this is an aerial that was taken while that tank was under construction by the city, and as I believe this was the image that.
So, yeah. So all that area that's in yellow is now
It's either a building or a parking lot or a driveway, and it is there is the area just upstream from the subject parcel is piped. There is a culvert that outlets into the property, and in terms of how far that culvert goes, it's unknown how far the culverting goes, or if there were areas that were just filled in potentially sometime historically. But it is piped upstream and it is piped downstream from the remnant area.
Okay, so the city must have given permission for that to be piped, or somebody piped it.
Yeah, it's just part of the development permit applications
Okay.
for any kind of new development.
So we're talking about, you said, I think about 170 feet?
Correct.
And if I've listened to this properly, at 100 CFS requires a setback.
Yes, 25 feet plus the depth of the arroyo.
Okay. Less than 100 is discretionary.
That is
And we are at
40.
47. It bothers me that this is discretionary. Pretty much this whole channel doesn't exist anymore. The red section there, what did the city do in that red section there in the last few years?
So they put a culvert at the kind of where this tributary drainage merges with the Arroyo de los Amigos. They put a culvert and they built a driveway across that culvert in order to access the water tank site. And unfortunately, that affected the FEMA floodplain that extends into that area. So that FEMA map will need to be amended to reflect that change.
You know, I know we're talking about arroyos and drainage pipes. I'm just going to throw in a couple of observations that I know this council's seen lots of times. We can't get people to park in parking garages. They don't want to walk anywhere. I've had the experience in the last 7 days of 6 trips either to St. Christus, Prez, or another medical facility. I don't want to hear about the suggestion of golf carts. Put my partner in a golf cart would be torturous. This is discretionary. Bothers me that we're looking at a first-class cancer center, and I look at this map, at what's happened, and we have the discretion to do something different for the benefit of the community, and you use the term value. What is the value? There's a very sizable arroyo. Is it on the east side, west side? No one's disagreed that that arroyo has a lot of value. Talk about the, which isn't, we were reminded, you know, the number of spaces. Our code calls for 301. People saying, oh, you know, you don't need that many. I don't know what you need. The code says 301. Best practice of people that deliver crucial care is different. So this isn't a very hard decision for me, and I think that it's discretionary makes it really easy for me. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for sticking it with us here, just really sticking it out to listen to testimony and also to our questions. and I think all of us are getting tired. So I'll try to be, or I will try to articulate well. The question I have for Dee, and thank you, Dee, for being with us as well. I was curious if there was, if we have tracked any historic storm water activity in this area, specifically Arroyo de los Amigos, and also the tributary that we have in question. And I guess I'm thinking back as far as 2018 when we had the great storm, and then also the recent rains that we had this summer. So I'm just curious if staff has looked at that, if there were issues that came about for that great storm, if there was anything that we should know about in this area.
Mayor and Councilor, I am not aware that there were any issues in that arroyo, but I wasn't the city engineer at that time. But I have not been informed that there were issues there then for any, even the recent storms.
Yeah, I guess I would love to know. I wish we had some historical information about that, because that was a pretty significant storm, and I'm considering that the norm now. And so any development we look at, Mr. Romero knows this, when we think about development, I do think about it, the 100-year precedent we have. I know it's in code, but I don't think it's legitimate anymore. I just think we need to think beyond that. So I was wondering, Dee, if there was any other, in terms of like this year and recent rains, if you saw any kind of activity or flow that we should be concerned about?
Well, I did hear that there were some issues, I think, in right at the crossing of under St. Michael's Drive there, but I don't know how bad they were, because I don't think they flooded anything, and since there's no one, living right there at that spot, I don't think there was an issue there. But you're right, I would also be concerned about piping 100-year storm volume of size of pipe, I guess, through that property might cause flooding upstream if the pipe wasn't able to handle a storm of a greater intensity, which we are maybe more likely to have.
Thank you. And I was also thinking about that pipe that we're talking about that now runs from the east side, that pipes down, that we don't know where it ends or starts. I'm just curious what that flow looks like too. Was there anything that affected our current road to the water tank? Do you know if there was any flooding on that?
It didn't appear that there was any flooding there.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I just really would want to know more about that. Just the tracking of that and what, I mean, there's anecdotally people could tell you that, but it would be good to know what that flow, the stormwater activity is in that area. The other question I had was about, we keep talking about patients and parking, and we all think that's extremely important. And I guess I was curious if staff or the folks that would be running the facility, if you had thought about prioritizing the parking that's closest for just patients, and all the staff would be directed toward the main parking area, as most places do when you're trying to accommodate your guests and patrons.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, that is correct. The 64 spaces that are being allocated on the main camp are employees, staff, and could be if somebody's just a visitor, for example. But yes, all the on-site parking are for patients.
So if there was not, if this condition was applied and the number goes, what was it, 173? 174? Would those parking spaces then be prioritized for the patients?
Lost 63 parking spaces on site to the drainage, then there's going to be even more. Now we're going to have 120 odd spaces out of the 3 require 120 of those are going to be on the main campus. Still, what the balance left on site would be prioritized for patients. But there would be a lot of patients who would be forced to park on the main campus.
I guess I don't understand that, mostly because if we're prioritizing, if staff knows these are parking spaces that are right in front of the entrance, these are all going to be prioritized for patients, and the rest of the staff would be up in the main campus area, that would displace spaces for patients. I guess I'm just trying to understand, because if you're telling me that staff is going to be in the main campus and that the priority would be right in front for patients, then why would that change even if the variance or the condition was applied?
Priority, but the quantity, the number.
Right. For the staff.
Based on our current plan, where we 200. The requirement per city code is on the campus, 64 spaces, which those 64 already have been identified for employees. So we already need to prioritize all 237 of the on-site spaces for patients.
The other question I had is, we never heard about from you all, from the applicant, going to the 25-foot setback that was the original requirement at Planning Commission, and going to the 12-foot setback. And I guess I'm curious, you all didn't really convey an opinion about that, and how it would change the parking numbers to go to the 12-foot setback.
So, So based upon the 12 feet plus the depth of the arroyo takes us to an 18-foot setback. That is what is reflected here. So with an 18-foot setback, that is a loss of 63 parking spaces. Okay. And so if we were required, and I think it was clear, she's only asking for 12 plus the depth. If it was 25 plus the depth, we're into 31 feet of a setback. So I think that that number in terms of the parking loss could easily double.
Could easily what?
Double.
Double. The problem I have with that picture is that it's cutting off this other parking area that's at the top. So when I look at that, when I first looked at that, I was like, wow, that's a lot of parking for the overall area. But there is this other area that that's wrapped around on the north side that has parking. Okay. All right.
Can you get a little closer to that microphone, please?
Sure, of course.
This is the entire site?
Okay, to the north.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll yield the floor for now. Thank you.
If you don't mind, can I piggyback on what you were just asking, because I think it raises a good series of questions. Keeping that picture up, so imagine that the city engineer's recommendation is upheld and there's a 18-foot setback in the lower segment of the parking lot. So if I understand your proposal correctly, that area would be carved out and would be undeveloped.
It would be carved out, and it would have to have a railing around it per code, because it could be a fall hazard, and there would be vehicles that would be parking around it and access, and it would essentially be a hole in the parking lot that would have retaining walls and a railing and be surrounded by vehicles.
So you would not build that parking area. You would simply keep the piece of land that is currently an arroyo in that location intact, but not remove the parking from all areas around it.
No, we would honor that 18 feet, so the parking would stop within 18 feet of either bank of that arroyo.
And to Councilman Viral's earlier question about who gets priority where, so looking at the overall parking scheme, you're still asking staff and employees to park further away
On the main campus, that's correct.
and reserving on this site all of whatever parking is allowed for the patients who come and go to that site.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lee Garcia, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So, can you explain again what happens to the easement? Obviously,
Oh, sure.
they were showing that the easement went.
Exactly. Thank
And
you,
the
Ms.
W.
Yeah, Councilor Garcia, that's actually a great question, because this is a really good slide to convey that. So right now, Chris just granted the City of Santa Fe an easement. It's pretty much a straight shot, straight through, there's the existing driveway, which you can see right underneath that shaded area. And it's a straight shot to get to the back of the site for access and maintenance of the tank. So earlier, a neighbor spoke regarding, the city does have access via Calle Medico to the east side of the tank right here, but they can't get to this side of the tank. You can't physically go from here to here unless you're like walking across the top of the tank. So there are retaining walls here, and this area here is quite a bit lower than the tank itself. So the city actually needs access from both sides in order to properly maintain the tank. The request that came to us, so yes, the easement is, we are allowed to relocate the easement, and there's language in the easement document that states that. So the City Utilities Division said they would really like to kind of expand the scope of the easement to allow them in this area where these parking spaces are to accommodate, for example, a crane or some large equipment that they may need to utilize periodically to service the tank. So if they want to try to get a large piece of equipment here, the logical thing to do is to relocate the easement around the perimeter of the site here. So they would have access to these parking spaces if they needed to park there, temporarily to service the tank. Gives them great access to this driveway that connects into the tank property. So that was the logical thing, is to use this exterior drive aisle. If we are in this situation, that exterior drive aisle becomes unavailable to the city. And the only way for them to get to the back of the site is right across the front of the building and then pulling a 180 turn here in order to get to these parking spaces. And so it really creates a challenge of navigating this parking lot for the purposes of maintenance access.
Thank you. Do we know how often that is being used by the city?
How often they're accessing the tank on a regular basis, I do not know, but I don't know if you maybe have somebody from the water division who is on the call this evening who could speak to that. With respect to the crane access, they talked about every year or two, something of that nature, that it wouldn't be constant, but they did feel like they needed a staging area to get the crane in there.
Thank you. There was one slide that I saw in between. You jumped to a couple that kind of gave like a not a bird's eye view, but kind of an angle view.
Oh, okay. I think that might
from the driveway and.
Oh, from the driveway.
That right there.
This,
or the other way.
This one?
Nope.
Or this one?
Nope. One more. That one.
That one. There you go.
So this is what's proposed. Being able to pipe through.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't have that, you lose pretty much this whole portion, or close to all the portion on the bottom.
That is.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilor Michael Garcia.
Mayor, got one quick question for Dr. Teague. Can you tell me at any given time how many patients are being seen or expect to be seen?
So, again, we have various services at the the proposed cancer center. Beyond just cancer treatment, we have the radiation treatment, the radiology. So that's why we base it on having X number of exams, because at any one time we certainly foreseeably could have all of those being occupied. So I think it's 83 rooms that we potentially could be using at once.
So with that being said, 83 exam rooms, you're at capacity there. I understand probably patients waiting in the waiting room. I'll say, I don't know. I think what I'm trying to come back to is making sure we can accommodate every single patient that is there has a space. And if we could accommodate that, still maintain the preservation of the arroyo, it seems very possible, because if we move forward with the preservation, 173 spaces would be available. That definitely covers everybody, all 83 rooms at capacity. Leaves roughly 90 extra spaces. I think there's enough space to accommodate that. I'm just trying to, can you tell me if my math is wrong? If we've got the 80?
Well, I think it is hard to predict, which is why we have code standards for this, to say because people have looked at this, right? So for this size of a building, the recommendation is to have, not just recommendation, but the regulation is to have 301 spaces. So that number has been looked at and studied, which is why they came up with that. So, I can stand here and try to extrapolate, but I don't think I need to. Someone has already done that work for us. And so the recommendation to support the patients, visitors, and staff, but have 301 spaces.
Understandable, but it's been argued also in front of this body that other locations can accommodate space. And so I understand the 301, but that's where we've looked at accommodating the 63 with the main hospital parking lot.
But based on what our staff levels are, we feel, certainly with the growth that's expected with the cancer center as we open over the few years, that we will need to maximize all of the parking space. The staff space, where we feel we have enough room for that, it's that even moving, so if we have to move those additional spaces, those will end up being for patients.
Understandable, but again, I think it's, next question. Then 249 was a number given by, I think it was stated, medical professional. Can you clarify for me, 249 spaces was what was proposed?
That's best practices of not just what code states, but what people have looked at for the best patient experience and for best patient care. So a best practice scenario has 3 spaces per exam room.
Okay, and so that would accommodate doctors, I'm assuming doctors and...
No, that's for patient care.
So we would have, okay. So the number 249 does not account for staff, doctors, anybody else?
Correct.
249 patients. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me, Dr.
If you can imagine, I'll give you an example of, I have 3 exam rooms, okay? Those can be filled, but I also have, the next set of 3 patients waiting in the wait, and my other 3 patients, even before, after them, are downstairs getting their blood work. Because we do all of the services in that building, many steps, so people are there for lots of different services besides just seeing me. It's blood work, it's radiation, it's radiology. So those 3 exam rooms, I can easily have 12 people in the building getting ready to go into those spaces over the next, 40 minutes.
Okay.
So we need a lot of overlap.
Thank you, Dr. Teague. I really appreciate the clarification. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm looking first at Counselor Romero-Worth and then at Counselor Cassidy.
Okay, so I want to continue on this. So, quote unquote, according to the applicant's representative, Ms. Jenkins, it's industry standards that say 249 rooms, and that's based on 83 rooms times 3 spaces per room gets you 249 spaces, correct? Okay. Now, when you say industry standards, what are you pointing to? Is this the American Medical Association? Is this the, I don't know, the...
Based upon design, best practices around design for similar types of facilities. And so...
According to whom? I want a name.
You know, I do not know. That is my honest answer.
Right.
So my colleague is informing me. So we...
Good to have colleagues with knowledge.
It's good to have colleagues informing you. So we have a design team. We have an architecture team and all of the specialty consultants that specialize in healthcare. That's all they do is they design hospitals, medical clinics, and the whole gamut. And our design team, this is what they do. This is their world. And so that is what has been advised to us as we were designing this project based upon what has been determined over time. Best practices for these types of facilities, this was the target, was the 249.
And I guess I'm just wondering where that stems from, right? Like, based on whose experience, or like, why couldn't it be 2 spaces per, exam room? Like, how did they get to 3? Where is that experience come from?
It comes from designing multiple facilities, and there's a huge programming effort that goes on. So designing this facility, there are weekly meetings with Dr. Teague and her oncology team and all those care providers with the architecture team, programming this facility. What do you need and how does this work? And they're like, I don't like that corridor, it's too long, you need to do this. And I mean, it is an enormous effort. And so the architecture team brings with them years and years of experience with other facilities, other caregiving teams, and they take that experience and they deploy it in this facility in direct collaboration with boots on the ground caregivers. Dr. T just described it. I have 3 exam rooms. I got 12 people in the building accessing those 3 exam rooms. It's just the experience of providing this type of care in this type of facility.
I just want to answer the question that somebody mentioned in the public comment about trees and the city's need to take trees more seriously. I want to point you to our website and something called Tree Smart Santa Fe. We are taking trees very seriously, and we do have an initiative to address trees. It needs more money, of course, but we have taken affirmative steps in the name of trees. Okay, that's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, and I believe Counselor Cassidy, you're next.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Still, again, following along this line of questioning about determining parking spaces needed in such close proximity. Dr. Teague had mentioned, and I believe in the Planning Commission meetings for one of these discussions, there was also the conversation that there will be a mix of patients here. So we will have individuals who really should not be walking very far. We also will have patients there for radiology. I recently had to go to radiology at Christus, and fortunately it was nothing, but I did run 4 miles that morning before I went in for my radiology appointment, so easily could have parked on the main campus and crossed to Sky Bridge. And I think that this really is this question of this value piece and this understanding of, you know, protecting arroyos, protecting open space. This is a constant conversation in the city, and really this understanding of this balance of how do we balance the various needs of our community, and the development component with the nature component. And here we really are looking at making sure that individuals in our community who need that really close proximate parking are getting it. But I'm not sure that every single one of those individuals who will be entering the building at any given time are going to be in the physical state that they would not be able to access parking. And I know it's all, you know, there's, I'm sorry, it's 12, 20, 34. We've moved on into the 30s now. So my words are not as eloquent as they may have been a few hours ago. You know, I have a good friend who's going through radiation therapy, and is also training for a full marathon. So the variety in patients' abilities, I think this is a really hard mix to determine, and especially considering that there will be other services that are happening at this time. And I don't know if you can speak to the severity at any given moment that you know, all 3 patients for 83 rooms at any given time are in, that the loss of those spots and the movement of those spots, and maybe the ability for Christus to prioritize patients who can and can't, you know, traverse if necessary, if there's no parking available.
So thank you, Counselor, for that assessment. And you're correct in that. I mean, and it's constantly in a state of flux, because it can be a young woman in her 30s diagnosed with breast cancer, and for 6 months she is undergoing chemo and isn't in that state. But with luck on our side, we cure her, and the next, you know, 4 years that we're following her up, right, she's in a much better physical condition. So it's not even the same for every patient as they go through their journey. So it is hard to pinpoint at any one time. And so, you know, of course, I wish we had the perfect place to build the perfect cancer center where there's minimal environmental impact, there's minimal impact to neighborhoods and communities, and everyone is in agreement, and we would all be in harmony with that. I would love that as much as the next person. But as we all know, there's risks and benefits, and we have to assess what those are and make the best of a situation that we have of where we can realistically do things. So, you know, it is hard to pinpoint. So all I can hope for is that I can say I can accommodate all of those patients if they need it. Because I can't at any one point say, oh, it's 10% this day and it's, you know, 52% the next day, because it will be a constantly changing number. So, you know, what we try to do is to say, well, at least the closest handicapped ones we definitely have for the sickest, and at least for everyone else we can try to accommodate them at least at the site, to respect their time and their value to them as well. So it's otherwise, you know, that's what obviously the best I can try to do for my patients.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I think that was why I was curious about, you know, this industry best practices and you know, if they had a radius or distance, and, you know, I think Councilor Romero Worth, my goodness, I cannot speak.
I mean, they do.
About.
You know, we've spent a year plus, you know, designing the building and numerous conversations. Like, we rely on the architecture team. We rely on who have done this 50 times between them all to give us their experience. That's why we're paying them, not just for certain expertise, but they say, no, we have seen people do this 5 times and only 4 out of. So we started doing things this way. So we recommend, even though, you know, there's no standard, there's maybe not even one, but we use their expertise to help us guide those decisions, right? That's why we rely on them. And it was the same for parking of, well, how do you maximize the parking spaces to the proximity of the building? How do you get as many as close to a building as possible in the constraints that you have? You know, obviously, you know, every space is different, but we relied on their expertise in the design of the way the building is facing, the way the whole, you know, structure is designed, tries to maximize everything that we can.
Right. I just want to clarify, because right now, there is an industry best practice or standard that it is being quoted. It is not just the professionals that you hired and their experience. Right now, there's two different expertise being quoted. Can I get some clarification there on that 249, 3 spaces per room?
So, you know, that's the best practice of people who design these buildings have come to realize that that's for specifically cancer buildings in this situation. That's the number they have found to best serve their patients. That is different from the code,
Right.
which for just a size of a medical building, right?
Well, our code has some things that we have to look at.
Lillian Montoya, who's here, pulled up a study by one of these consultants in the industry that works in all 50 states. And this is a study done by John W. Dorsett. He's a licensed architect in this industry. And what his recommendation is that there should be 3.5 or 4.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet of building. Now, that's a different metric than rooms, but it gives you some idea. If you do 4.5 times 80 in this, it's over 300. If you do 3.5, we're talking in the range that we're talking about in terms of 200 and some. So just as a comparison from somebody who's in the industry, and we can email this to you.
A lot more information coming through at us. City Attorney?
Mayor, I'm seeing counselors giving me looks. I think you take this with the level of knowledge that it has in it. This is someone making a statement about someone else, making a statement about someone else in an article we don't have in the record currently. But so that, I think that's the level of weight you give that type of evidence.
All right. Thank you. I will yield the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins, how many handicap spaces are there around this building?
I'm just going to tell you really quickly. There are 12 right in front of the building.
12 of them. So that limits your parking as well, right? Because those have to be dedicated for people with placards that have them, but it sounds like not all your patients have those. So even though they're counted as spaces, they're not available for people to park in.
Yes, unless they have a proper permit. That is correct.
Right, okay. And really, I don't think you have enough parking spaces for the future. My mother-in-law passed away recently, and at any one time, we probably had 30 cars at the hospital, 20 to 30 cars. And I think in cases like this, northern New Mexico families, we travel in packs, and that's what's going to happen here. And I think a lot of those spaces are going to be taken up by family and friends or whoever else needs to be there. So, yeah, might need more parking.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. So theoretically, you take the amount, because you're at capacity pretty much right now, correct? I guess, Dr. Teague, maybe this is a question for you. If you take what's currently being serviced at the old facility and move those over to the new facility, which is probably the intent, what are your projections? And I think this goes to Councilor Rivera's ideology is in the future years to come, what is your projection as far as when will you become, again, at full capacity? which
Yeah,
would make a point where you would need the parking.
Sure, thank you for that question, Counselor. A lot of these are kind of projections of the future. We don't anticipate to be at full capacity when that cancer center opens.
Right.
With the amount of growth that we generally see, I do think we have time. I don't think it's going to be just in a few years that we're likely totally maxed out. I don't know, with the rate of growth of Santa Fe, and there certainly is a potential that in a decade, we're in a situation where the cancer center is again running out of space, or parking lot is a space, but we're, building to a future, and I think we've looked at the numbers, excessively over time of what makes the most sense for us to build the size that we need to build now. And I think we've all felt that where we are now, and at least for the next, decade, that we'll be in a good spot in terms of capacity. We're more than doubling the size of the current cancer center, so.
And thank you for that. Again, just alluding to the growth of Santa Fe, and obviously the services are going to be needed to service our residents here. So I think that's just something plan for the future. If you plan for right now, you're gonna need more leaders. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilor. Let's see. Councilor Chavez has been waiting patiently, and then I'll come to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to emphasize how much I agree with points that Councilor Lindell made earlier and Councilor Rivera has made. I feel because recommendations were made with a certain level of discretion that we really need to look at the purpose of what this facility is addressing and how much greater that actually is. I know we keep talking about the physical ability of patients being able to walk a long distance, and perhaps some may be healthier than others and could do that. Me, I'm always talking about mental health, but there's a mental component to the challenges that come with visits to this facility, that no matter what the physical state of that person is, convenience should be key. I have a family member very close to me who is ill, and although seems to have a certain physical capacity, mental state and other aspects of that need to be considered. When this individual is inconvenienced as a family member, it has a huge impact on all of us. If we had the level of discretion that was made here, that I'm even a little bit unclear of, because it seems like a number was thrown out in regards to the setback, makes me think that we really need to look at who the facility is serving, accessibility, consideration of both physical and mental health, and making a visit that is very, very, very challenging as convenient as possible. I think with what we have at this point, that is what we need to base our decision on. And like Councilor Lindell said, this is an easy decision for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe Councilwoman Varela, you are next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious about the question about growth, and you all thinking about what it's going to take in the future, and we talked about, family, northern New Mexico families visiting. I'm just curious, after all that, and thinking about what this facility could potentially be and what the use and parking. So why didn't you think about a parking garage? And I know you said the cost, but when you think about the potential for you all to use a parking or need a parking structure potentially later for the entire campus, that's going to be a whole nother level of cost in the few years. So the $3 million now may seem like a lot, but later on it's going to be triple more than that. I mean, we don't even know what the number would be. So I guess I'm just thinking, like, if we're trying to think into the future, why weren't the clients thinking about that as well?
Mayor Weber, councilors, I just want us to be cognizant of the next appeal has these types of factors. This appeal, that type of information isn't necessarily part of the analysis. And we still do have the next appeal. Okay, I'm seeing nods from both presenters. So that type of question is absolutely relevant to your next analysis, and it's related, because it's related to parking, but it's not related to this, this condition.
I hear you, and we also had questions about variances earlier, so it's just a simple question, if you could just answer it.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, and councilors. So as I mentioned, all factors and all options were considered through the initial schematic design phase, looking at, potentially, do we need to pursue a variance on this drainage? The setback requirement came as a surprise later on in the process, but we knew that the variance, which we're going to talk about next, was on the table. So we looked at all considerations. And again, based upon the enormous investment in this facility, it was a collaborative effort among the team and looking at the fiscal implications for this, and it made the most sense to pursue surface parking. It's more convenient, as we know, Santa Feans don't like parking structures, and there's reticence to it, and it feels like something you have to navigate. And so the surface parking, where everything's visible, you can see your parking space, you know where you're going. It's the convenience factor was really critical to the patient experience, and that is why we pursued this course.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff or the appellant or any of the witnesses? If not, I'm going to close the section where we do this public testimony and questioning. I think if the appellant or staff want to make a closing statement, now would be the time to do it. If not, I will close. I'm sorry, Pat, did you want to make a closing statement at this time?
Yes, Mayor. I just would like to remind the council, the governing body, this appeal is about the setback. The requirements for the setback are in 14.8.2, 14-8.2 is not about the variance.
Right.
Parking is not addressed in that section of the code. So I just would like to point that out, and I think that is my statement.
Thank you. Carl, did the appellant want to make a final statement?
Less than a minute. This case is about this section of the code, and this section of the code does not require a setback in this circumstance. That's what this is about. This is not required in the code. This is a figure that Ms. Weingessler came up with. She could have said nothing. She could have said no requirement. And I want to keep that. There is no standard, and there is no evidence to support this particular standard. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion. Councilor Lindell?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to grant the appeal and remove condition 11 from the development plan, leaving the other recommended staff conditions of approval and technical corrections on the grounds that the Planning Commission misapplied Chapter 14 and asked staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with this motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Discussion of the motion? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion?
It's Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera. Councilor Marworth.
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
No.
Councilor Cassett.
No.
Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Madam City Clerk, I said pass.
You said pass?
Pass. I can pass my vote until it comes back again to me.
Okay, I apologize. I thought I heard you say yes. Councilor Garcia.
No.
Do you have a final tally?
Yes, it's 5-4. Motion is approved.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, that brings us to our next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is item C, appeal number 2022-5756 of case number 2022-5209, appeal by Summer Carnes and Associates, LLP, for Christus St. Vincent Regional Medical Center, of the Planning Commission's denial of Christus St. Vincent Cancer Center's request for a slope variance for a development located at 445 and 455 St. Michael's Drive.
And here again, we have this very same process that we've been using all night long, beginning with a disclosure of any ex parte communications, a staff report, appellant presentation. Both of these should be no more than 10 minutes. Public comment, questions by the governing body. If the appellant wishes or staff wish to then summarize and close, we'll do that. Close the public hearing at that point and then go to a motion and then a vote. So, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, this is, as you said, the slope variance appeal. There's a requirement in our ordinance that natural slope of 30% undisturbed is not intended to allow development on natural slopes exceeding 30%. And development in the code does include paving. So even though this is where the parking lot is intended to go, it still counts as development under this section of the code. So the applicant appellant is appealing the denial of the slope variance, claiming it was arbitrarily and the Planning Commission arbitrarily and capriciously disregarded the facts that supported the variance when it denied it, and that it will deprive the appellant of the reasonable use of property because access and parking for the proposed cancer treatment center will be restricted and hindered, and that will create unnecessary hardship for the appellant. We heard all about, but we get to hear about again because this is the appeal on the slope variance. So here's a picture provided by the appellant. I don't know if it's also in their presentation. So all of the colored, not gray, but other colored pieces in this picture are slopes of more than 30%. This is the Arroyo de los Amigos. So we were speaking about, this is the Arroyo that we were discussing in the previous case. These blue section right here is the only part that the applicant is asking to be able to disturb in this variance. So the other ones, these yellow ones were man-made. We believe probably when the city was doing this access road, which runs around here. These green ones are in the Arroyo, they're staying. This one is next to the road also. So it's just these blue areas, which are in the proposed parking area, that are asking to be disturbed in this case. There are 5 requirements for a variance. They must all be met in order to grant the variance. So I'll just go through them very quickly. The first is that unusual physical characteristics exist that distinguish this land from others in the vicinity. The second is that special circumstances make it infeasible for reasons other than financial cost to develop the property in compliance with the standards of Chapter 14. The third is that the intensity of development shall not exceed what is allowed on other properties in the vicinity. The fourth is that the variance is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land or structure, and there are factors to be considered. And then fifth is that the variance is not contrary to the popular interest. So as you can see again from this picture, this is the only area affected here. So it's much smaller than the previous case. It's just areas right here. So there's a flow chart, also a decision tree in your. It just goes through all 5 factors need to be met in order. There would just be one motion in this case, either to grant the appeal, which would approve the slope variance, or to deny the appeal and deny the slope variance.
Thank you. Thank you. We turn now to the appellant, and here again you need to be sworn. We're back in a new case with new sworn testimony.
Mr. Mayor, my address is already in the record this evening. I will be very brief. We know all the background facts. I'm going to go right to the heart of the matter is, did the Planning Commission make findings that were in error in not granting the variance that we requested? Ms. Regali pointed to you. This is a very similar drawing. Those blue areas are a total of 1,546 square feet among all of them. This is an area, these are areas in this little drainage that happen to be over 30%. We would be covering those over. That's why we need the variance. So the questions that you have are the 5 criteria, and on this slide, what the variance allows us to do is to take advantage of the 63 parking spaces that we will get if we get this variance with this design. I said earlier that the Planning Commission made findings, and in this particular case and in your packet, there are findings of fact and conclusions of law. And number 12 is demonstrative of what the Planning Commission thought it was doing. So under the first criteria, is there some unusual physical characteristic? I'm not going to read the whole thing. So the Planning Commission said, yeah, there is an unusual characteristic to this site, and that is that it is largely covered on the west with the floodplain and the Arroyo de los Amigos, and there's this drainage over here. They said, yes, so that criteria has been met, but they went on to find, so in number 11, they say the site presents an unusual circumstance in that the building area is limited by the Arroyo de los Amigos. The fact of the matter is this building area is limited not by just the Arroyo de los Amigos, but this little remnant of this drainage. The Planning Commission then goes on to find under this finding that the applicant is requesting to intensify the existing access road and construct a surface parking lot that would effectively remove a portion of the Arroyo de los Amigos. That finding is just wrong. It's just wrong. We're not removing anything from the Arroyo de los Amigos. What we're doing is restoring the portion that had previously been disturbed by the placement of the driveway back and the culvert and the grading that went on. So this particular finding is wrong on its face, and that's part of our appeal. They went on in that particular paragraph to say, furthermore, the hospital shuttle system can provide service to this site, thereby reducing the overall demand for on-site parking. That finding is just wrong. We cannot shuttle people from one side of this hospital property to the other, as I explained earlier. So part of our appeal is the Planning Commission found, yeah, there's an unusual circumstance, but you're destroying Arroyo, we're not, and you can shuttle people. So we believe that there is an unusual circumstance. It's been demonstrated, and those are limiting factors. That criteria has been met. I'm going to move quickly to the next one, which is the infeasibility issue and unreasonable or the reasonable use and enjoyment of the property. So the question that arises is it feasible? Does the granting of the variance, without the granting of this variance, is it infeasible? Now, we've been through this issue of parking over and over and over again, but that goes directly to the feasibility of the use of this property for this facility. We believe on its face that the granting of this variance makes this design feasible. And without this variance, it makes that infeasible to use the property in the way that it should be designed with all the parking stuff we've been through. I'm not going to go through it again. So with respect to that criteria, it is infeasible. The variance allows us to make a reasonable use and enjoyment of this property. We believe that criteria has been met. The intensification of the use, that's really a non-issue. The Planning Commission found that it is not, we're not intensifying the use because the use is going to be what it is. It's going to be this 80,000 square foot cancer outpatient center with all these ancillary supporting services, and that's what this building is going to be used for. The variance doesn't allow us to intensify that particular use, and the Planning Commission found as much. So the next question in the criteria that you have is this the minimum variance? Yes, we're not asking to do anything more than what would be necessary to allow us to do this. This is the absolute minimum that we need. And so we believe that criteria has been met. The Planning Commission disagreed. Finally, the question arises, have we met the criteria that it's not contrary to the public interest? I believe that public interest is not defined for you all very well, and it's what you all believe suits the needs of the public, suits the needs of the community, and does not do violence or damage to the fabric of the community. These are very broad standards for you to consider. I submit to you that the variance in this case allows for the development of this property in a reasonable way for a vital service to an institution, from an institution that has served this community and will continue to serve this community for decades and decades to come. I believe that fits squarely into the public interest. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I believe we've met the criteria, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think at this point, the appellant actually has the opportunity to question staff, although we pretty much let that go by the boards for the most part. Public comment, both Zoom and in person, is currently the next item on our process. Madam Clerk, are there people in the virtual Zoom room waiting to testify?
Is anybody on Zoom wanting to testify for the slope variance? Please raise your virtual hand.
We're not seeing that. How about people in this room who would like to speak on this variance? If you'd like to step up to the podium and be sworn on this item, please do so now. If not, I think, oh, we do have one person. I'm sorry, I put my head down too soon. Yes, sir, you need to be sworn in.
All on the verge of putting our heads down, Mr. Mayor. I, Timothy J. Langley, 1512 Don Gaspar.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. The public interest can best be judged by what the City Council in the 1980s that gave unhurried consideration to the public interest decided to enact as the zoning law. And the burden asking and receiving a variance from that zoning law is to show that the public interest already defined is not going to be harmed. So that's the burden that the applicants have. In this case, I know it's been said before in the context of the last issue, but the parking lot is the main issue in this case. It's compliance with laws that govern the preservation of an arroyo versus how big the parking lot should be. And it's been pointed out, and I hesitate to do it again, but I briefly will, a 250 or 300 slot parking space that's reserved only for patients is not going to be occupied by all of those 250 patients that are going to be there during the course of the day, because they don't all start their appointments at the same time. It's staggered. And so it's reasonable to think that there's nothing immovable about a certain number of spaces, and that the need for parking spaces in the immediate vicinity of the building is a lot less than 250, and that should play second place to the overriding public interest in preserving the arroyo.
Thank you. Others who wish to please speak, please step up now if you have a point you'd like to make. Okay. Others? Okay. I think we'll now go to governing body questions of staff or of the appellant or of witnesses. Do we have any questions from the governing body? We asked them all last time, says Councilwoman Villarreal.
So, Mayor Weber, councilors, if there was anything from the last hearing that you'd like to rely upon in this hearing, that question does need to be asked again. This is a separate record.
Okay. So as a matter of law, we do need to establish the same kind of record that we did in the last hearing. It's a separate hearing. Thank you.
And Mayor Weber, councilors, if this information is in the record already, then you don't need to ask it again. So if there are things in the underlying proceedings that aren't coming up now, that's fine. You can rely on those questions and answers from the Planning Commission. Those are in the record.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that guidance. Are there questions for this hearing with regard to the variance and the criteria? No? Right. Okay. Councilor Lindell, we're not ready for a motion at the moment, but if you had anything you wanted to introduce in the record in the way of a question of either the staff or the public or the appellant, please do so.
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay. In that case, if there are no questions from the governing body, I will close the hearing, public hearing piece, and I will entertain a motion. Well, if you want to wait for the motion and then make a comment based on the motion, that'd be perfect. I'm open to a motion at this time. Councilor Lindell has the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to grant the appeal and approve the slope variance on the grounds that the Planning Commission's decision was not supported by substantial evidence, and ask staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with this motion.
Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Councilor Chavez has made a second to Councilor Lindell's motion, and Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at the requirements for a variance and all 5 being met, the special circumstances make it infeasible for reasons other than financial costs to develop the property in compliance with the standards of Chapter 14. When Mr. Summer was reading the findings of fact and conclusions of law number 12, he did skip a portion of that, which does state, where is it? The required parking could be reallocated from the main campus parking lot or reconfigured into structured parking on site to accommodate the same parking load. According to the applicant's parking counts, there is a surplus of 118 parking spaces in Zone A, the main hospital campus, which could be reallocated to meet the needs for Zone D, the cancer center, and negate the need to disturb the 30% slopes. And the reasoning for not doing structures really had to do with cost. And so I do not believe that that variance requirement has been met. And then there was 4, which is the variance, is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land structure, and the following factors should be considered: whether the property has or could be used without variances for a different category or lesser intensity of use. I guess maybe that one doesn't quite follow. I'm just gonna go back to the other one about cost not being the main factor that could not. Sorry, it's so late. There we go. That the special circumstances make it infeasible for reasons other than financial costs to develop the property in compliance with the standards of Chapter 14. And I believe that parking structure could potentially be used except for cost.
Mayor?
Counselor?
I need technical assistance.
Okay.
My iPad froze. It kicked me out of PrimeGov, and PrimeGov thinks it's a new day, which it is, technically.
PrimeGov is not wrong.
So I have, how do you go back? All right, good. I need somebody to fix
A brief technology pause. While you're getting your technology booted up,
I just
Councilwoman
want to make
Villarreal
a
has
statement.
raised her hand.
I think what's hard about, these different, they're related, but they're separate, is the packet material. And in this packet material for the slope variance, there's actually a letter about the arroyo setback. So that's what is confusing for us. They're similar, but they're separate, yet the packet material kind of flows back and forth. Some is similar, some is not. And then when I look in the slope variance, this particular packet material, there's information about arroyo setback. So I'm just making a point that that's why it's hard to separate the two. And yeah, so I don't have a question. I'm just making a statement that it's hard to track back and forth going when there's connections and then they're separate, but some of the same information is in every single item. And it has the same material. It talks about all the variances in one thing. So I'm just telling you it's hard to track and follow.
Thank you. Did you get unfrozen, Counselor? And did you want the floor? No, you just wanted to fix your technology. Okay. Are there other folks who wish to, we have a motion on the floor for discussion, and I'm open to discussion if others want to speak to the motion. No hands are up. In that case, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on the motion, which is to grant the variance?
Councilor Lindell?
The appeal, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Melworth?
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
No.
Councilor Cassett?
No.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
No.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion is approved 5-4. To grant appeal.
Okay. That brings us, Madam Clerk, we have another case in front of us.
Yes, Mayor, we do. Item D is appeal number 2022-5749 of case number 2022-5208. It's an appeal by Anna Dara and Edmund Preston Bloodmeyer of the Planning Commission's approval of Christus St. Vincent Cancer Center's request for a height variance for a development located at 445 and 455 St. Michael's Drive.
Let's go over the process just one more time. It's the same. Disclose any ex parte communications. We'll then have a staff report up to 10 minutes. The appellant will have a chance to proceed with their case for 10 minutes. The applicant speaks. The appellant can question staff. Applicant the same. Public comment. Governing body questions. Final discussion. And then we go to possibility that we move to closing statements and closing the public hearing, moving on to motions. So, you have the floor. Staff report.
Council members, I'm not sure what's going on with this mic.
That mic has
Work?
acted up all night, but if you can be as good as you can at pointing it, that'd be great.
I will do my best.
Yeah.
As you said, Mayor Weber, this case is a little different because the appellant here is not the applicant, so you will be hearing from me, the appellant, and the applicant. So slightly more parties involved. But this is about the height variance. So the neighbors who will be presenting next are the appellants in this case. They claim that the applicant failed to meet 4 of the 5 preconditions to qualify for height variance. The criteria for the variance are the same, no matter what kind of variance they are, so we'll go through them in a minute. But essentially, the facts as I have understood them, and again, the parties will both be speaking, but the height allowed in this area without a variance is 25 feet. The applicant asked for and was granted 33.5 feet as a height, so that they did get a variance from the Planning Commission. It was granted for 33.5 feet. They are currently asking for 32 feet. They say that is actually all they need for the building that they are proposing. The hospital next door, for reference, is 65 feet. So they are asking for a variance. It was granted. This appeal is to not grant the variance. So again, a little backwards from the previous case, different appellant appealing in approval instead of a denial. So just be careful when you make motions because it's a little backwards. Again, all 5 of these requirements are required for the variance to be granted. They are the same 5 criteria that we went over in the last case. Physical characteristics of the land or the structure, in this case it's of the structure, that are different from others in the vicinity. Special circumstances make it infeasible for reasons other than cost to develop the property in compliance. Intensity of the development shall not exceed what's allowed in other properties in the vicinity. Variance is the minimum variance that will make it possible for reasonable use of the land or structure, and the variance is not contrary to public interest. Very similar flow chart, but if you'll note, the box at the bottom is different. So in this case, were you to grant the variance, you would be denying the appeal instead of the other way around. And there are sample motions that put together which way it goes. So if you were to grant the appeal, you would deny the height variance. Were you to deny the appeal, you would approve the height variance. So just be careful when it gets to that point of the evening or morning or whatever time it is. I will leave it to the parties.
Thank you. We then move now to the appellant, and you have the floor, and we'll recognize you to present your argument, and again, to the extent that you can be in the neighborhood of 10 minutes, that'd be fine.
Thank you so much.
And we're doing swearings.
We're doing swear-ins.
Yeah. So if you'll both just state your full name and your residence.
I, Anna Dara, at 1611 Don Gaspar.
Okay, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and you just
Good evening.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good way too early morning. Does it, can you guys handle one more appeal right now? Are we okay to keep going? Okay, you are impressive. Good evening, Mayor, good morning, Mayor Weber and members of the Santa Fe City Council. My name is Anna Dara. That's my husband, Eb Latimer, right there. We live directly behind the lot where Christus is hoping to build their new cancer center. We are here to appeal the decision, which was a divided decision, of the Land Use Planning Commission to allow Christus to build its cancer center 8.5 feet higher than the 25-foot high zoning limit enforced in this location. They have noted that the completed building will be 40 feet tall, including parapet and mechanicals. We currently have a beautiful view of the Ortiz and Sandia Mountains from our south-facing windows. I've lived in this house for over 25 years and have been in Santa Fe for 28 years, so I've seen a lot of changes, and I'm not averse to change. I have also lost many loved ones to cancer, and I want this town to have the highest level of cancer care available. With a population of 320,000 people, northern New Mexico tends to grow slowly. Over the past decade, we've averaged less than a 2% population growth per year. This is a relevant number. This is a relevant number for reasons that are coming up in the case, but let's start at the beginning. I know that I'm not entitled to see mountains out my window, and I know that I'm not entitled to zoning rules that can never be changed. But what I am entitled to, and what all my neighbors here to support me tonight are entitled to, are zoning rules that cannot be changed lightly, that cannot be changed upon demand by a neighbor more powerful than we are, that cannot be changed for reasons that don't meet the standards set forth in Santa Fe's city code. That code, at section 14.3.16, says that the hospital doesn't get its height variance unless it proves all of the following. We've been hearing these, you'll recognize these. One, that there is something special about the land or the circumstance, which, two, makes it infeasible to build the cancer center in compliance with the zoning laws, and three, that any variance granted is the minimum possible variance, and four, that the variance is not contrary to the public interest. Christus failed to meet its burden of proof on every one of those required showings, and the Planning Commission's determination that the applicant did meet its burden is simply incorrect. The Planning Commission findings of fact 12, 13, and 15 say that the special circumstance justifying the height variance is that the land on which the hospital wants to build the cancer center is too small to build horizontally, and that the hospital's only feasible alternative is to build vertically, and 1/3 higher than the zoning allows. But the Commission didn't make any findings at all on the feasibility of other alternatives, such as building elsewhere on hospital-owned property in the immediate area, such as a vertical parking lot with a ramp instead of a horizontal parking lot that would create more space on the ground. And what about digging down into the earth to bury the extra feet required by the current design? This case revolves around their need to build a radiation vault within this new cancer center. It's called a LINAC vault, L-I-N-A-C, and because of the radiation, it must have extra thick walls, which they claim necessitates their height variance request. The Commission did find that constructing the 17-foot high first floor that allows for the LINAC vault partially below grade is infeasible for the head-scratching reason that it will deprive patients of a high-quality, well-lit space with ample ventilation. I refer you to Exhibit A of the exhibits which I submitted, titled Benefits of Virtual Skylights in LINAC Rooms. It's a webpage from an installer of fake skylights for radiation vaults like the one in question here. Paragraph 2 states, for cancer patients undergoing radiation therapy, the LINAC treatment room is a windowless, high-tech, solitary confinement vault. There are absolutely no natural connections to the outside world, end quote. Which is why all across the nation so many of these kinds of vaults are sunken into the ground. There is no way to have windows or outside airflow within a LINAC vault. Why waste above the ground walls that cannot allow windows? Most cancer treatment facilities don't. The applicant stated that it would, quote, both be difficult for patients to navigate a grade change physically by way of stairs or a ramp, and mentally taxing on patients who feel like they were going underground for their treatment, end quote. Yet the building is already planned to be a 2-story building and would certainly have an elevator. Adding a back door, a back exit from that elevator onto a half floor lower, which opens into the radiation vault, would not only be imperceptible to patients, but as we have seen, the applicant would lose nothing in putting the solitary confinement vault underground. And hey, there are virtual skylights available that would make them feel as though they were looking at the sky. And it is a false claim to state that the industry standard is to build LINAC vaults above the ground, which is part of what they claimed. So is the height variance necessary? They have not proven that it is. And I am here hoping that the zoning regulations that this city has put in place to carefully protect the quality of life we Santa Feans enjoy cannot be lightly changed. I ask you not to allow the zoning rights this body has enacted for the benefit and the reliance of the whole community to be casually tossed aside based on a powerful neighbor's forceful demands when they cannot prove the necessity of a height variance request. Now, I would like to address one more thing, which is the necessity of this project, as all of this is based on, is this height variance necessary? I refer you to 3 additional pieces of evidence that I submitted to the governing body, evidence which did not exist when the Planning Commission made their decision to approve this variance, and evidence which I truly wish I could have presented at the beginning of this night. Exhibit C is a letter from Christus dated September 1st, 2022, and addressed generally to patients at its Zia Road Cancer Center, which is under the care of the New Mexico Cancer Care Associates, NMCCA. That's what the Zia Road Center is called, NMCCA. Which notes that the contractual separation that is going to take place between NMCCA and Christus on December 31st of this year. Christus has been partnering with NMCCA for over a decade to allow Christus patients to receive their cancer care through NMCCA. The Zia Road building gets around 37,000 patient visits a year with both medical and radiation oncology. It's a very busy center. Exhibit B is a letter from NMCCA, received the same week that the Christus letter arrived, reiterating the point that they are separating at the end of this year. Together, these letters indicate a new development in cancer treatment in Santa Fe. 8 out of the 10 healthcare practitioners who have been historically caring for patients at NMCCA are leaving the Zia Road building in January. They will be continuing to offer their patients cancer care at a discounted price, it should be noted, and as an independent practice. They will have their own LINAC vault. Christus has stated that the new 80,000 square foot state-of-the-art cancer center they want to build will need in excess of 200 parking spaces because they expect to have 64,000 patient visits a year. This is a number they repeated a lot during the planning commissions. That's a lot. Let's think about this. NMCCA, the only cancer center in northern New Mexico, currently gets around 37,000 cancer patient visits a year. These letters clearly show there is about to be a new practice started by 8 out of the 10 practitioners that have been serving the NMCCA and Christus patients. If this new practice only takes half of those patients with them, that would leave fewer than 20,000 patient visits left to continue on at the Zia Road building with Christus. Yet Christus wants to build an 80,000 square foot cancer center for 64,000 patient visits a year with 249 parking spaces in a place where the population grows less than 2% a year. And they want to pay for it with a $40 million community campaign. We would be funding this unnecessarily, incredibly expensive center. Why not take a portion of those funds and renovate what will be a nearly empty Zia Road Center into a state-of-the-art cancer center? Starting out with 20,000 patient visits a year, it seems like the kindest thing to do for the patients who would be able to stay at the center they know and love, and for the city who wouldn't have to dig into their wallets for a $40 million redundant cancer center. Exhibit D is an affidavit from a Don Gaspar neighbor who watched on YouTube the September 1st Planning Commission meeting, at which the 4,000 Beckner Road development plan, which will eventually house this new independent doctor's their center, complete with the Lineac vault, was unanimously recommended for approval. This has been submitted as evidence because one planning commissioner noted that there will indeed be competition, and implies that their earlier approval of the height variance should be reconsidered in this new light. The relevance of this new competition on our request to deny the height variance is obvious. Is the height request necessary when the size of the building may not be necessary? If they shift estimated patient visits to 40,000 a year, doubling what they're likely about to have, would it be possible to lessen the footprint, the purchase price of this new building? Would this more attainable patient visit number also affect the number of necessary parking spaces? This new evidence affects any realistic determination of whether the height variance is necessary and whether all alternatives to it are really infeasible. I ask the council to find that the applicant has not carried its burden of proof to show that it is entitled to a height variance under the approval criteria at section 14.316, and to remand the case to the Planning Commission to further investigate in light of these changed circumstances. Thank you, Mayor Weber, City Councilors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now, as noted by the staff, we have a differentiation between the appellant and the applicant, so it's the applicant's turn to present their argument. Again, if you can be within about 10 minutes, that would be great. Yes, Councilor.
Quick question, just because this is the first time I've gone through this process. The last three cases we've had, the applicant or the appellant give their case for 15 minutes, and then what I would consider the opposing counsel, which usually is the public, has 2 minutes per speaker. Now in this case, the appellant still 15 minutes, but the opposing, which is the developer, has 10 minutes. Shouldn't they? I'm wondering the time limitation, because it doesn't seem, I'm not following the process we did with the last one in regards to time allocation, and so just wondering why we're going through this process in this manner, if it could be clarified for me.
Mayor, councilors, in the previous cases, there was only one party, and the party was both the appellant and the applicant. In this case, there are two parties. There's the appellant who just spoke, and the applicant. So in both cases, the parties got 10 minutes each. It's just in this case there are two separate parties, and then there's still public comment, which is still in the same time limit as before.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So we go to the applicant, who has, if you can give us your comments within about 10 minutes, that would be great.
Do my best to be brief. Thank you, Mayor Weber, councilors. Hello again. Oh, yes. Jennifer Jenkins, 130 Grant Avenue. I do. Great. Thank you. Thank you. So, city staff recommended approval of this height variance request. Planning Commission approved this height variance request. City staff determined that we had met the variance criteria. No small feat, I will tell you. The Planning Commission concurred that we had met the variance criteria for a modest increase in height to accommodate very unique needs of this facility. It's not dissimilar to the height variance that was granted for the Frost Pavilion in 2016, because medical facilities have very unique needs that primarily relate to the mechanical space between floors. The ventilation requirements, air circulation requirements, the mechanical load of conditioning the space. It's not an office building. It's just not. Very unique needs. So in addition to the standard in medical facilities of 14 to 15 feet floor to floor to accommodate that mechanical, what we call the plenum space, where the ductwork is traveling through the building, as the appellant correctly stated, there is a LINAC vault that requires 6 feet of concrete shielding for protection. It does not have windows, does not have access to the outside for obvious reasons. So this is a section of the building that depicts this graphically. You have the LINAC vault, which pushes the first floor to that 17-foot height. We worked really hard to bring this building down, looking at structure, mechanical, everywhere that we could squeeze it down. We are limited to 25 feet to the roof deck. We got it down to 32 feet to the roof deck. We really challenged our team, our design team, our consultants to shave it. Like, what do we got to do to make this work, and let's see what we can do to bring it down. We worked really diligently to do that. So how does this building relate to its surroundings? So this is what we call a site section. So on the top, on the left, so basically you're looking from the east at the building. You have St. Michael's Drive on your left, and you have our nearest residential neighbors to the right. So we show the 32 feet to the roof. We are still below our residential neighbors to the north. We are 7 feet lower than Frost Pavilion across the Arroyo. And if you look at the next section, you can see how we relate to the medical office building directly east of us, essentially the same height. So contextually, we are not towering over our surroundings in any way whatsoever. Concern has been expressed about preserving views, acknowledging nobody's entitled to a view, but we wanted to understand, what is the view impact? So we went out and stood with our back against the fence on Krista's property right here, and we looked at the view. We have our two most adjacent neighbors to us. This is one of them. And you can see up here in the corner, it kind of shows where we were standing when we took the photograph. And then we had our architecture team digitally insert the building. The building is right here, which is barely visible. And there are the mountains. The beauty of the Arroyo de los Amigos that is being preserved, that's the view corridor to the mountains. It's a straight shot south. This building is not blocking this view. So we stepped over and we took another photo, the other neighboring property. So you can see as you move a little bit to the west, you can see a little corner of the proposed building here. You still see the mountains. There is no obstruction of a mountain view. So the question was raised, just lower the LINAC into the ground. We've talked a lot about best practices for best patient outcomes, best patient experience, and best patient care. has been determined that forcing patients into a subterranean environment is not best practices under any circumstances. So instead of hearing that from me, I'm going to have Dr. Teague speak to that. But the ramping that would be entailed in this is a serious concern. You might have a patient, navigating a patient on a gurney, on a ramp. It is untenable in a healthcare medical facility. But I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Teague speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Weber, and the council for taking a few moments. So the delivery of radiation to a patient is extremely complex, and it's more than just about a linear accelerator. Less and less linear accelerators are actually subterranean anymore, and the part of it is because of the workflow that needs to be associated with it. So you can put the vault. So the vault is what holds the linear accelerator that delivers the radiation. But in the development of that radiation plan, you have radiation technologists, you have physicists, you have the radiation oncologists. You need actual imaging, such as a CT scan, to help plan that radiation. So the best practice is to arrange a linear accelerator next to the radiation oncology clinic, next to the radiology, because that workflow for all of those people involved needs to flow that way. So it puts a huge burden on getting a very well-oiled machine to run if all of that isn't designed properly. And so that's why those are almost always on the same floor to help that process work the most efficiently. And that is, you could, of course, put all of that subterranean, but no one wants to go to radiology into a basement. No one likes to work underground. The only part that a patient is not seeing light is when they're in the linear accelerator itself, and those treatments are very short. There is a use of lights. We put decorative lights up to make it enjoyable for patients while they're lying on a hard, cold table, often in casts, so they don't move their body at all. They're not in that part very long because radiation treatments are very short. So, but it's the waiting for it, it's the planning for it. It is that workflow that's the most important in the design of a radiation oncology practice. So I just wanted to clarify some of that information.
Thank you.
Just in conclusion, I know that you have the findings of fact and the Planning Commission's findings in your packet relative to the variance criteria. And the Planning Commission noted, again, the unique circumstances, the constraints of this particular site, the needs of this particular facility. It's about how do we feasibly develop a state-of-the-art cancer treatment center that is designed properly in order to provide the best care. We have made a concerted effort to reduce the height of this building as much as possible. We are in line contextually with buildings around us, and we're not blocking any views. And city staff and the Planning Commission both found that we met our burden of proof with this modest increase in height. That still, everything goes back to patient care. All of it. It's why we're here, is patient care. best possible version of that for this community. And I think Mr. Summer has one closing statement, and then we will be done.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for your attention this evening. Carl Summer, P.O. Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87504. I'll be brief. The appellant in this case bears the burden of proof and the burden of persuasion. And at the very end of her presentation, what she said to you was, oh, I got this new evidence that goes to the central question of whether we need this facility at all. That is not a standard in the variance criteria. Do you need this facility at all? What she left out was, she said, here's what the premise was. This current facility, which has been operated jointly with St. Christus, St. Vincent, and this other group, they're splitting up. 10 doctors are going over here, and they're going to go build their facility. And by the way, they got it at the Planning Commission, so there's going to be competition. We really don't need this facility. That was the argument that was made to you. First of all, it has nothing to do with the variance criteria. But what she didn't tell you was this. These 10 doctors don't own the land. These 10 doctors are speculating on that. We have no idea whether that would be built or not. And that's a public record. So it has nothing to do with the variance criteria, and we don't know whether that's ever going to happen. And what we're here today is with an institution that is invested for 150 years or more and continues to invest in this community and is vested in our future. So compare that to 10 doctors who are going to go for a for-profit, maybe go open a for-profit cancer center that's not going to provide all these services, which are all these ancillary services in this building that are going to be needed for a more regional serving facility. So I submit to you that the appellant has not met their burden of proof, and that we did meet our burden of proof at the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. If that completes your statement, according to our processes, the appellant can ask questions of staff or of the applicant, if you'd like. That's allowed under our process. And the same applies to the applicant. And we also now have opportunities for public testimony if anyone wants to come forward and be sworn to address this variance proposal. Or if there's anybody on the Zoom room as well. But let's take our people who are waiting here in the, yes, did you want to use your opportunity to address staff or the applicant or the applicant's witnesses?
If that's okay.
Yes,
Mayor
that's
and
allowed
City
under our
Councilors.
processes.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. I'd like to have more information about the second floor, which is part of the height. That's the part of the reason for the height request. And they have stated that it is to be leased offices. And what I'd like to know is what does each office have to have as far as parking spaces, and is that part of the pressure that is existing on the parking issue? Is it because each office that is leased has to have a certain amount of spaces? Thank you.
Thank you. You got this?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Weber and councilors. So yes, there is about 6,000 square feet on the second floor that is intended to accommodate ancillary services as part of a comprehensive care in this treatment facility. That may include a patient resource center, a skin cancer institute, blood cancer institute, gynecological oncology, transplant services, breast surgery, and cancer foundation activities who support those in our community in need in terms of accessing their care. So this is very much a part of the comprehensive provision of care at this facility. Some of these services may be provided internally by Christus. They may also be using local providers within this community that they partner with to provide these services. But these are absolutely services intended for this facility for patient care. And our parking it's all together in terms of our parking requirement for the facility. There's not a separate parking requirement for this space. It's all comprehensive within the building itself.
Thank you. I now, let's take the opportunity to swear in the people who are waiting to be public commentators on this proposal. If you can all follow the guidance from the city clerk, raise your right hand and do what she says. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Lawrence Barty, and I listened to Ms. Dara's presentation, and I'm absolutely struck by this question of, is it necessary to have a building the height that the hospital wants when it appears that there's a good likelihood that a lot of the patient visits that they're expecting will not occur, that they will go instead to this other facility? We don't know how many, but there's certainly going to be a split. And so it goes to the question of necessity. The height variance is not necessary if this building should be smaller given the number of patient visits. Those are questions we can't answer here today, but this is all new that came out since the Planning Commission. It seems to me that the best venue to explore this and to fill out the record is to go back to the Planning Commission and determine whether, in fact, this 80,000 square foot building with its height variance is necessary. So I'd like you to think about that.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is David Gonzalez. I live at 1613 Don Gaspar, and I have questions about the photographs that were shown regarding the views of the mountains. Those photographs were shown at the Planning Commission meeting, and I don't think they're representative of Ms. Dara's view. I have two lots there at 1613. So if they started at the corner of the St. Vincent's property, and took one picture, and moved west from there, they were still on my property behind my house. She's at 1611. My wife and I have gone out there. Her view is very, very different. My house looks right down that road. Hers does not. Hers looks over the hospital tank, and it's going to be in direct line with this new building. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ernie Romero again. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this is an easy one for me because, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't have any financial interest. I've just been here all my life. So I just wanted to give you a little historical perspective. The Zia Road facility was built by a developer out of Albuquerque, and it was built as an MOB, medical office building. It really wasn't built as a cancer facility. The experience of those patients going to that facility in the middle of a shopping center on the back end of what used to be Office Max is not the same experience you get when you walk into Christus St. Vincent's newly renovated facility. I think we're lucky that Christus has worked so hard to do this project right next to the hospital. You know, this is an infill project that takes into account a lot of the services around there. St. Michael's Drive was really built for the future. It can handle the traffic that's thrown at it. District 3 does not have traffic problems. District 3, St. Michael's Drive, can handle this facility. I mean, District 2. I just want to reiterate that I think we should appreciate that we have this huge investment by St. Vincent's Hospital, a nonprofit hospital, and to address the other cancer facility, I don't think that's going to get built. The capital markets have changed. They're a for-profit facility, and that's really just a possibility versus a reality that's before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Langley, 1512 Don Gaspar, Mayor Weber, and members of the governing body. Nevertheless, the Beckner Road facility was approved unanimously on September 1st to go ahead with no variances required. So it's not exactly a speculation that there are questions about the necessity for the size of the building that Christus is asking for. And normally it wouldn't be any of our business what size of a building is appropriate or whether it's an overexpansion, but they make it our business when they ask for an exception to the variance rules that this body has had in place for 35 years under the Southwest Corridor and that we rely on as citizens of the community. And it eventually comes down to what Chapter 14 says, and I think it's pretty stark. The narrow issue is pretty clear and pretty stark. If you want a variance from the city, you have to prove there are no feasible alternatives to it. That's one of several things. In this case, one obvious alternative to building the cancer center higher than the zoning allowed is to put 7 feet by which the variance would have it exceed the limit, below level, below grade. And the Planning Commission has to tell you in a finding of fact why that's infeasible. And they only give you one sentence. It's finding of fact 13. In order to properly care for the patient's physical and mental well-being, every effort should be made to maintain a high-quality, well-lit space with ample ventilation. But what does that mean, even? Below-grade floors can be well-lit, well-ventilated, well-appointed. There are several of them on the existing Christus campus. I'll pause there, except not pause, but I'll stop there and ask you to apply the law under Chapter 13. That's what, in the end, this is about.
Thank you.
I'm Kathy Brannon, and I'm on East Lupita. I just want to say, kind of in conclusion, that I hope you understand this is not a NIMBY issue. All the neighbors have some sort of relationship, probably as patients, with the hospital. But we're a neighborhood, and we know that St. Christus is part of this, that Christus St. Vincent is part of this neighborhood, and we want them to be a good neighbor. We shouldn't have to fight for everything they want to do, every variance they request. And I hope you'll take to heart what Tim just said and follow the rules that are in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the public comment section?
We do have 2 individuals on Zoom that would like to comment.
Great.
So.
Let's bring them in.
Yeah. Karen, are you still on? I see your hand up. Karen, can you hear me?
Yes, you? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Karen, do you want to turn your video on to speak, or would you like to stay voice only?
Voice only, please.
Okay, thank you. I need to swear you in, so if you can say I, state your full name, and then residing with your address.
I, Karen Cook, residing at 205 West Lupita Road.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this case shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Probably no surprise that I am supporting the appellant here in the not granting a variance for height. And I would hope that the council would consider tabling a decision until they are perhaps better informed about the potential need that will ultimately affect our community for a very long time if this is built and not as well utilized as being projected. And I also am really concerned about the one-off height variances that the council has granted all around the city. And I have recently sent a letter to the editor that I was overwhelmed, honestly, by the response of other people with this concern. And I am hoping that the council is also reading these letters to the editor, because for me, it's putting you all on notice that the community is no longer behind the height variances that are being one-offed around. And we are asking that we create a new city plan where all of us can become more involved again on what the future of this city is going to look like with one-off height variances that are destroying our views. And one of the things I said in my letter to the editor was Santa Fe once had a democracy of views. It is a horizontal city, which makes it so please consider at least tabling for tonight until you investigate more about the need. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Gio? Gio, can you unmute?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. And good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Gio, would you like to remain voice only, or would you like your video on?
Voice only, if it's okay, please.
Yeah, no worries. I do need to swear you in, so if you can say I and state your full name and your address.
My name is Gio Ligresti. My address is 119 West Lupita Road.
We do solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Gio.
So I would like to support my neighbors who have done an amazing work in explaining all the reasons why this height variant seems to be absolutely not necessary, and it has become a pattern to approve height variances without proper reasons. The only thing that I heard as a response was the ventilation and the fact that all the people that were going to work at the ground floor in the facility, they don't prefer to work underground. And I'm sorry, but there is a law, there is a variant, there is a height requirement in the city of Santa Fe, and it should only be changed in extreme cases. This absolutely does not seem the case. It seems, like my neighbors say, an attempt for our more powerful neighbor to get what they want and save money instead of abiding to the laws of the city. So I really hope that we are not going to allow them the height variance, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all in the Zoom room. Anyone else in this room who has not testified in the public comment section who would like to? We'll move to questions or comments from the governing body of any of the people who have spoken, the appellant, the applicant, or witnesses who've testified. Any questions? Councilor Mayorworth?
I do have a question of the neighbor appellant as to the representation of the view corridor and whether that's accurate from where you stand, from your property.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weber and Councilor Worth, councilors. So I'm really glad you asked that question. It is absolutely not my view. My view is about 350 feet to the left, and it's wide open because the land actually goes down a little bit, and I can see straight over it, you know, to the mountains. I didn't want to argue about a view. You know, I didn't think that that was what I wanted to be doing here, so I didn't bring that in that way. But I want to say that in our first neighborhood meeting with the applicant, we asked for site polls, and we were told we would get site polls. They said that's a good idea, we can put up site polls. Site polls are a normal thing to do, but they won't, they haven't. They've never put up a site poll. So we have no idea really what it's going to do, but I can tell you that 40 feet is way higher than the mountains from you know, the enormous window that I look out of.
So, and when you, can you give me a directional on that?
Yeah. So, do you know where the water tank, you know where the water tank is.
Yeah. And you said to the left, but I don't know, oh,
Yes,
do you mean
so-
to the east? Or where, so,
Yes, to
yeah,
the east.
left from which
Thank
direction
you.
are we facing?
Thank you, you're right. So we're facing south in that photograph.
Yep.
And it was taken about 350 feet, maybe 400 feet to the right of my home, and actually probably 50.
So that would be west of your home?
Yes. So, did I say it again?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, we all do it.
Yes, and yeah, so our house is directly behind, like the water tank. When I'm looking out the window, the water tank, I can see the edge of it here. So it is a direct straight view just to the right of it, where, by the way, there's an enormous parking lot, which is where the trucks pull up. And so I don't see why they can't get to the front of the tank either. Just saying.
Okay. Thanks. Curious for the, Ms. Jenkins, the second floor leased office space, how many floors, is this the top? Is the second floor the top floor?
Yes, Mayor.
Or is there 3 floors? How many floors are we talking?
It's only a 2-story building.
And that was, I guess, news to me. Why does this facility need a second floor if it's leased? Is that to make it economically feasible?
It's only 6,000 square feet, and it has nothing to do with economic feasibility. This is about making sure that we are providing all of the services under one roof for this facility that these patients need. And not all of those services are necessarily available within the Christus team. So they wanted to be able to partner with providers and other.
And if you didn't have that second floor, would you need this height variance?
Just to be clear, the 6,000 feet is not the second floor. That's only a part of the second floor. There would be a second story on this building without this 6,000 square feet.
Okay.
I just wanted to make that clear.
So the majority of the second floor will be medical infusion room. The first floor is the radiation oncology, palliative care, and radiology. So most of the second floor is medical oncology. We do offer some lease space. For example, we partner with Colorado Blood Cancer Institute. So this is a transplant center in Denver, and they were actually in my office today. They come down once a month to help manage our transplant patients. So it's a huge service because we do not have most transplants available in New Mexico. We do a few types at UNM, but for the most part, we do not have this service. So this is a huge benefit to our patients, for them to have physicians who are transplant specialists come down. So they have to lease with contracts, have office space available so they can see and help manage my patients with them. So that's just one example of some of the space that would be used.
Okay, thank you. I think this question is probably for Pat. And I guess, and maybe, I don't know, maybe Aaron as well. So now we have new information that maybe this facility, is going to have some competition. And maybe we'll have the patient count that they're predicting, maybe it won't, who knows. What do we do with that? Is that relevant information? Since it's brand new at this level.
Right. Sorry, are you finished, Councilor?
I think I am. I don't,
Not trying to interrupt you, sorry.
No,
So the factors to consider are the 5 factors for the variance. So they do not include how busy the building is going to be. They include the physical characteristics, if anything makes it infeasible to build.
Do we have a slide of those criteria? I'm looking for it. I'm going to make Pat work. Oh, here it is. I got it.
There it is on the screen also.
Thanks. Okay, so you're saying it doesn't apply to any of those?
No, this is the 5 criteria. One is about distinguishing feature of the structure.
Right, which is the fact that it's a particular kind of vault.
Correct, and yes.
Yeah.
The other, factors the applicant discussed. The next one is if special circumstances make it infeasible to develop the property otherwise. In this case is related to condition 1. But, it's a separate criteria. The third one is the intensity of development, which I don't think I heard anyone arguing about in this case, that it would be more intense than would be otherwise. The fourth one is it the minimum variance that would make it possible, the reasonable use of the land or structure. In this case, it's structure more than the land, but it's a little bit. And then the fifth one is it contrary to public interest, or is it not contrary to public interest? So none of those really have to do with the, I'm not going to say the use of the building, but the volume of patients potentially coming to the building.
Okay. think that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if my question, it revolves around some of the comments made regarding the development of the space, wanting to provide the best surroundings for the patients. And so was that part of the requirements for the variance? Was that used as justification?
I would have to look at the findings of facts to see exactly what they did. It is in your packet. I believe that would go to number 5, is a contrary to public interest.
Okay. And the reason I ask is it was argued by the applicant that we want to provide the best space for patients, which requires above-ground setting, windows, ventilation, etc. But I know that Christus currently doesn't follow that practice with a lot of its facilities. For example, you go into the ER, a lot of the spaces there's not windows in there. I had the unfortunate circumstance recently to visit the ER for kidney stones, and there wasn't a window in my waiting room there, the room I was being treated in. And I know that's the case for a lot of typical just doctor offices. And so with that being said, why is it okay for one circumstance and not for the other? And I think that's what I'm having a challenge with in regards to building down 7 feet. And so I'd like to understand why, and maybe this is a question for the applicant, why is it good for one side of the campus, not good for the other?
I think that is more of a question for the applicant, so I'll let
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia. So as Dr. Teague explained, there are various factors, and startled me, I thought I knocked something off here, of facility relative to experience, not in terms of all the various providers that have to coordinate care, ideally on the same level, in order to ensure the best care for the patient and the patient experience. The main hospital, it's an 45-year-old facility. There are areas in that have been developed that maybe today would be developed differently. But we're not talking about a LINAC at the hospital. They don't have a LINAC. So yes, are there rooms or treatment areas or something that are subterranean? Possibly, but it doesn't mean it's right, and it doesn't mean it's the best practice for how things are constructed today. Because we've learned a lot over time in terms of what works and what doesn't. And as I said before, every decision about this building and this site and this design is for one purpose, and it's about patient care.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess my next question is for the appellant. During your testimony earlier, you had mentioned that a potential new facility with the development of their LINAC facility would be subterraneous. Is that, did I hear that correctly?
I'm sorry. Councilor Garcia, can you repeat that?
Sure, absolutely. So a potential additional cancer care facility that you had brought up earlier.
Oh, yes.
The development of their LINAC location would be subterraneous, or was...
I don't know if it would
Okay.
be or not, but I can tell you that UNM's LINAC vaults are subterranean.
So it's been done before, so it's...
It is common. It is normal. Why would you waste the wall space? You can't have windows, so you might as well put it underground because it's a vault. It's a secured, solid concrete block.
Okay.
So there's most East Coast hospitals. My brother happens to be a videographer. He films a lot for East Coast hospitals. He said they all are underground.
Okay, thank you so much. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification for the applicant. The second floor, what's the total square footage?
Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal. The entire building is 80,000 square feet, and so the second floor is in the 30 to 35,000 range. The second floor is smaller than the first floor, and so it's in the low 30s, I believe.
The first floor.
The second floor.
Sorry, second floor. Second floor, top floor.
Top floor, yeah.
And so that 6,000 with ancillary services, those aren't Christus employees, they're all contracted folks?
Some of those services may end up being provided by Christus, but they know that as they fill out this facility and look at where those partnership opportunities are, like, for example, with the transplant group out of Denver, and then if they need to fill in internally, they will do that. But so this is not a profit center. This is not in the business of building office space just to lease it, this is about making sure that the care that's being provided here is comprehensive. And it's a common practice in these types of facilities to create space for those partner relationships.
Thank you.
That's it? Thank you. Yes, Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, I guess, for the developer. What does the development look like without this variance in height? And
so
your potential building size, and what is your opportunity to build without this variance in height?
So without the variance, we are limited to 25 feet to the roof deck, and which is not only incredibly challenging for the design and the functionality of the LINAC, but it is incredibly challenging for any medical facility. As I mentioned, the mechanical plenum needs are larger for medical facilities, which was very much the basis for the height variance that was granted for the Frost Pavilion. Very similar needs in that regard. So we have a floor-to-floor height of 14 to 15 feet, taking the LINAC out of the picture. And so, it's incredibly challenging for this facility. And we also have a pedestrian walkway that connects to the main hospital, so those connections have to work. And so, so we can't connect, in between floors. We have to, connect in the proper location. So all of that plays into this. And so, yes, the LINAC is the key driver, but the other components are just the unique needs of a medical facility that is modern construction based upon modern needs.
Councilor Casson?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're in the South Central Highway Corridor, which is our primary issue. What is the height allowance in a hospital zone not in the FCHC?
I believe it's 36 feet, but we can double check that in the hospital zone. It's 36 feet.
36. And you're down to 32. Well, I think it was 33 and a half in our packet, but now it's down to 32, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we shaved off a foot and a half.
We shaved off a foot and a half.
Right. And that is to the roof deck.
The roof deck, that is correct.
With the parapet and mechanical, how high are you going, and what is the square footage there, and where are those placed?
So the city code has a height allowance that applies to all commercial buildings, whether you're in the South Central Highway Corridor or not. And there is an 8-foot allowance for what they call rooftop appurtenances. For example, an elevator overrun. The elevator has to have an overrun clearance that goes beyond the rooftop. Mechanical equipment, HVAC equipment, roof mounted. So there are a lot of elements. So the city code already accommodates that. So with those elements, the total height of all those elements would put us, we have the 32, and that would put us to the 40.
Thank you. Interesting planning, putting a hospital zone in the South Central Highway Corridor, 1999 or whenever that occurred. Just a comment back to the past. No further questions.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from governing body members? I think it'd be worthwhile, Pat, if you're still here, just very briefly. Sorry to, okay, thank you. So, I think we've tried all night long to do what the city attorney gave us as instructions at the beginning of the evening, which is you take the criteria and then you try as best we can in our quasi-judicial role to apply the facts of the case to the criteria. So, could we just very briefly, with your help, walk through the criteria and the staff findings that guided the recommendation that came to us that is under appeal? We have the following criteria apply.
Okay, so,
to grant a variance, and I think it's important, I want to reassure everybody tonight and compliment everybody tonight on their presentations. This is not being taken lightly. This is a serious matter for everybody. It's not a fast and loose, let's just try to get to an outcome. We're really grappling with this, as you've noticed, and it's not only that we've taken a lot of time, but we've, I think, as a governing body, taken a great deal of depth and care to examine this case in all of its components. But at the end of the day, we're looking at these criteria that are set up in the code. They're there for us to use. So, first one has to do with...
The first one has to do with unusual physical characteristics in the land or the structure.
And in this case, that is...
Oh, in this case, the Planning Commission found that the land did have unusual physical characteristics in that there is a big arroyo, as we've discussed, on the west side of the property that limits the buildable area.
And that arroyo is the one that's not being disturbed.
Correct, yes, that arroyo is still there. That is the one that has the pedestrian bridge proposed to go over it. So that limits the buildable area, so the Planning Commission found that. And then they also found that the proposed structure as a cancer treatment facility requires additional floor-to-ceiling space to accommodate the necessary mechanical and medical equipment within the facility. So that was what they found for criteria 1. So they did find unusual physical characteristics in the land and the structure. You only need one, but they found both.
Okay, the second criterion has to do with this term that in the report is acknowledged as being somewhat ill-defined, but has to do with infeasibility.
Correct. And they found that in order to properly care for the patient's physical and mental well-being, that having this at grade instead of below grade would satisfy that criteria. Sorry, words are getting a little more complicated. And that the applicant could not accommodate the space required for the facility in a single story due to the special circumstances in criteria 1.
And 3?
Oh, 3, they found the intensity of the development would not exceed that which is allowed in other properties in the vicinity. It's a hospital zoning. It's next to a hospital. The intensity is not different than the rest of the area, the vicinity.
Criterion 4 has to do with minimum variance possible.
Right. They found that this variance is the minimum that would make it possible, that would make possible the reasonable use of the property due to the above-mentioned site constraints, facility equipment needs, and facility purpose. The property could not be used without significantly reducing the intensity of use and negating the purpose of the facility. So they found that for minimum variance, they found that that was satisfied. This is the minimum required variance.
The criterion has to do with a judgment regarding public interest being served or being, a proposal, a variance that is or is not contrary to a definition of the public interest.
Correct, yes. The Planning Commission found that the variance is not contrary to public interest because due to site constraints, setbacks, and landscaping screening, the increased height does not adversely affect any potential concern of the public interest. And then there is a sixth criteria that is in your packet, but I didn't put here because it's not applicable. That just says there may be additional requirements and supplemental or special findings required by other provisions. That was not the case in here, so I left it out of this slide.
Thank you. Other questions? I think if there are no other questions from the governing body, I believe it's appropriate for the appellant as well as the applicant to have an opportunity to make a closing statement, if you'd like. And then we will close the public hearing section and entertain a motion and discussion. So as the appellant, you have the first opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor Weber and city councilors. Thanks for sticking this out. I clearly am not asking if we need the facility at all. That's not where I'm coming from. I'm asking if it needs to be as large as what they have planned, and I do think that it is relevant to these 5 showings, because one of them talks about the land use and structure, which is completely tied to the size of the building. And the size of the building is completely dependent on what's going to happen there. So I consider that absolutely elemental to the question of the height variance. But I want to say for the record that I have been so grateful to St. Vincent's over the 28 years that I have lived here. I gave birth to my daughter there, was on hand for 4 other baby deliveries of friends and loved ones over those years. I've been grateful for the care that saved my husband's life and then later helped him into a new hip. And after all the adventures in cancer that I myself have been through, I am all for a state-of-the-art cancer treatment center in Santa Fe, and all the better that there will be 2, offering a choice to northern New Mexicans. But the applicant has not proven, 1, that there is something special about the land or circumstances, that 2, makes it infeasible to build a cancer center in compliance with zoning laws, when there is no sensible reason not to build the Lineac grade vault below grade. And yet we have never seen any kind of alternative to their original plan, nor any sense that they are willing to reimagine their plan on any level. 3, that any variance granted is the minimum possible variance, which is impossible to determine in light of the new information. 4, that the variance is not contrary to the public interest, when surely the loss of one's view from their family home, along with the community's view of the Sangre de Cristos from St. Michael's, and the whopping $40 million that would be coming out of our own wallets to build an unnecessarily immense cancer center, well, surely all of that is contrary to public interest. Christus owns the land outside of our bedroom window, and I assume that they will build something there, as they should if they need to expand. But I don't believe that we have to roll over because they requested a variance. Why can't they be held to the same regulations that all of Santa Fe is held to? The governing body has spent countless hours deliberating the most fair and equitable zoning regulations for building, meant to maintain our quality of life while offering the possibility for growth. Do we really need to issue variances whenever they are requested? Why can't the challenges that come with zoning regulations stipulate the designs for our growth so that what's being built is as kind and beautiful as our city? You set these rules in place. Let's stick to them and have no more variance appeal hearings like this one. I again state that this height variance should be denied and the entire issue should be pointed back to the Planning Commission for further exploration. Thank you, Mayor Weber and City Councilors.
Thank you.
Mayor Weber, members of the council, I'll be very, very brief. The burden of proof has not been met, and the burden of persuasion has not been met by the applicant. Your staff recommended approval and walked you through tonight how the Planning Commission found that each of the criteria had been met. And there's nothing far-fetched or illogical about their conclusions that they drew as to each item. This idea that there might be a competing facility is a red herring. It has nothing to do with the criteria, has nothing to do with this case. We don't know if that thing's ever going to get built. These people don't own the property. They have an approval for a structure that hasn't been designed. So to say that we now have to go back to the Planning Commission and investigate is a red herring. And it's a delay that would be severely punitive on this particular applicant. So I submit to you that the variance was properly granted. Staff's recommendation and the Commission's findings should be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing. If there are further questions, the council can make a motion to reopen it, but I'm going to entertain a motion on whether to grant or deny the appeal, and then we'll have discussion from the governing body. Councilor Lindell.
I move to deny the appeal and approve the height variance on the grounds that the Planning Commission's decision was supported by substantial evidence, and to direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with this motion.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have discussion? I want to take the opportunity to thank everybody. What a very difficult and challenging night. I also want to compliment all of the people who've spoken tonight for your thoughtfulness and courtesy. It's a hard series of cases, and it's a hard series of criteria to apply time after time after time with so many determinants to be grappled with. So thank you to everybody who has participated tonight, whether by Zoom or in this room, for your enormous gracefulness and grace of purpose. I'm very grateful to everybody, and the same to the governing body, under very tough circumstances on a late night, to take this to heart and to deal with it so seriously. Any other discussion of the motion? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill-Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
No.
Councilor Lindell? Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. No, we're not done. We have more work to do tonight.
We do. Yeah, I'll get to you.
We have a lot of work to do, so let's get City Clerk, Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is item 11, which is matters from the city manager.
Mr. City Manager, at 2:45, do you have some matters for us?
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Halloween, Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving 2028.
Thank you.
Don't make me cross over, now you're gonna make me laugh. Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. Hi, I'm back. We've doubled the number of teams that are cutting weeds around town and picking up trash, so hopefully you'll see a number of additional crews that are out there working. I can tell you, driving up Springo today by Santa Fe High early this morning, there was a team of 4 to 6 guys out there working away and cutting out the weeds. So we're doing a big push this fall to try to help clean up the city. We have been remiss in getting you the contracts that are above the $60,000 but are under $200,000. Layla Archuleta, my assistant deputy, is going to take that over for me. At some point this week, you'll get an updated spreadsheet of all the contracts through this calendar year, and then she'll work with the city clerk's team and the finance team to make sure that we get that to you regularly, get you a monthly update on that. Pardon me. I didn't really weigh in during the conversation around the audit presentation. The finance director and the chief accounting officer and myself actually met with leadership of the New Mexican today to talk with them as well once the notifications had gone out. And I want to say to you what I said to them, which is that I am 100% confident that Emily Oster and Ricky Bejarano are the exact 2 right people to get us back on track with the audits. And I know it's frustrating, but we are going to get it done. As part of that, I want to flag as well, I know a lot of the talk was around the state auditor's office. I just want to highlight that the DFA has been an extraordinary partner since April when CLA pulled out. Both Secretary Romero and Colonel Quintana, who runs the local government team, really have been over backwards to work with the finance department specifically, and their guidance, their leadership, and their really sort of willingness to make sure that we understand where we are and that we're not in any jeopardy of them taking us over because of the good work that our team is doing is really meaningful. So we're grateful for their partnership in that. I just want to quickly flag, knowing that how late it is, a tremendous thanks to Kira Ochoa and Paul Joy and the Santa Fe Police Department in their work over the entirety of Indigenous Peoples Day weekend in ensuring that no city properties were damaged. We're grateful for that. You should have received an email from me letting you know that our chart study session is being scheduled for November 2nd from 1 to 4 p.m. We're still working out details, and we'll get those to you as quickly as we can. I think I mentioned before, but just so you're aware, I'm hopeful that we will be finalizing our interviews for a new airport manager this week and be in a position next week to make an offer and hopefully get someone in here as quickly as possible. Everyone has left, but I wanted to flag just so everyone knows that Brad Purdy, who is our Chief Information Security Officer, has been selected to participate in New Mexico's Cybersecurity Planning Committee. It's an effort through the state of New Mexico about best practices, and we're really excited for him. And even though it's 2:46 in the morning, I'm going to flag that today's Thursday now, Tuesday was National Coming Out Day. And I'm a gay man, and it's important for us to be out because it changes people's lives. And I just want to make sure that everyone who's queer who works for the city of Santa Fe knows that this is a safe place where you can be who you are, and you're welcome to be part of our team, and that anyone who lives in Santa Fe, if you're queer, you're welcome here. As part of that, I will also flag that yesterday is the 24th anniversary of the brutal murder of Matthew Shepard in Wyoming, where because he was a gay man, he was dragged out to a fence post and left for dead. And by being out and having out officials, both elected and appointed, and just classified, is a big deal for queer people. So with that, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great breakfast.
We have an agenda, order in the agenda. I don't know if you want to alter the order so that we do an executive session at the very last item.
However, I'm happy to do that. Unfortunately, I do need it for a settlement authority in a particular case. So.
Okay. I think if we could, why don't we
Can we do that last?
why don't we do a rapid motion to change the order so that we put the executive session last?
Second.
And could we call the roll on changing the order of the agenda so the executive session is the last item?
Councilor Marworth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera? Mayor Weber?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, motion
Thank
is
you.
approved.
In that case, we'll move quickly to matters from the city clerk.
Yes. I wanted to just note that I was really excited. Our new website did receive its ADA compliance and certification, which is great. Our last website did not have that. We also are test driving some new closed captioning, which is offered by Zoom. If you have not noticed, it is extremely accurate tonight, which is really really great. And then I'm sure Councilor Cassett will mention this, but community engagement is also working in collaboration with the Lafarge Library on a Harvest Festival event featuring story time with Councilor Cassett, costumes, roasting corn, painting of pumpkins, hot chocolate, and cider on Saturday, October 29th. So those are my high points, and it's almost 3 in the morning.
Thank you. Councilor Liga, we are going to move quickly to communications from the governing body, and I'm just going to start with, to my right with Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question in regards to the chart, and before we get to that meeting, and it's an important meeting. I know we've had this discussion before, but have we found out or decided who owns the Soldiers Monument? And I mean, some of this information is going to be needed to move forward when we do get together and discuss about this. And so I don't know if that's something that the city attorney's office can do legwork on to find out, so we can have an answer before we get to that point of discussion.
Mayor Weber, Council, we can note questions during this time, but we can't discuss matters during matters from the governing.
We filed, it's a question to be addressed, but not, we don't get into it back and forth, but duly noted, for
Something
sure.
to maybe bring up.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Other than that, I have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett.
Happy birthday to my brother on October 10th. Yes to Harvest Fest on that one day that Christine said. And if anybody else wants to read a book or come do activities, we'd love to have you. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Romero-Werth.
Nothing, thank you.
Councilor Lindell passes. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Nothing, thank you.
Councilor Garcia.
Have a good night, everybody.
Councilor Rivera.
Good.
Councilor Chavez.
Just real quick, I wanted to acknowledge the walk with us for mental health that was hosted by NAMI, and it was rainy, but a lot of people turned out, showing the importance of mental health and how many people are suffering but are working towards ending the stigma around that. I wanted to thank Councilor Lindell for offering an invitation for me to speak and creating that platform for me to be public about some of my challenges. I think it was a really great event, and I was honored to be part of it. So thank you.
Thank you. I would salute Councilor Chavez's speech at that Walk for Mental Wellness for her, not just her eloquence, but for her humanity. Tomorrow night, or tonight, I guess. This evening, later this evening, there will be the Mayor's 30th Annual Arts Award at Site Santa Fe. It is a wonderful event recognizing a number of people who contribute to the arts and cultural vitality of our community. Solar carport ribbon cutting on the 10/14 at the Southside Library. Trunk or treat at Santa Fe Place Mall. And I'm going to stop there. Can we move quickly to 15A, please?
Yes, I'll read fast. 15A is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Romero-Werth, Councilor Cassett, and Councilwoman Villarreal. It's a resolution calling on the New Mexico State Legislature to take action during the 2023 legislative session to end driver's license suspensions for failure to pay and failure to appear.
I just note that this is a continuation of the work we've been doing around fines and fees and the bill we passed earlier that applies to the city.
Other comments from the sponsors? We're good? Could you take us to 15B, please?
Yes. Consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilwoman Villarreal and Councilor Rivera. It's a resolution extending the term of the Community Health and Safety Task Force until June 30th, 2023, to allow the task force to complete its duties and responsibilities.
Councilor Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. I think you heard a little bit about why we need to extend with the community outreach, taking or just getting ready to get started, hopefully around November, and take a few months to complete that, and then to compile all the information that you saw in the work that we've done is going to take some time. So we believe that we can have it done by June 30th.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Vera?
And just to add, it does show the commitment of task force members, and this work is really hard. It's not like we want to have extra meetings every week, every other week. We have very busy members, and so this commitment was, we want to make sure it's right, and we want to make sure that we do the community engagement piece, because it's a very important phase of this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think that brings us to item C.
Correct. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Chavez, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Lee Garcia, and Councilor Cassett. It's a resolution creating a one-year pilot program to encourage and incentivize employers to pay for employee parking in City of Santa Fe parking facilities at Sandoval Street, the Santa Fe Community Convention Center, and the Rail Yard.
Any of the sponsors want to take this up? Councilor Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. So this came about I'm going to try to talk, it being 3 o'clock, and I have to prepare for work in 2 hours. This came about because I had members of our community from District 3 and District 4 that worked downtown that have been paying for parking while at work. We investigated, we surveyed the Guadalupe district and the rail yard to kind of get more information about parking. What we also learned is there's also businesses that are paying a very large amount for parking for their employees. So we really wanted to do a pilot program because we realized there's a risk of a fiscal impact, and we want to weigh the benefits and risks with potentially keeping this long term. So we have a year pilot program. What we've done is we've reduced the $35 fee to $25 for employees, and rather than it being a minimum wage of $15 an hour, it's $21 an hour, in hopes to address the parking need for more members that are working downtown. And just, a lot of things are brought up. This is a long process. I want to thank the co-sponsors because they've been super supportive along the way. There were a lot of things, like why can't they take the bus or ride their bike? And we had to remind them when we're working, it's not okay when we have members working in the service industry at all hours coming from areas of town that don't have a certain advantage of other areas in town and expect them to be inconvenienced to get to work, especially in working in really having positive impact with our tourism industry. So we're going to try this pilot program out. I'm really excited about it. The back end is we are going to be working with the rail yard and the Chamber of Commerce to collect data to see if businesses see a positive impact or a negative impact in customer input. So we're going to be collecting data in this process as well.
Thank you. Other sponsors? Good. I then thank you. That takes us to D, please.
This is a resolution sponsored by Councilwoman Villarreal, Councilor Rivera, and Councilor Cassett. It's a resolution supporting the Santa Fe Public Schools in adopting a community schools model and directing the city manager to support the city's continued collaboration and participation with the Santa Fe Public Schools Community Schools Steering Committee.
Thank you.
And Councilwoman?
This is really just to support community schools' efforts, and it's also required so that our staff person can participate in the steering committee for the Santa Fe Public Schools Community Schools. Sorry, Santa Fe Public Schools Community Schools Steering Committee. That's the goal for her to do. Does that make sense? Yes.
Very good.
Anything else?
All good? Yes. That means we come next to item E.
Correct. This is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Cassett, Councilor Chavez, Councilwoman Villarreal, Councilor Michael Garcia. It's a resolution adopting the City of Santa Fe's multimodal transition plan.
Anyone wish to speak to that? Councilor
Sure.
Cassett?
Yep, this is to formally adopt the multimodal transition plan, which in order for it to inform a lot of the other plans that we are looking at, especially the general plan, our transit plan, that really focus on how we move towards a more multimodal system of transit in the city. So not just so focused on automobile, but walking, so pedestrian, bicycle, and public transit. And what are some things that we can put in place to move that forward. My understanding is that there is a request for the change in the schedule of committees. Am I still correct in that, Councilor Lindell? So Councilor Lindell has requested that this also be heard at the Finance Committee. I am fine with that. It does not have an immediate fiscal impact, but could potentially have fiscal impacts into the future. So I don't know if we need to vote on it, if I'm cool with it as primary sponsor. Although, Aaron, Christine. Okay, we're good. It's going to go to finance. Nope.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, I'm sorry, I was not following your question. So you're asking if it needs to go to Finance Committee?
No, there's been a request for it to go to finance. I'm fine with it. So
Oh.
I think we need to vote on it, the schedule being altered, or no?
Yes, you would need to vote on the schedule being altered.
I would like to make a motion for it to go to finance on, that would probably be November, I'm sorry, that'll be October 31st, and then it will hit governing body, whatever the following Wednesday is after that.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to add finance to the committee review process. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, please?
Councilwoman Villarreal.
No.
Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia. Councilor Lindell. Councilor Rivera. Councilor Marworth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. I believe that means now we're back to the one item remaining on the agenda, which is the executive session, and that would be a matter from the city attorney.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Unfortunately, I do need to recommend that we go into executive session on threatened or pending litigation, and in this case, threatened and pending litigation, including but not limited to Santa Fe versus Purdue Pharma, and unfiled threatened litigation by the city.
Councilor Rivera, would you make a motion for us, please? Unfortunately, as the city attorney said.
I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Cassett. Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell. Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Marworth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal. Mayor Weber.
Yes, I would remind everybody that as brief as we can make this meeting, we still have to come back into here All right, I think we're very close. There's a light at the end of the tunnel here. Councilor Rivera, I would like to ask you to make a motion, sir. We're back. Are we back live, Alex? Yeah.
Thank you. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Mara
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cass. Mayor Weber.
Yes. We are back in session.